This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are getting to the end of our April monthly finals, and as always, we save the best for last. It's time for North America. Let's see what's been brewing up in this region. I am Mitch Leslie here, joined by Ready, Set, and Kenny. Guys, great to have you with us, Ready. We know that NA was obviously dominated by Tribe Gaming last month, but STMN were not present in that monthly final. They dropped out in the qualifier, but they're back and they're ready to do some damage.
Well, STMN are back, but also some other teams that we would usually see present here are missing. Luminosity, SSG, they're simply not here this month. It's going to mean a lot for our point situation as we are still keeping in mind the World Finals later on this year.
Right, Kenny, great to have you here, of course. We've got a couple of favorites returning here. Juan Carlos team, of course, are still going to be in the mix here. West Coast managed to get through. A weakened Luminosity to make it here. So our top 8 teams are looking pretty spicy.
It's looking like a great month. I'm excited for a possibility of Tribe and STMN clashing at the end if they make it that far, but along the road, they've got some tough teams to get there.
Let's talk about the tournament today and what you should expect if this is your first time tuning into a monthly finals. You're in luck. We'll be playing a power match format exactly the way that your ranked games go with an 8-team single elimination bracket. That's right. It means if you lose in one of these best of 5s, you are out of the tournament. No second chances here for our teams as they have made it to the very pinnacle of North American Brawl Stars. Let's talk about our leaderboard. Speaking of pinnacles, Tribe Gaming last month were victorious. Managed to sweep through, only dropping one set in that final game against Luminosity, who, as we've said, are going to be absent this month, so they won't be adding to this tally of points, not being able to make it to the top 8. Remaining 7 are going to be in the mix this time around, but Space Station Gaming also conspicuously absent, had some stumbles and couldn't make it here into this top bracket. There's your leaderboard right now, and of course a lot is on the line today as STMN, unable to earn any real points last month, will have a chance to add to their tally and to get themselves onto the leaderboard. Let's talk this bracket. Ready, set. These first 2 matches are quite fascinating. We, of course, have that first quarterfinal to cover on this stream.
Absolutely. Tribe Gaming, Juan Carlos team is going to be pretty good. Juan Carlos team, they are a fairly good roster. However, against the reigning champions of the region, Tribe Gaming, it's going to be a pretty tough match. Real Ones versus Cinco Doce. Yes, I said it in Spanish, is going to be coming up second. Remaining 7 versus West Coast FA will surely not disappoint. And STMN versus DC team will be our first taste of what STMN looks like in this year's series of monthly finals.
There's definitely a lot of frustration for STMN last month being unable to make it. The games we'll be covering, of course, are Tribe Gaming versus Juan Carlos team and STMN versus DC team. On the B stream, you'll be seeing 5-1-2, of course, that matchup, and remaining 7 versus West Coast FA. Now, if you're over at event.brawlstars.com, it's very easy to catch the B stream. Just head over to the top left corner, hit the drop-down menu, and navigate to that B stream. If you're not there, you should be, because that's where you can put in your predictions and get involved with some interactive activities throughout the course of the stream to earn yourself some fantastic in-game swag. Kenny, let's talk these predictions. None of us really on the same page here in these first quarterfinals.
You know, we were all kind of hive-minded a little bit, I would say, on Apex stream the other day, but this go-around, we're all feeling some kind of way. I like it, though, and I think it goes to show the level of competition we've got this month. I would say the one commonality between us all, though, which makes the most sense to me, it is Tribe, and despite them not being there last month, STMN, I think we're all giving them the respect they deserve after second place at the World Finals in 2023.
Yeah, look, it's treacherous, right? Trying to play through those monthly qualifiers. There are a lot of great teams just even outside of the top 8 here. STMN, though, this time have managed to banish their demons and make their way through. So we're going to be jumping into this next game very, very shortly. Very quickly, Ready, before we let you go, you had your Preds there. You definitely differ from us on a couple of notes. Who are you looking out for here in these quarterfinals, especially as you head over to the B stream and check out those games?
Yeah, well, I'm going to get to watch Cinco Doce over there on the B stream versus Real Ones. I honestly think this one's going to be very close. I just put my faith in Cinco Doce. I like the name. I like the players. We haven't seen them in a monthly final just yet. So I think it's just going to be an exciting time. I'm more leading with my heart than with my mind on this one.
Okay, that's fine. Definitely had to query you about that one here. As it's great to see us independently come to a little bit of a different solution, and that speaks to the depth of this region. As we say goodbye to Reddy, Kenny, let's talk this matchup. Tribe Gaming, victorious last month. And talking them into the interview, they said, we're just really getting back to being friends and just being a team that enjoys being around each other.
It's something that I feel like throughout at least the past year plus with this team, it's a very personal family-like kind of team. It was something that I learned from talking with Corey and some of the guys around the SPS time last year. They do better when the vibes are good, when they're cracking jokes, when they're having fun with each other. As serious as this game is, as much money is on the line, it's good to just not take yourself too seriously. And I feel like last month they were able to kind of have a good attitude, all be in the room together like you're seeing here. They're joking, they're having fun, celebrating a little bit. Zulon showing off the guns that he's been working on up 2 months in a row now. Continued progress. Nice job, Zulon. But they're just having fun with it. I think that's a big deal for the room too.
Absolutely. The vibes are looking pretty premium right now for this squad, and they'd love nothing more than to get themselves another win in a monthly final, of course. Let's talk about Juan Carlos' team. Last month, having to go up against Space Station Gaming in their quarterfinal match. They ultimately lose in 5 sets, but they are back. I mean, this team, what more could you ask for? They've got the NH de Tampo. Of course, they've got Philip coaching this roster, someone who's coached many big teams in the past. Juan Carlos Payne and second best are here this time to do some damage. The unenviable position, though, of course, Kenny, of having to go up against last month's champion in the first match. They're up for the challenge.
Brutal draw for them, of course, being a lower bracket team, randomly seeded into one of these upper bracket teams, and you're going against a team that looked unstoppable last month. But Juan Carlos' team put up a really good fight against a team that, even though they're not here this month, I do have a lot of respect for SSG and what they've been able to do in the past couple of years especially. So Juan Carlos' team, I do think, have some potential to cause a ruckus here.
And they will be looking here to start out on their best foot. Again, this bracket is brutal. Like, no matter which way you come at it here, of course, the winner of this game takes on the winner of Real Ones and 5-1-2 in that semi-final. Again, a lot of expectations that Real Ones come in with a bang to this tournament after a great showing. Both Real Ones and 5-1-2, on a side note, managed to take down Space Station in the monthly qualifiers. So they've both demonstrated a quality of a team that deserves to be in the top 8. But more on this Tribe team. They are, last month, I guess they basically had that clean sweep, rather reminded me of what SK Gaming were able to pull off over in North America. And for these guys, they've faced disappointments internationally, right? Thinking back to being knocked out by SK Gaming at Worlds last year. They've always been a standout team in North America, but I think at some point they have to ask themselves, when are we going to get some real silverware here? STMN outperformed them, technically on the world stage, but they are here now to really stake their claim, not only to the region, but to the whole globe. It's Dueling Beetles up first.
It's an interesting call out here by our audience, 93-8 or 92-8, excuse me, but that's a huge landslide going towards Tribe. I feel like Juan Carlos' team are better than the credit the audience is given, but of course, when you're picking just black and white winner or loser, I think you have to go with Tribe here. Especially after, like you said, this team is hungry. This is a year they're coming off of where at the World Finals, they got upset by a dream run from SK Gaming. They definitely want some hardware of their own, and I think getting business done here in North America would be a good start for them. This is a tough map to deal with, though, especially in our current meta as well. A lot of brawlers that are just kind of auto bans here in general. Angelo caused a lot of trouble. Melody can be really frisky, and I think on that left-hand end, you see both of those be bans, meaning that Juan Carlos' team going to get that first overall pick.
I've seen Pan, Buster also hotly contested quite often. M's always a very powerful pick here. This map really plays to her optimal ranges in general. Oddly enough, no one really worried too much about Jessie. We're not really seeing her picked or banned all that frequently. She is very commonly picked up when available, but Juan Carlos' team really favor getting the Pam involved first. I think in APAC we saw a Pam Buster composition with a Byron mixed in. That was very powerful. Maybe see, Byron here getting picked up. Sandy also, we saw her in LATAM, very hotly contested, so that's the ban here for Tribe Gaming. Do not want to deal with that.
One thing that's certainly become clear throughout the weekend is Byron is a problem. He is somebody that is a round through all of the regions. We started with APAC thinking maybe this is just something here, and I didn't see it a ton on this map in particular in scrims for NA, but I think clearly it's a brawler that we need to take seriously. The rest of the world is, a lot of pro players are kind of coming to the same conclusion of what's working, and apparently Byron's one of those brawlers.
Charlie available here to be snapped up. Bo also very powerful. just being able to cover over so much of that, point with the super. Really a problem if you lose control and have to sort of step right back in because you can't interact with those mines unless you step on them. At that point, you just have to run. Wait on Juan Carlos here to round out their composition a little bit more. Angelo almost here, permaban, basically every single time. Max also still on the table for either of these teams here. That burst of speed being quite crucial. Sam, though, one of the most fearsome tanks to face head on, will be snapped up by second best.
Going to be pairing this with a Stu as well, so we're going to get some serious aggression here. Pam, one of the most commonly picked brawlers in North America for Dueling Beetles in particular. And I think now that you got the little diversity of somebody like Stu who can add a speed zone, a breakthrough, which I don't imagine they're going to do at this point just because they've got a Sam on their squad as well. But now they've got somebody in Sam who can kind of focus on being in the enemy's faces, getting aggressive, and especially in the faces of Ims and Byron in particular, that could have been a really good matchup. But Rosa kind of throws a wrench in that, so I feel like everybody's going to have to navigate these lane matchups and how they're playing their particular brawlers if they want to make these strategies work.
Yeah, both teams coming in with fairly tanky selections. Of course, that, grasping roots, hypercharge of Rosa is pretty fearsome, being able to slow people down, and it's very, very hard to duel her, even if you are very, very tanky or hitting very, very hard, like a Sam, for example. And with all the healing available from Tyrant, this is definitely a strong lineup here for Tribe Gaming. Again, like having the speed zone pretty crucial, right, with some of these larger targets. Scrap Sucker also something that, you want to bear in mind. It's a bit dangerous for Rosa to try and run up on the Pam when that is going to be available and be able to cycle plenty of those healing stations is absolutely crucial. We're already well and truly into this here. And we have Juan Carlos team taking this forward position behind a heal station.
Healing station that's behind an indestructible wall as well. There's really no easy way unless you're lobbing up a Byron super, which there's no way they would waste it on that. It would hardly take it out, but they'll multitask there a little bit. A connection on to second best as Zulon looks to get in the mix here as well. There's one takedown that they need. Payne, though, skating up and down the map, utilizing that healing station as much as possible as Juan Carlos barrel stuffs Tyrant, gets taken down as a result. Second best already there to respond. This is what I'm talking about. Just so much HP to rotate between for this Juan Carlos team, having second best to get up in their faces.
And it's not the highest damage team here from Tribe Gaming. The Ems is really important here for Tyrant, and they were doing so much work, so much damage, but it wasn't enough, especially when these healing turrets keep getting put down. Juan Carlos get to reset around that and go once more, as Livy can't really fire over the wall until they have their super available, and second best can run them down.
And second best as a tank too. Normally doesn't do well into Ims, especially if they've got the space like Tyrant does, but if you throw down Sam's super, you heal off it a little bit. You can also have that gravity kind of pull in with the gadget. There's a lot of mechanisms that they can use to their advantage, and once again, second best just crushing it. Tyrant is Livy with a little breathing room here as Tyrant can hold on to this super, kind of press up against this indestructible wall, and now they can play with this space on their own. So despite there only being 8%, I think Tribe Gaming have a chance here.
It's dangerous though. Juan Carlos team don't need to spend much time on the point. They could even just throw themselves at it, especially if there's a healing station available. Second best though not able to get in right now. Caustic Charisma is going to hurt them as they try and approach the point in general, and now Tribe have got themselves in control and back in the game, and now they have a lead.
And now Juan Carlos team just have to press forward. I don't even know if they have enough time at this point.
No time.
Only 2% to go. Tribe Gaming take a stand here in the second half of game number 1. Impressive stuff, to say the least, from the Titan of this region so far.
I'm afraid to see what the M's DPS is in general. That is ridiculous. Everybody on the side of Juan Carlos team is grouped up so close together by design. They've got to play around their Pam healing station, but it makes it so easy for Tyrant to get so much damage down. Friend zoner if someone tries to engage on them. This comp from Tribe Gaming, once they get control, Kenny, is fearsome.
It's a huge play, especially considering we don't really have any wall break going on this map. So those L-shaped walls, indestructible or not, are going to stay up. Zulon can kind of craft the map a little bit with his gadget like you're seeing here. He's trying to get sneaky, use the heals from Byron, use the space given to him. So if somebody does walk forward, they can punish him for it. This time he's going to work more east to west, though, instead of up north. They're not trying to connect to the enemy end right now. They're just trying to build themselves some hiding space on their side.
Byron forced to back away here, but they've done their job. Get the 2v1 set up for Tribe Gaming now. That grow light thrown down by Zulon means there are bushes now to play within. Payne going to come up again, but gets hit instantly with a Byron super. Already down to 1100. Second best trying to chase a Byron down, but there's just too much damage available for Tribe Gaming. It is filthy. Zulon with a hypercharge up as well, so when there is a hard engagement, yeah, Zulon's going to run straight on him with that grasping roots. Pretty durable, but second best has the damage, and as Livy was forced off the point.
This Livy's doing a good job of playing point guard right now. Typically, the best Byron players are able to orchestrate a good line crossing between healing your teammates and also doing damage on the other end. A little aggressive here, though, in the face of second best, though. So Juan Carlos' team going to get a pivotal pickup for now. Payne trying to skate his way through this one, but Tyrant with just enough healing there. The assistance from Zulon going to make it close, but a healing station secures that lane victory for Juan Carlos.
Stu, very powerful against the Ems, is you're most safe when you are close to her, ideally right behind her, so being able to dash through her constantly can mean you can avoid a lot of that gas. Second best steps up here, Gauntlet pickup just being cycled so that speed boost is always active, and here comes Zulan now, second best caught inside that super. Payne trying to go for Tyrant. Tyrant able to knock them away briefly with a friend zoner, and that's going to be enough for Tribe Gaming to sneak this one away. It's a close game. Juan Carlos team, absolutely no slouches for Tribe Craft. A really powerful and very balanced composition.
Balanced composition, great poise in game number one, especially. To make a comeback there is a tough thing. This map is very punishing in terms of positioning, especially if you're being stuffed into your spawn like we saw there from Tribe early on. And especially considering this composition, it does struggle a little bit to kind of make that comeback, right? Ims is somebody with some medium range. Byron's not going to do a ton of damage here, but we do have somebody like Rosa who can kind of get up in the faces and throw some punches. So I think if you're just focusing Rosa and the Rosa players playing well, they kind of can slowly creep their way back. I thought Juan Carlos' team honestly played a pretty good set. I think Tribe Gaming, just the mechanics were there. And again, a big part of that for me was watching his Livy kind of draw that balance of healing and also damage dealing.
You can see here that Zulan is able to benefit so much from the raw stat boost of the Rosa Hypercharge, as well as, you know, what it lends to your super. It's so hard to fight her. Cycling multiple supers on that point at, you know, at times here. Zulan's able to play Gatekeeper now. Even that Caustic Charisma, of course, makes it very hard for Payne, for example, who is, you know, not very, you know, durable. You know, getting caught inside that, going to be a problem for them. You see constantly Zulan trying to attract as much attention as can be done. Oof. Well, you know, you tried. You show me the other side? I like the other side better.
Stars. That's good.
Yep, very good. Stars. I don't really care about sign twirling when he's out there doing this kind of work. 575 DPS. For Livy actually out-damaging Tyrant, that is absolutely absurd. That Byron really starts to hit hard. That damage adds up over a longer round.
I thought you brought up a great point as well. Honestly, the hypercharge from Rosa kind of granted them that final 11 to 12% at the end of game number 2 as Livy just lobs up some heals here and there. And Zula can just kind of go to work. That shield's going to be able to absorb so much damage. So once they hit a certain threshold, Rosa can just kind of do the rest of the work, to be honest.
Yeah, the Byron gadget also means you actually have a bit of AoE damage in a pinch, right? That alongside the super, so you're not just a single shot brawler by definition. Really beautiful stuff there from Livy. Byron, as you sort of said, Kenny, is really the linchpin of so many of these compositions, and you know, as labeled as a problem probably to anybody who doesn't, you know, get to pick him in that draft phase. Speaking of which, we're heading to that in just a moment. Center stage will be our second map here as Brawl Ball comes along, and again, Juan Carlos team here. Probably feeling a little bit hard done by after that draft. They had a solid composition as well. Very tanky, but it was a little exploitable in the end.
I'll throw you my nerd nugget of the weekend while we're waiting on these bans. Melody and Angelo have been banned 64 and 62 consecutive times. The next closest would be Piper at 28. That's 76% versus 33, just to kind of show what we should expect for the day and setting expectations there. They're not even allowed to be in that pick stage. Almost 25% of the time is the only time they're allowed to be drafted, which is pretty insane. I think goes to show, despite some of these nerfs that came in, pro players are still utilizing these players really well. Little Otis pick here, a Stu, Amber, all of this kind of making sense to me so far. I don't think anything too crazy when I'm looking at the ban stage and also just what we've seen drafted.
Again, Charlie does get through the bans, but all of this data, you know, probably harkens from a period of time when Charlie was a little bit more powerful, being toned down slightly, and I mean slightly, like a maximum range being reduced somewhat. Really doesn't hurt her too much, as like we discussed, if you miss them, you know, the yo-yo doesn't actually go as far. It comes back a little bit quicker, but here's Ash now. So we have a real dangerous tank here with the ability to turn on a burst of speed as Juan Carlos team now. Going for powerful brawlers as the Amber lately has been really hotly contested.
I'm going to look out for a Nita pick in here somewhere as well. We see Nita be an answer to some of these tankier players and ones that don't necessarily do as well into multiple spawners being on the map, and especially with that hypercharge being given to Nita too. I think that could be a powerful tool for him here if they want to try and counter it. Poco to side with it too. We do know Juan Carlos loves to play the Poco, very good at it. He's been able to crush it in the past in the ladder. So I think this is an overall pretty well-rounded comp. They've got their zone control with Amber, they've got their aggression with Ash, and Poco kind of playing that Byron role like we saw last time. Just being point guard, kind of distributing the heals appropriately and following up with his teammates.
A lot of teams really valuing being able to bring that healer into the mix. El Primo coming up for Tribe Gaming, which we were talking about at the show. It's like one of your favorite brawlers just to see go to work on these maps here. Tribe are not messing about. There's a lot of hard engage and also like very powerful duelists here, of course, with the Otis in the mix.
We've got a really flashy combo coming in from Tribe Gaming. I love seeing El Primo in Brawl Ball specifically because of how crafty you can get with him. There's so many tools at his kit that you can use to throw people over your shoulder, to dive in for an extra goal. There's a lot to love when it comes to watching El Primo work on this map. And of course, as Livy rocking the Stu for now, they may trade that with other players on the team, but Stu's going to have a ton of supers, just a lot of high-flying shots. It's just awesome to see. I think this is a really fun combo to see work.
It's a classic pick for Tyrant, so no surprise to see that swapped out a little bit. Speed zone eventually going to be removed. There is Juan Carlos. Yes, Poco might be a support, but can actually do pretty nasty damage if you step into that range. Julian here just playing within the bushes for the time being. Tyrant, good pressure on the Ashe though. Activates that damage gear. Second best, yeah. The Protesto counters. Still coming out thick and fast here as Tyrant's managed to make his way in on the right-hand side. Brought down by a heavy hit from second best though. Here comes that super. Zulan is going to get blown up.
Payne's going to survive this out as well. A Protesto to walk down the sideline and punch forward. It's going to be Payne looking for the ball here. Flamethrower down the left-hand end. That Dragon's Breath is a lot to deal with. Second best now trying to strike against Zulon. Only one player to defend, and now it could be a breakaway for Tyrant. He does have a super available as well. He's going to work his way down this right-hand sideline and have to come up short here as Amber respawns just in the nick of time.
Tyrant has been a standout so far here on this Stu. Very, very good at avoiding the tanks and targeting the ball carriers mostly. Payne gives him a tickle nose, forced to back away. Zulan just going to take a face full of damage here. Not really much he can do there. Pretty outclassed, I think, by the Amber if he can't close the gap. And this is dangerous now. Second best. Almost able to walk it in, but the damage is real as Livy unloads and has super up. Yeah, Payne going to be muted for the time being. Keep it. Juan Carlos gadgets that off instantly. The cleanse, so crucial, allows Payne to keep fighting.
Now Tyrant going to be dueling against Juan Carlos, and Juan Carlos doesn't have a chance as Livy a hard counter at his second best has to deal with the Dragon's Breath from the mid. Second best now juggling multiple Tribe Brawlers and 12,000 HP now marching down this left-hand sideline is going to be too much for him to handle.
Second best needs to at least hold position to some degree though. That leaves them susceptible as Livy's going to find them. Zulan trades the ball back. Tyrant putting a lot of pressure down on Payne, who doesn't have amazing sightlines here. Tyrant able to step away from the oil field for the most part. That'll be refreshed with another super from Payne. 30 seconds left in the round.
A lot to work with for Tribe right now. Juan Carlos' team gonna have to be some great goalkeepers as Tyrant looks to get an angle here. A mute button as Livy walking forward. Juan Carlos
it's go time.
Standing. It gets stopped short. Zulon needs this ball. Throws the suplex. Shoulders. Dumps it in the back of the net. And Tribe Gaming will get a buzzer beater.
That's an off-overlooked part of El Primo's kit. The suplex able to strip the ball from any brawler. Zulan now's going to make a break for it. And second best knows instantly that it's done. Nothing they can do. Juan Carlos' team fall to pieces as Tribe Gaming's patience prevails.
El Primo's just a dynamic playmaker on this mode. That's why I love watching him so much. He's got the super to jump in on opponents. He can throw people over his shoulders while playing goalkeeper or on offense like we saw there. Perfect execution there to get a final goal.
Beautiful stuff. One round down. Juan Carlos' team now know exactly what the risks are. At least Juan Carlos able to, better cleanse off that mute, which is pretty important, as Livy will use it just to instantly win a 1 versus 1. Fat splatter here, thrown in second best direction, deny Payne the ability to move up as far as they would otherwise like. And Tyrant's just going to kite away from second best here. Heal comes out from Poco, super used. That's at least enough to keep second best in the game.
Tyrant clawing his way up this right-hand side as well. Second best and Juan Carlos, they want to be playing offense. They do not want to be stuffed in their spawn like this. They're finally able to move up a little bit. Ball control in Tribe's favor, but they have to go grab it. And they're going to send Tyrant for now. A little kick forward, so now Zulon can kind of debate what he wants to do with this.
An attacking position for Tribe. Second best trying to avoid Tyrant as much as humanly possible, but that is very difficult given the mobility of Stu. Payne also not having an easy time against Livy, kind of losing out in that matchup. Livy able to cut so much of this damage. Again, gadget has to be used there by Juan Carlos, keeps second best in fighting form, but this Ashe is having a tough time and has been, frankly, for most of the map. Zulan not even bothering to try and fight until that super's up and it's ready. Second best, 14 health, was allowed a chance to recover that somewhat, but they're attacking still, so this regen isn't going to come at all. Second best knocked away, here comes Zulan, having to pick him off.
And Zulon can kind of take his time now, too. Knows he has the lane open. That's a pivotal takedown, though. They needed that one. This could be an opportunity for Juan Carlos' team. Tyrant trying to distract them as long as possible, get his Livy back in the mix, but now 3 red brawlers moving down the map. The spawners go down as well. Zulon throwing punches just to try and get rid of them. And for the first time, the red roster with an opportunity of a goal of their own.
Tyrant here in danger. Second best can just walk this one in. They allowed that to happen. Again, just a little bit too much health on the Ashe to bring them down and strip the ball from them. Juan Carlos team get themselves a goal here with 35 to play.
Dive in from Zulon, though. He's going to grab the ball, a suplex as well. All is well and good for Juan Carlos' team, though. With 30 on the clock, they may have an opportunity to close out right here, right now, but they're going to play this one slow. Just going to take a breath, make sure they don't give this ball to Zulon's hands.
That's it. Hypercharge there for Zulon. That raw speed is really important to close the gap. Suplex on second best. And yes, there was a bit of a, stun animation that allows him to win out against the Ashe, who would otherwise beat him in a pitched battle. As Livy doesn't have an opportunity here to equalize, it's going to be a 1 versus 3, and he knows it. He's done. And we're going to be heading now to a decider round here on Brawl Ball.
High-flying offense there from Juan Carlos' team. I love that they just played it patient. They played it slow. There was so much pressure in game number 2 coming in from Tribe Gaming. I really thought they're going to have multiple opportunities to get a goal, but some major dodges on that left-hand end to kind of keep dumping the ball back and forth. A lot of the times at pro level, you're going to see that ball go to the top left-hand corner or the top right-hand corner because you don't want to throw it into the enemy's hands. You want them to walk as far away as possible to get that ball. So great veteran skills there coming in from Juan Carlos' team.
Tribe, though, still in a position to take this away. They just need to be able to put it together. Looks like Juan Carlos and the team was able to play to their win conditions much more effectively last time around. That Poco here was huge. Like Crescendo being able to turn those fights on their head in an instant. Zulon's just going to straight up lose here. Just trying to hold second best up for as long as possible. Oh my goodness, Tyrant. That is dirty. Basically ignoring Juan Carlos as they run it in.
He knows Juan Carlos doesn't have the damage output to stop him, so why not? He's just going to march it on in, walk forward, and it's an easy goal for them. Zulon, though, could be in trouble. That pickup was necessary. Second best still has a lot of HP to work with, though. A pass from Payne, a little heal, a back and forth, kicking both ways. Zulon, though, does get the stop necessary, and now the other end going to be able to go with it.
That was beautiful. I like the spawners being used there by Ashe to basically make it impossible for Livy to fire through them and defend. The Juan Carlos team stopped in their tracks just outside of the goal. They were looking dangerous. They still need to equalize now this red side as they make their way down the middle of the map. Much of this terrain is broken up, and here it is. It's dirty stuff from Juan Carlos. Gadget popped as well. Zulon knows he has to get rid of second best, but he's so healthy. He can't get there. Another super from Juan Carlos to keep second best standing. This is dangerous.
Very dangerous, 9,900 HP for second best. 2 brawlers on the other end, and Tyrant doesn't know what to do. Just hanging on in the middle while Zulon takes incoming fire. The Dragon's Breath and the gasoline pouring into the mid here as Juan Carlos walks the ball up for his team. Tie ball game, 1-1.
This one is going to go all the way, folks. Great stuff from Juan Carlos' team. They take so much space, and Zulon can't dodge away from these shots now without any of these walls in play. Here comes a super from second best. Makes a little bit of space. Speed zone being used effectively until second best looks to clear that off the map. Zulon with control here. Second best wants to keep pressuring this right side lane as Tyrant gets caught out by the Poco damage. You talked about damage output, or maybe it wasn't enough, but right there, it's more than enough to clean up that key brawler. And now it's just as Livy.
Gadget super combo from Juan Carlos keeps them plenty healthy here too. 15 on the clock before all the walls come down here. Control for Juan Carlos' team as Zulon and Tyrant huddle up. Zulon, though, taking flight, moving down the sidelines, and Juan Carlos gets an immediate pick up. The spawners rushing towards Tyrant. He can't handle all the action. A healthy Juan Carlos marches forward, slides it through, and punches them a goal to tie the series.
Nice. That is what we like to see. Juan Carlos team, this time, with another very good draft, are able to play perfectly to their win conditions. The Ashe pick is constantly a nuisance. It's so hard to deal with. Zulon has to pop everything in order to win that. And then we just see a Poco heal coming straight through. Crescendo throwing at the Ashe. They're back in fighting form, and the El Primo is struggling. Again, really, really strong team composition. I think it was pretty hard, ultimately, for Tribe to win that out. A couple of brilliant moments there from Tyrant, like sneaking that goal up against the Poco, in that last round. But too good from Juan Carlos' team. Very nicely drafted.
I felt like Zulon was instrumental in this game, number one, and I think it's indicated by this play here, right? Gets the suplex, throws Juan Carlos over the shoulders for a wide open goal, but as we continued in this series, kind of progressed, set number 2 just kind of removed Zulon a little bit here. There weren't too many moments where I felt like he was necessarily moving the team forward. It was just a lot of playing defense there for him. I think this is a little bit tougher for games 2 and 3. I really loved how Juan Carlos' team adjusted, kind of got that proper positioning. They didn't give up too much control past early on in game number 2, and after that, they just kind of did their thing. I think really good stuff. And again, Tribe Gaming expected to be favorites here, and they may very well still end up winning this match. But like we said before, Juan Carlos is a team you got to take seriously. These guys are veteran players, and they really showcased that there in those couple games at the end.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of fight we want to see from Juan Carlos' team. Make no mistake about that. As Livy with a pretty strong round, right? Like the Otis clearly very powerful, but when Juan Carlos has multiple opportunities to cleanse that mute button off, you know, it's not really enough to win a fight in and of itself. Tyron did a great job as well, but struggled a little bit even working that side lane against that Poco damage. While, you know, it isn't extremely high, it is quite consistent. And even if Juan Carlos isn't getting eliminations, more importantly, he's building that super up for when second best and Zulon come clashing.
I think Tyrant had a pretty tough job there, especially considering when the spawners were on the ground. He's not a single shot brawler by technicality, but you know, it does take him one magazine to kind of get through some of those spawners, especially with the cleanse in there as well. You can kind of remove the fire capabilities from his super, the little pyro technicality that he has. It just makes things a little bit harder for him. So I think that goes to show how much better that draft looked in the actual game than it did on paper to me. So I'm pretty impressed with what Juan Carlos' team were able to muster there. Shooting Star, though, going to be a complete different kind of meta compared to what we just saw. There's going to be sharpshooters in the mix here. We got to worry about Max and Gene as well, who we haven't really seen yet today. So there's a lot to juggle here on Shooting Star.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Max Gene based setups on Bounty and on Knockout respectively. Of course, that hypercharge for Gene here means that, you know, there's more guarantee that you're going to hit that magic hand. But what we observed is that sometimes Gene doesn't want to pull 2 people in. Sometimes that is exactly the opposite of what you're looking for. You just want to isolate that one brawler. So you need to be careful not to get overwhelmed when you drag 2 people in. Oh my goodness, try and get the Nani here. That's ridiculous. One of the most banned brawlers on this map sneaks through.
RT was the brawler I was expecting in response as well. This is probably the most played brawler if you exclude some of the common bans like we see. Like you mentioned, it's kind of a surprise that we see Nani not hit the ban stage like we do to kind of a double Melody ban there. If you're Juan Carlos team and you don't have that first pick, you have to worry about Melody to Angelo pretty instantly given where we're at in the pro player meta. And then, you know, that third square that they end up going with is Piper. So as a result, it's an easy click for his Livy picking up this Nani.
The Bell here, no surprise to see that one. Always generally not strong enough to be banned, so almost always seen on this kind of map as someone snaps it up. Yeah, and seeing a double brawler ban, right, means that one of those like really powerful ones get through. Tribe able to capitalize on being first pick here. And now, what are the other options? Mandy, of course, is on the table. Very powerful sharpshooter with just some drawback and needing to stay still to have that maximum range. Gray here also makes perfect sense. That all-in potential so crucial when it's time to throw down.
They're going to go with the Mandy here. Another sharpshooter to kind of throw with him. I kind of like Gray covering some options as well, right? If Juan Carlos team want to go with a thrower, a popular one in this region being Sprout right now, at least for this map, could be a tick if they want to get really frustrating as well. And that kind of covers their bases, right? You have the walking cane, the dimensional doors. You've got options to kind of connect with that thrower that's going to hide behind those walls. I do love the RT and Bell pickups, though. I think Bell is just very consistent across the board. RT, somebody that's very successful in monthly qualifiers and in scrims. And then we're just going to throw all logic out the window, and we're going to pick Sam.
Yeah, I mean, this is audacious, right? Obviously, yeah, Sam is deadly when he's able to close the gap. And, you know, cycling that speed boost, he's quite powerful. He generally moves rather fast, but oh my goodness. Perhaps like the gadget, the magnetic gauntlet being able to sort of hold people in place. The Tribe have ways of kind of working around this. I think like Zulon's gadget being able to slow down with that shot is going to be very important when that Sam comes knocking.
I mean, Sam's kind of a sneaky pick in this region in general, and, you know, obviously this is a wide open map. A lot of times we're going to see sharpshooters, but in the past we've seen some crazy plays with brawlers like Mortis here to kind of counter out what's normal. None of these brawlers have a ton of HP, and if second best is playing this brawler really well, which we know he can, he is a tank kind of guy, he can do a great job here of just getting up in the face of the enemies, taking some heat, and Zulon, for example, going to be in huge trouble there. There's nothing really he can do. Tyrant to follow through. Second best with a little pop-off there is going to lose his super, but he's going to pick up some stars for his team as a result. He'll take that trade all day.
Yeah, I mean, he's more than happy. Having to go 1v2 there as you saw Tyrant as Livy both trying to put the pressure down. Sugar Rush there found no connection. As Livy having a quieter round here. Lining up at least some easy damage on second best now, which is, you know, always going to be a factor, but that Sam is so tanky. It's going to take more than a couple of shots from a sharpshooter to cause him to worry. And a 2-star plus blue star lead here for Juan Carlos team, so they're in no rush here to make something happen. Pain does need to respect what's going on, but even them going down won't put Tribe in the lead.
And Bell's decorated this left-hand din with a bunch of nest eggs as well, so as Livy kind of has to tread carefully here. A pull going through, a nice connection. No follow-through from Zulon, though. They needed to land one of those 2 full shots to get a tag onto Pain and get that kill. For now, they're going to be down 2 stars. The Nani Peep connecting. No takedown there either. Not enough shots, and second best going to be bolstering 11,500 plus HP. That's a huge kill, though. Tie ball game. Oh, but the Miss Super doesn't quite connect. Juan Carlos, the one that got away with 500 HP.
How is that possible? There was a slow as well on the Bell. Just, I guess a little bit of a slip there from Tribe. Had a golden opportunity to take the Bell down, and Juan Carlos couldn't give any more space if they tried. This is probably going to come down to 1 kill, but the second best is going to be ready to engage if Tribe get too close, so they can't just throw themselves at this. Return to center there from Zulan. I mean, not a lot of great use cases for it here. And Tyrant gets picked off. Pain is able to get that nice little double tap there. Even second best committing a gauntlet. Popping the gadget there, but as Livy not too worried, it's going to be Juan Carlos team with a 3-star lead. Second best has to go down, but there's not enough time for that.
Second best got to be an MVP of that game in particular. Obviously, early on, he pops off. He grabs a couple of kills at the end game there. You kind of saw him take advantage of the HP as kind of being a meat shield for this team. He was just walking forward, taking bullets to keep the people behind him protected as long as he could. He was a great distraction, and more importantly, he was probably a top frag for his team.
So Juan Carlos team comp is so nice. That RT getting first pick there, having real value in that last round, punishing the step forward to Tribe. Tyrant, walking cane doesn't connect. Juan Carlos is pretty fleet-footed there, but still going to suffer. Zulan nicely done, able to get out of that situation. I think a peep might have been involved there. Pain also is overextended now as Tribe have a huge lead.
Monstrous start for Tribe Gaming. A team wipe is definitely what they needed to turn this around here. They haven't won a few games now. It's about time they started getting one for themselves. 8-1 lead right now, and second best just kind of forced to press up against this wall. This is where Tribe Gaming can take more of a defensive stat and work the pacing of this a little bit. They're going to slow down. They're not going to get in the faces of Juan Carlos team. They're just going to pick one off at a time if they can and hold their ground.
Second best here having to constantly cycle that gauntlet to avoid this damage and slowly take space. That is what's happening though. Tribe Gaming are giving up the map here to Juan Carlos team, which is setting Sam up to be very punishing. Second best though, hooked through briefly, that wall taken out, so now he's got nowhere to hide and he's a little overexposed here. Beautiful shots from Pain though, bringing Thailand down, and it's a positive 2-star exchange for Juan Carlos team.
Overexposed and also less places to put that super of your second best. He's now going to have to kind of throw it at the wall on this right hand in if they want it. It's Livy. Big pickup there as well, as Pain and second best are just glued to each other. Doing his best to kind of juggle his super, gain that HP, but it's very difficult to make dodges against some of the best mechanical players in this region.
Tyrant doing well to avoid every shot there from Juan Carlos. The Bell wants to set up here on the left-hand side. Very aggressive nest eggs deployed as well. Julan here not able to connect with enough damage on the Pain, and Tyrant's definitely gone. There's no way they're getting out of that one here. Juan Carlos team still down by 5 stars though, as Livy quietly be getting some really important picks here throughout this game. And nice dive, but this is going to be a full engagement now. Second best is going to run them down. Gadget pop to catch Zulan out, and there's Livy at least able to find one, but there's 6 stars. Oh, there's Livy. Oh my goodness, they will fall. And yet, Juan Carlos team have got to be feeling happy about that, getting the engagement they were looking for. Seriously, back and forth game.
A big 50-50 moment to pick up right there. That one was going down as the clock expired. I think as Livy was making a run for that teleport to try and get out of that situation. Maybe with a second extra on the clock, they would have had it. But for now, it's going to be a toughie. Zulan not having as much fun as he was earlier, Uber.
Yeah, look, Zulan obviously less than impressed with how that went down, but you know, it's a tough map to play. If you don't have consistent wall break, Sam is going to have like avenues with which to approach you from there. Juan Carlos team, beautiful stuff. Another very good draft, and you know, Tribe Gaming going to have to find a way to bounce back from this. That's 2 maps where they've had to deal with very challenging compositions. We also, second best, just to keep track of the Protesto count, he actually fired off 20 of them. He also fired off 2 Zeta Division pins and 1 Crying pin. So really getting a bit of diversity there amongst just playing this Sam. And I don't know how he has the time to do this with all the movement he has to do to dodge these shots, but got to give credit to the guy. That's leftover APM being put to good use.
Well, you got to think the couple of sprays are probably just to channel some world championship type energy, right? Because that's the kind of set he was playing right there. I mean, this is an unbelievable start for them in game number 1. Getting those 2 pickups, Mandy all by herself, not a chance at battling against second best. They hold off until the very end here. They have this blue star advantage, a slow down on the pain. Sam shields some shots. It just goes in the corner, knows he has 4 stars. Great awareness. But this game number 2, this is one that Tribe like get away from him. I'm sure they're definitely going to be feeling this one, as that's 4 games in a row now that Juan Carlos team has taken it, especially in a 50-50 moment like this, Uber, where a teleport's been set up. They've got 7 stars. Second best is charging down the sidelines, and as Livy even gets a kill here, but has so little.
It's that Livy kill. That's so
not
big.
Enough time to work with.
And as Livy could have. I mean, I think they were able maybe to take the dimensional door and get out and just get away from Sam, but it was literally a like half a second window there. Carrying 6 stars and handing them over allowed Juan Carlos team to get to 19 at the end of the round. Great stuff here from Juan Carlos team. More than happy to mix tanks in here and often favoring this very balanced composition. Sam starting to turn up and look at the DPS difference. That is striking. Juan Carlos team have done very well to navigate that.
It's interesting to see kind of the kill count there too, especially considering second best had 5. I mean, Tyrant, Zulon each with 3 apiece, yet it was Juan Carlos team who won straight up there. Sometimes that blue star could be a big difference maker, but I mean, anybody that's a Sam fan right now is feeling very good about themselves. That's a couple of impressive performances we've seen this weekend, and second best is just the man on these tanks.
Absolutely. And you saw how consistently you're having to dodge these fast-moving sharpshooter shots. You know, you're dealing with like a Nani as well, who has some, degree of explosiveness when you can throw a P-pad at point blank. That happened on one occasion. And then obviously the Mandy's just constantly peppering you down across the map. Really, really solid work. We're gushing a little bit about second best mechanics. We can get into the draft here and talk about knockouts. Going to be out in the open, and Melody's snuck on through. That's dangerous.
Well, we've had 4 sets, and she's been banned about 75% of the time, so it's about time one slid through. A Pearl on the other end, which is a brawler I've noticed that Tribe in particular have picked up more than others. Does show up quite a bit on this map, but just in general, I feel like it's one maybe just I've happened to see them pick more. RT is somebody that's very common here as well, especially in North America. With the Hypercharge recently, Brock's been popular, which makes sense why we see him in the ban phase. Max, another one of those brawlers that's gotten a Hypercharge recently, so not really the traditional sharpshooters we're used to seeing here. No Piper, no Bell. They're both sides going different directions.
I mean, like, Max having like a virtual super totem effect baked into that hypercharge is really important. It charges supers and hypers, which is kind of insane. And we know that like over a long game, especially when like, maybe you're juking a lot of the time and you're not firing, we know that Pearl just gets stronger and stronger as that round progresses, and all of a sudden can chunk you down out of absolutely nowhere if you're not ready for it. Juan Carlos doesn't have to full engage, but that obviously is where Melody is the most powerful. So we'll eventually want to try and close the gap and have those music notes up as the gas comes in. Meg here, another powerful pick. This is also going to dissuade any hard engage from Tribe. Very oppressive when able to use that mech and just flood people out of bushes.
I think Meg's borderline bannable on this map, to be honest with you. I think Meg can be very powerful in knockout, especially if there's no wall break going down either. I mean, just the crowd control that Meg can do along with her shot, that heavy machine gun fire, a second life, and even if, say, Tribe Gaming wanted to get aggressive, go with a brawler that gets up in the faces of second best or whoever ends up playing the brawler for them, Meg's got a second life, and the ejection that you can get and the pushback from that star power can be a big difference. And the Byron-Meg combination is an absolutely nasty one. Keeping Meg in that robot as long as possible is huge.
Pain here. Going to get some Byron action. We saw that on Dueling Beetles earlier on. I think we kind of, were surprised to see just how much Livy could do with that brawler. Quietly getting top DPS over the course of that entire set. It's pretty scary, especially when you can turn the tables, and there's a lot of healing here. Juan Carlos always loved to get some healing with a tanky brawler like the Meg. And the Buster thrown up here. Again, another brawler that doesn't have to really be fighting to build up that super, but it's not a sharpshooter-based setup at all really here for Tribe Gaming. They have some great all-in options, though. And again, that slow-mo replay to tuck someone back in your direction could even make Melody or Juan Carlos think twice about dashing in.
That's right. And honestly, Max and Buster in particular is a combination I've seen more and more pop up across the BSC and practices this week, because one, Max is getting stronger, and also, especially on this map, Buster is great for pacing, pushing yourself forward. It's kind of a free way if you're in a spawn trap to activate his super and just walk forward, because the long range shots from all 3 on the side of Juan Carlos' team are all going to get reflected off of that. So it is a great way to kind of have a comeback mechanic for your team built in.
Up to the races we go. Pirate here just trying to trade a little bit with that very tanky Thank you, Meg. And there's Livy again. We'll be able to get lots of purchase with these cookies. They are very wide cone of fire, much like Pam, albeit a little bit longer range. He comes to engage here, take a lot of space behind that montage now, and Juan Carlos team are forced into the corner of the map.
And with paired with that max speed, you can see what that Buster Super could do. They were able to walk halfway across the map for free. I mean, it was just getting themselves into a better situation. Lots of supers available for the side of Juan Carlos team. Those who work our way east to west now, instead of north to south. Juan Carlos now dashing forward. The Devilish Singer, gonna be a tough one. Oh, Zulan gets a nasty pull, but an easy walk away and pick up even for Juan Carlos team.
Yeah, behind that play from the Buster, there was some great shots coming across from the Byron. Zulan here, I mean, I never count him out in those situations, but isn't quite able to get it done. He does know the Melody is hiding in the bush there, and is able to tug her in, but I don't know if Tribe are ready to blow her up.
Well, this max speed made things very interesting, granting them plenty of space to work with here. So Juan Carlos team going to be in the back of their spawn. Is Livy going to blow this wall wide open here? He's receiving a lot of fire, though, as Juan Carlos presses forward. The shield keeping him covered for now. And Tyrant going to be forced to kind of hold back here with the max speed as he's at low HP.
Yeah, that raw speed is just too much to deal with. Zulan, of course, having to fire off that montage towards the Meg here. This is trouble for Tribe Gaming. This is extreme danger. This could be a big problem for them. If they have any hopes of advancing here in this monthly final, they pick the composition, and we know what the win condition is. We see the plan. Speed up with the max, use the montage, take space, capitalize. But that last part, they have not been able to do over the last couple of rounds here of knockout, and they're at risk of losing it all here.
5 straight games going Juan Carlos team way. Tribe Gaming got to dig deep here if they want to avoid an early exit. A nearly flawless run in month number 1 is now into question here for our second best, Juan Carlos and Payne. Just going to once again group together as Livy working alongside Zulan to try and get that super built up. The heavy hitting shots from Pearl as well. But again, they're going to have so much work cut out of them.
As Livy still looking to push back. Tyrant here trying to keep a respectful distance. Now Tribe Gaming know exactly what Juan Carlos team's composition are capable of, and if they let the Melody get too close, with 3 nodes up and a shield gadget, it could be curtains for them. Livy just trying to juke as much as humanly possible now. Juan Carlos needs to get those shots to get those nodes up here. So if he's starved of free damage, it could be a problem, but the gas is coming in. They've got to go. Tribe Gaming need to move into the middle of the map.
All the action going to be going down here as Juan Carlos dives in, proving why Melody is so darn good right now. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, and a lone Zulan falls as well. Juan Carlos team 1 round away from proving 92% of Brawl Nation wrong.
They're on the precipice of moving to the semi-final, and Tribe Gaming probably can't believe it. Your last month's champions now running up against a brick wall in their quarter-final match in April. That's a wild story. As Livy's really not had the chance to make use of that super outside of breaking apart walls to try and engage. This Pearl has been pretty well nullified on this map. Tyrant getting a couple peaks here, does have a super build up. Everyone from Tribe are ready to go. Juan Carlos team have to know exactly what they're going to be walking into and would love to build a Byron super before that fight comes to a boiling point.
Payne powering up his teammates here as Buster tries to march it forward for his side. Tyrant peak shots, a blow up there, and as Livy picks up 1. Second best in Payne. Have to deal with 3 Tribe brawlers incoming. A little cheeky corner right here as Livy with the follow-up, and Payne goes down. Another round point here for Juan Carlos team, who are still 1 away.
Tribe not out of the woods yet, make no mistake. They still need to close this round out. They use their supers in order to secure the previous one. Zulan downs with the Byron super. Second best playing that off angle, started to take control of mid. This is dangerous. Zulan going low. Serious damage coming out for Juan Carlos team, and Juan Carlos is going in. Music note collides in with Tyrant, takes him low. Juan Carlos thinks about moving up to the wall, but here comes the counter push from Tribe. Speed boost there for Zulan. He gets up behind the montage as Livy has hypercharge available. The Juan Carlos team don't lose any players to that Tribe Gaming push.
Juan Carlos is going to try and build up these musical notes for another dive in. A back and forth in terms of momentum. We've got Juan Carlos who can push his team forward, and a Zulan Tyrant combo can also give him a super speed and reflection to get them up as well. Everything is slowed down here, but I imagine we'll be speeding things up alongside a double super coming in from Tribe. They're trying to force into a corner here as Livy and Tyrant working on this left-hand in.
Nicely
Three
done.
brawlers now standing for Tribe. A little room to breathe. Down goes 1. Juan Carlos falls, and Tribe Gaming have tied us up in set 4.
That is huge, Kenny. They were up against the wall after that first round. And now they've managed to stabilize a little bit more, getting the Pearl a little bit more involved as well. You saw Livy having to take a 1v1 against the Meg and winning it out. That was pretty crucial because there was a lot of action going on across the map there. Now we're even up in rounds. Juan Carlos team still in a position to close things out here, but Tribe have come alive.
A lot of teams in North America, especially ones like SSG and Luminosity who are out of the mix right now, are watching this one very closely, hoping that this point differential will be much better for them with the Tribe early exit. Juan Carlos Payne, second best, all in prime position here. Nodes being built up for Melody, who's just going to kind of use these to encircle this indestructible wall. It's kind of some free tags if they play it close enough.
They will wait until that max super is available. They can threaten a dive onto any of these individuals. Payne especially has to be ultra careful, keeping themselves at their optimal range here and staying out of pick zone. Carlos getting a couple taps here. It is healthy enough. Like, these music notes definitely are relevant here, but it's a thick wall. You can't hit anyone behind that. Second best gets knocked out of the mech, though. That's great, but there's Livy taken down by the mechless Meg. And now it's Zulan, who has to hold on, and there's no chance. Juan Carlos team again get themselves on their match point.
A lot of low HP brawlers there for Tribe, and Juan Carlos team were just able to hold it together just enough to pick up 3 straight kills. Another classic round number 2 here for Tribe Gaming. Speed and a Buster Super to grant them access to the mid and the other side. The Juan Carlos team ready to respond. Juan Carlos built up a super of his own. Second best has a swing ready to go. He's ready to deliver a forearm to any of the opponents that get up close to him here. Zulan as Livy close together. A second life for second best, though. A dive in from one.
It's over.
Pick up there. It's a lone tyrant here. No free points available here in North America. Juan Carlos team with the upset.
Unbelievable stuff. Juan Carlos team from start to finish of this entire game have fantastic drafts. Yes, they start a little bit slow there in that first set, but they bounce back for Tribe Gaming. Frustration would be putting it lightly. Zulan here, not showing too much emotion, but I guarantee you they are very, very disappointed. And this really throws this region into chaos now because now, I mean, Tribe Gaming don't have the chance to extend their huge lead, right? They had like over 100 points. They're not going to be adding to that tally by much at all now, Kenny.
I mean, teams like SSG and Luminosity for missing this month are not going to be punished nearly as much with Tribe Gaming falling in the first round. That's about 30 points going their way for just appearing in the monthly finals. They could have built on this lead, really taken a stance here if they make a deeper run, even if they don't win it all this month. But this changes things up entirely. Teams like SGMN are licking their chops, ones that aren't even on that top 8 leaderboard after a miss last month. This is a real opportunity for several teams in this region here today.
Tough break for Tribe Gaming. The Juan Carlos team, I'm really impressed. I mean, they get the Melody, they recognize when she's snuck through the pick and ban. Tribe Gaming maybe go for a setup that orbits around that Pearl, which makes sense, but there are windows where the Pearl is much weaker, especially if you don't have a lot of heat build up. And Meg is, pretty obvious when she's strong and when she's not. The fact that you get that second life means that it's pretty dangerous to try and all-in engage on the Meg and find that instant pick. But again, the Byron, really the engine room of this Juan Carlos team's composition. And Zulan is Livy Tyrant. Look, their strategy is pretty clear, right? You see what the draft looks like. I think it was fairly telegraphed when they were looking to try and engage, get the Buster in position to do work. But the Melody's slippery, and she hits awful hard. The fact that Juan Carlos can dive past the montage right up against Zulan, even with the damage reduction that you get from your star power, Buster is still under great threat when the gap is closed like that.
I think that was a great demonstration from Juan Carlos of what Melody can truly be at a competitive level. That was a knockout. I mean, I think a lot of people think of something like Brawl Ball or the musical notes kind of connecting with high saves when they think of Melody, but she is a monster. Perfect execution from that team, and the people are in love with the cameraman at home. It's going to be Payne rocking the MVP over at event.brawlstars.com. He had quite the day.
Absolutely. I mean, you see the look on this guy's face when he won. He was like, that's right. Last month we came up against a powerhouse in our first round. We went all the way. We could have made it through. This month, we go up against last month's winner. Are you kidding? Well, we're going to show you what we're capable of. We're going to do it this time, and it's not even going to go to 5 sets. I mean, I'm very excited about what this team are able to put together in the drafts. And, I've got to attribute some of that to Phil at 47 as well. Someone who's one of the most experienced coaches, in the Brawl world, is able to sit behind him and go, hey, guys, like we can absolutely find advantages here in the pick and ban. They've done very good. Credit where it's due. Juan Carlos team are looking like one of the most dangerous teams now in these monthly finals.
Man, I mean, nobody's going to have perfect predictions this month. Over 92% of Brawl Nation, including the entire casting desk here, all pick Tribe Gaming. And I don't fault anybody for doing that. But again, Juan Carlos' team having a ceiling performance kind of day here. I'm excited to see what they can do for the remainder of the day because we've got some great teams still left.
Oh, absolutely. We'll be back in just a moment for STMN going up against DC Team, our fourth quarter final, another best of 5. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you in a second.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
For sticking with us, folks, here at our Brawl Stars monthly final for April for the North American region. We just saw Tribe Gaming in a shock loss exit our competition in the first round. We're here, of course, Michael, Ready, Set, and Kenny. Ready, you've been hanging out over on that B stream. Tell us what's been going down. That Real Ones 5-1-2 game looks tight.
Yeah, and honestly, this scoreline doesn't even reflect. I think every single win that we have seen for the Real Ones was actually very close to being taken by 512 over there. Real Ones have been putting up a serious fight, but they have not been able to stop what could be a reverse sweep in motion. The 512 have gotten set number 4 and set number 3, one after the other. So they're in set number 5 at the moment in what could be yet another upset.
We'll keep an eye on those matches as they continue to progress. But now, Kenny, we're going to turn our sights to our fourth quarterfinal. STMN, your world runner-up, are going up against DC Team. Team with a couple of veterans and Roledu, I think, coming in here. Previously a coach, now hitting the stage big time. Bobby Zara and Sands, though, had to sit out last month as they failed to qualify. So they're back, Kenny, with a vengeance.
If you're a longtime Brawl Stars fan, you're going to know exactly who these guys were, and especially their journey last year was an incredible end of their year, all year long, fighting in that West region and coming out in an LCQ performance that was just unbelievable. They get through day one, and they take on Reject with a previous world champion on their side, two-time world champion, in fact. They beat him 3-0 before entering the World Finals. It's a really good team. I don't envy anybody that has to play these guys on this bracket.
I mean, that roster, that Reject roster featured a couple players now on Na'Vi who are doing fantastically over in that APAC region. So STMN have continued to go from strength to strength. That LCQ run was something to behold, and then Ready Set, they really delighted us at the World Finals.
No doubt. I mean, going all the way to the grand finals and then putting up a very good fight against Zeta Division, it honestly looked like either of these guys could win. It all came down to a catastrophic moment where Zeta Division had a pretty brilliant move. Picking the Edgar into Sands' Colt was a phenomenal move. Ended up with them winning the entire dang thing.
Yeah, that was a pretty special moment there, seeing Zeta Division take the crown, but STMN were real contenders. Speaking of contenders, we've got DC Team on screen right now. Batushis and Alianos, of course, returning. We've seen them around the scene quite often. Kenny, what should our expectations be for a team like this? It's a new look for this roster, but they've got quite the challenge on their plate.
This team's kind of frisky too. I think they're a solid set, but I think it's hard to say that STMN shouldn't be favorites here. I know STMN didn't make it last month, but every single year I feel like we go through the same song and dance of STMN just have to do it the hard way. They miss a month, they have a tough opponent, a tough bracket run, whatever ends up happening in the past, they always overcome it. I feel like this is just a very classic STMN month where they bounce back, they make a great run, and again, now they are with a lot of pressure on their side, which is something traditionally they handle so well. They got second place at the World Finals, and even though they missed last month, I think STMN should be pretty big favorites here.
Yeah, I mean, this team obviously unchanged. OG sort of departs the roster and tries to create his own fortune out there in Europe, but this team still maintains that same core. Sands, I think, was a standout player for us at those World Finals. A lot of squeak picks during that time, and he had a big impact, of course. And when Bobby was able to pick up a sharpshooter, this team was looking absolutely terrifying. Zara's like, yo, put the camera on your boy. Get it on me. This is where the action is. I'm the star, baby. He's like, oh, wow. Okay. Boys, you need to sort yourselves out, all right? Let's get it popping. Thank you. My goodness. All right. Now we'll be jumping into this one in just a second now as both those teams are getting set up here, and Batushi's by the front door because, you know, when that food delivery comes, you need to make sure you don't even need to leave your seat. You can keep playing and then keep yourself nice and topped up. That's great to see. I think that's pretty clear. We all had picks, you know, STMN to win this one out here. Kenny, we're going to let you go here, but very quickly, I don't think this is going to be close. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
I don't think it's going to be that close either. I think we're going to see DC Team's best efforts. This is the only match that they should be preparing for today. These should be the only group of maps that they are practicing. Stamina, they have their eyes on the prize. Yes, they need to focus on beating DC Team. It is the first step towards the ultimate goal for them of making the Grand Finals. They need to win Grand Finals if they plan on going to the World Finals this year, which is undoubtedly where they wish to find themselves again at the end of the year.
And now that they're looking at a field that doesn't even feature their longtime rival in Tribe. Remember when these regions were split in North America? They, you know, sort of looked on and looked across the country as sort of a lot of their rivals trying to compete in their own region. Now we bring it all crashing back together. And STMN have been denied the chance to take on Tribe once more. But no shortage of quality opponents remaining in the bracket here because that Juan Carlos team looks like absolute world beaters right now. And STMN have got that in the back of their head. But in the front of their head, it's this draft. Jumping to Bell's Rock now, and Tick is going to be the first lock-in for DC Team.
Very interesting that we see the tick so early. I feel like this could be punished by a Carl, maybe later on in the draft. It's pretty hazardous because Stamina does have the last pick. Instantly respond with a Piper and the Meg. Meg's going to be very consistent against any sharpshooters. It allows them to pick up this Piper safely. Now, there are other sharpshooters that could be gone for here. Maybe something like a Mandy would be a way that they respond to that Piper. I also consider Nanny to be a pretty good brawler into Piper. Nanny got an important nerf. She no longer one-shots Piper. She does the same damage as Angelo at max range, or like Angelo at max charge. It's 4,400. It's not going to one-shot a Piper that has shield gear, but with damage gear, still a possibility. That said, the geography of this map doesn't really lend itself successfully to that, and that early tick pick is going to make this a little bit more challenging. Notice that Kit is also banned here, one of those brawlers that got a balance change and is so troublesome on this map already.
Yeah, the fact that, you know, you don't even need to use cardboard box to engage. You can play up against those walls and then just super onto an enemy target and incapacitate them entirely. That threat, you know, is definitely real, because you kind of can't do anything about it except just try and blow the Kit up. But when you're all playing solo lanes, you can't collapse onto the Kit that's just dove on one of your brawlers that is probably being stuck in a 1v2 and they can't take any action. So no surprise to see that get taken out of the picture here. Sand's obviously going to be able to bully into this lane a little bit, but the Brock, of course, can do quite well at range here. And the Nani is always terrifying. Bobby's forced out of that matchup instantly.
Okay, interesting that we see the Nanny here. I wasn't really expecting it. It's a great way to deal with Piper, but it's not as good anymore. Nice damage versus Bobby, but it looks like the autofocus didn't cook long enough. We need to spend a little bit longer in the oven because it wasn't able to one-shot Bobby. Stamina remain all alive, relatively healthy. Notice this Max last pick. It's going to be good for getting some aggression, but we need to see Zara get the super. Doesn't take particularly long for Max to get her super if she hits all of her shots, but folks, that's not how Max is going to be played here. She's going to be hitting a few pellets at a time and eventually get her super. We see Zara has it. We might see a speed go on to Sands. It'll create a lot of pressure for them now, moving up the left side, looking to juke the shots of Roladu, who doesn't have that much of reload speed. Now closing into the final moments, DC's team, they're still 3v3.
Comes the gas, Sands throws the toolbox down to block some of that oncoming damage. They've done their job. The tick head comes in and Zara is able to shrug off most of the damage with that phase shift to shield, and nicely done from STMN. Good finish on that round as Bobby had to navigate a bit of an awkward matchup and rotate away. They got Sands rather in a powerful spot on the left side.
Intelligent positioning of Zar as well. He had an ability to tank that tick super, and Bettiches knew that this was his last resort. He had to use his super now. Zar shrugged off using a phase shifter, taking 0 damage in the process and shielding his teammates from it as well. Sands on the right side, he knows to hug the right side of this map. Roldu cannot get that much damage on him in that position. Bettiches, despite popping the hypercharge, hasn't really gotten too much done on the left side, but his head still is in the game, getting a kill on Sands and bringing us down to a 2v2.
A tick hypercharge is also pretty fearsome if we end up seeing that. Hard for those single shot brawlers to deal with it normally, let alone when it is buffed up and running faster at you. Zara here to dance around, built that super up now. He and Bobby can converge, but Zara doesn't actually give much time, at least, for Bobby to get involved. They're actually having to give up some ground now as, you know, they're going to be forced to come forward. The wall's broken out. This is Bobby's playground. Yep, he cannot be stopped playing from that position. Beautiful job there. And the plan is very simple. Keep the Piper away from the Nani. I love that little phase shift to dash forward there at the start of that round for Zara, creating space for Bobby to step into.
I think this is an outdraft for STMN, like the Max with that Meg. Sure, it's able to do a lot here. I think that, though, the elements of the outdraft, I don't focus on Max too much in that respect. I think that this is just a brawler that Zara is really good at, and it combos well with the Meg into something like Nanny. I think Stamina weren't really too worried about giving the Nanny to DC team, because look at this lane matchup for Sands versus Roladu. Sands pretty much is not going to die, especially if he stays on the right side. For now, though, still looking for those early game picks. Zara's getting a lot of positioning, pushing Bettiches back. We've seen this wall broken up early on. That's going to afford a lot of room for Sands and Zara to play around with.
Again, map control for STMN. They're able to lean into this pretty comfortably. And Roladu is not in a great position to get easy damage. Sands can play around that C-shaped hedge quite comfortably and basically force the Nani to stay put. Roladu trying to take a bit of ground here, but Tushi's also assisting, throwing some mines down, but Sands is able to shrug most of them off. And the tick head gets blown up instantly. Meg, the best equipped on the STMN side to deal with that. Zara has to be careful though, very low. Sands doesn't have a super here to punish Bertucci's for closing the gap, and that last hurrah means Tick had that extra burst damage. It still doesn't matter. Zara stays alive and helps STMN end the round.
And they have a speed out the gates as well. Notice that something that's happened for Max is her hypercharge now has been added to the game, and yet we have not seen it yet in either of the games that have been played so far. Early takedown onto Alianis. Little wall break, sure, for Bobby, getting out of the reaches of Roladu, and a nice prediction of his positioning. He knows that if he uses homemade recipe, then Roladu is going to be able to tank it, but doesn't even matter. Zar picks up the kill. A good pinch on Bettiches on the left. Secures a very efficient set number 1 for STMN.
Yeah, efficient's a great way of putting it. I think STMN have a game plan that's very well drilled from the beginning. And that's, you know, it's been the months of practice they've put in. The off-season, then last month, of course, having to sit out, that is bound to give them a bit of extra motivation, a bit of extra fire to come back and hit the ground running. Great opener, great draft. Again, making great use of the, you know, the max here. Whether it's a phase shifter to shrug off damage or even like dash past the incendiary fields of the Brock. We saw that on a couple of occasions. Brock very quickly feels threatened, right? Reddy feels like he, you know, has to give up some ground and continue playing at max range. And DC team were forced into the gas basically as soon as it started to appear.
I think this is one of those situations where, of course, I'll repeat what I already said, that Stamina have just drafted good brawlers for themselves. Czar, he specializes in this max. Bobby, there's been plenty of data from Ace, and, you know, it is Stamina's analyst, but saying, hey, these are the stats, and they prove that Bobby is the best piper in NA. Having these picks open for STMN is immensely useful to them. So
yeah,
they're on comfort brawlers, and also they play this Meg into, like, you know, this high health brawler into Nanny. It counters it. It's just good stuff.
As if it wasn't already obvious that, you know, Bobby was the sharpshooter in this region. He was able to turn up in like a weaker matchup against the Nani and find success. This is why lane swap's so important in Brawl Stars, especially on those knockout maps. You need to wriggle out of any disadvantages and create as many advantages as you possibly can. So Goose Eggs here for Roledu and Alianis doing plenty of damage. Most of it, though, probably in the direction of the Meg, who's able to shrug so much of it off and use that big bulk to get in your face, to force you into these awkward corners. We saw Roledu spending a lot of the round not being able to build up any of those peeps, which is really a big win condition for Nani outside of just bullying the Piper. When you're stuck in that corner, you can't hit those shots, you really get basically nullified entirely. The wall break as well ready. Very, very important to set up those sightlines for Bobby late in the rounds.
Yes, I agree, and I think it's interesting that they went with a Brock, which is classically something that you use for wall break. They broke open their own walls pretty early on into the game, knowing that was essential for that Nanny to succeed. So kind of like two good ingredients that just don't end up making a tasty dish is essentially what I see here. It was a bit paradoxical, having that tick and also having the sharpshooter at the same time. It didn't really work out so well. Now we'll head into Bounty for a bit of the same action, honestly. We're talking long corridors, long sight lines, a bunch of the same brawlers. I could totally see Max reappearing here. Max is a brawler that Stamina love to play. The Max Gene is essential if it's not banned already. Stamina are wise enough to get rid of it.
They banned the Max and picked the Gene. What do you think about that?
Gene's just so good right now with a hypercharge. Max also good with a hypercharge. It's one of those where, like, if you don't first pick the Max, then you have to be waiting for the enemy to pick it.
Right. STMN feeling they can only get one of those two brawlers, the Max and Gene combo, so they opt for the latter. And of course have that serious kill potential that originates from Magic Hand. Charlie here getting picked up, a little less contested, honestly, in the North American region as opposed to APAC, where we saw her feature very, very prominently with the reduction to max range. She's still quite effective in one of those side lanes here. And here comes the 8-bit pickup for STMN. That cheat cartridge to get you out of danger in a pinch is very important. And Sprout makes another appearance. We are seeing a bit of Sprout here on these bounty maps.
It's going to be tough for DC team to deal with. Mortis is the final selection. You gotta pick him. Yes, he did get a buff, but it wasn't like anything super substantial. No one's going to be running combo spinner anyways. You can get extra damage just by running the same old gadget that you always have. I want to focus in on how this Byron Charlie is going to function into the Sprout, which is honestly poorly. I think they're going to have to lean on the Mortis a lot to make anything function here. I think that Charlie will be able to block also some, like a super from Gene, for instance. We saw this Byron Charlie combo in APAC. It was incredibly effective. Charlie, she is going to be playing at long range a lot just because that's what's good into her, essentially. She mostly finds her value in close range. You can just auto-aim, repeatedly hit all of your shots. We see Alianis immediately go for Czar, but no kill just yet.
Nice direct hit there, but that's never going to be a matchup you feel comfortable in at all. Lamp blowout there gives Bobby a little bit more room, but Alianis is able to get away with murder. That is ridiculous from DC team. They've given up that space now, but they can always retake it behind the threat generated by this Mortis.
DC team now on the defensive. Betu and Roledu should be pretty safe here. Alianis, a bit of a different situation. He doesn't really do much on defense. What he does primarily is create the outward pressure that closes STMN out of sort of a sphere of influence that they have. That's the most defensive capability that he has. Bobby went for a big pull onto Mortis. That was an ego pull right there. They think that they're just better than DC team because in any other case, you would not be going for that pull.
Bertucci's down. Roll dude gets caught in mid there. Just a little bit of extra damage from Bobby is enough to pick it up. DC team just handed over 2 free picks to STMN, including the blue star. Now that hedge will protect this left-hand side of the map and also the damage amplifier as a result. Alianos and Roll do need to find a way to probe back into this as Bertucci's is trying to encircle them from the bottom.
Gonna be tough with Charlie being all alone into this Sprout matchup as well. Look how those spiders fall immediately to a single shot from Zar. That is only one of a couple of reasons why Sprout is so good in this matchup. Another good kill actually for Beticic. It's a kill off of Bobby, but DC teams still find themselves at a deficit thanks to the blue star.
Alianos as well, that's 4 stars dropped. They tried to go in, go aggressive. Bobby didn't even have to use the magic hand to secure the kill. Oh, that's disastrous. Bertucci's hypercharge, doesn't matter. They get blown to smithereens as they try and approach because Sands is loving the damage amp here. Another lamp blowout, here comes the magic hand. Just one caught, that's perfect. Roldu plucked out of the mix here and Alianos just feeds because they know it's done. Bertucci's here might be looking to end the round by star total and not time. But STMN again, they navigate these big threats, these threats that have to be answered. This time around, it's the Mortis that causes them problems at the start of the round. But they're able to find these picks, anyone but Mortis basically getting taken down. And then they can deal with the Mortis trying to go in solo. It's just overextending a little bit.
They're able to evade. I want to point out that Bobby has gone for lamp blowout. They'll just put Bobby near Zar, maybe leave him a little bit further away to bait Alianos in. But Bobby has the lamp blowout. Good positioning from Alianos, though. He made sure that he was between Bobby and the wall, very close to the wall, so that when he did get knocked back, it would actually be a shorter duration that he was airborne because he was right next to the wall. They end up picking up a kill off of it, but still give a lead to STMN so far.
Alianos getting close here, very close. Those magic puffs doing a lot of heavy lifting. The super even there for Alianos, but it's not enough. Devastating. Roller do also get picked off at the same time. He advanced to try and help Alianos, maybe throw some healing in there for the Mortis. At least another super's been generated for Alianos, but there's a lot of catching up to do for DC team. Alianos wastes no time. That hedge, though, is going to stuff them on this right side.
Looking towards Alianos as he attempts to move in. That damage booster is now down, but Sands has another one that he's been cooking up in the meantime. Beticic is also trying to create some space. On the right side, Roladu is being kept back by Zar. There's just nothing that he can really do into the Sprout. Maybe throw super off the wall, but what he needs is a kill confirm, and that super is so useful for getting healing on your teammates too. You just gotta have it on standby for an aggro play like this. Probably expected some more damage taken by Alianos when he threw in that super. Didn't get too much off of it. No kill onto Sands. He's the healthiest target on the team. A good combo there onto Bobby.
Dangerous.
They force Sands and Zar back into the left corner, but haven't achieved anything as a result. Nice use of the super from Zar to block things off. No dice. Bobby goes down, but DC's team are still at a 4-star deficit.
They're still losing a player every time they try and engage behind this Mortis ready. That's kind of half the issue. Bobby here, hypercharge available. Magic hands get dodged away from Alianos. This time is ready for it. 13 seconds left in the round now. 4-star lead for STMN, so it's got to be Zar. The DC team go after. Head thrown up instantly now. Alianos caught on the other side of the wall, and Sands is going to be able to throw some damage in at the advancing Mortis. He gets blown to smithereens as he tries to fight them inside that damage air, but the DC team don't have enough to get the job done. Another strong showing from STMN. Nothing really seems to rattle these guys.
Near perfect execution for STMN, and honestly, early in the set, we started to see some of the ego come out. Them just knowing that they're supposed to win this match, of course, but also knowing that they are going to win this match. Now, I'm no script writer. We all cast our predictions, but it's the confidence with which some of these things were played that also led to a deficit at times. We saw Bobby go for a pull on a Mortis, and folks, his main attack is to get out of the way of something. He just has to use a single attack to evade a Gene super. If that is an ego, then I don't know what is. But they still managed to win it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. You miss every shot you don't take, though. Thanks, Wayne Gretzky. That was definitely Bobby trying to channel his countrymen there in getting an advantage early in that round. Either way, like, you know, it's pretty clear to see that STMN, and something we always have to say about them is that they're well drilled. Like, it's really hard to rattle these guys because they've seen it all. They've seen everything. We were just talking, I think, about like Tensai going for his 18th monthly final win in APAC this month. Didn't happen, obviously, but STMN also have competed in a comparable number of these tournaments and won many of them. You have to come up with something really off the wall, really spicy to get the better of these guys, and they've played at the highest levels for years. DC team, though, respect the gumption that it takes to go for this kind of pick, and you saw Alianos is able to be a threat. Generally quite terrifying at times, but that 8-bit damage on top of an amplifier at point blank. See, Allianz there just gets absolutely nuked because Bobby also is doing more than 2k damage before that shot splits up. Like, you can't go 1v3 on a damage amp against STMN.
I also look to the side of DC team for how diverse or how flexible was the way that they could have played this comp. I'll be honest, I mean, look, he's Mortis. He's going to be great into that Sprout, and he should be good into that Gene. Of course, avoiding pulls, but, I mean, he only has so many lamp blowouts. You saw Alianis go for some good tech as well, positioning himself between Bobby and the wall. Right off the beginning of the game, it led to him actually getting a kill on Bobby as he was stunned for a shorter duration since his airborne time was interrupted by him colliding with the wall. But I look at this Charlie and Byron, like, yes, it's a good combo, but there's only one way to successfully play it, which is that you have the Byron pocket the Charlie pretty much the whole time. In DC, once that was not working because, you know, Sprout does Sprout things. Sprout is so good into Charlie and pretty good into Byron as well. They had to diversify their approaches, and it simply did not work.
Yeah, I mean, having to adapt on the fly is much easier said than done, I think, in many cases, especially against like a composition that, you know, from STMN was really well-rounded. So looking for another strong draft from STMN. And I don't necessarily know if Rusty Arcade is the easiest map to sort of pull out those random things because it feels pretty locked in at this point, right? We see so much Amber. We see Carl to try and dive, and the Amber often used to try and answer that. Charlie's also really, you know, favored on this kind of map. The safe mids, of course, on any gem grab map are going to be hotly contested, so expect to see Max there, and Hypercharge makes it even more of a priority pick. So this ban phase, excuse me, will be built with a lot of familiar faces. Even the Sam taken out. STMN going to go for Bell here. Really great, safe option.
Sam is super, super good here, so I understand why they would get rid of it. Meg, always going to be a pretty good mid option. Into Bell, it'll be pretty good, but she can get marked, so just keep that in mind. I'm interested in why we don't see 8-bit selected or banned just yet. 8-bit's such a good mid on Rustic Arcade and can even switch over to a lane as well. A phenomenal gym carrier, I might want to add as well. So DC team have one more selection to go with. Stu is what they have decided on. You know, let's look at these bans too. I don't see Charlie banned. Maybe a Charlie lane. You can spawn spots to do with that Stu. Ruffs.
Charlie?
Yes, actually
Charlie
a really
Ruffs.
Great shout.
The Ruffs in the APAC, just honestly like doing disgusting amounts of damage because playing the side lane, you're very, very powerful. And of course, those supply drops really start to add up over the course of the round. Charlie going to be locked in here for STMN. So another powerful side laner, and here is the Carl. Such a common pick, that flying hook into super, basically guaranteeing a pick there. And hey, if you can get out as Carl with some gems, then even better. But more often than not, it's about getting them dropped. It's about setting up for the rest of your team here. So Sam's probably going to be a little suicidal at times on this map, just throwing himself into the mix. But that's what Carl does best here on Rustic Arcade.
Another thing I want to point out is that very typically in NA, you would see a Sprout ban because Sprout can be so good on this map if it's uncontested. So seeing this Carl selection here prevents DC team from going for a thrower last pick. They were absolutely keeping that option open with that selection of Stu. Stu is so good into throwers. You can get that aggression, a lot of movement, and close the gap between yourself and a thrower. Throwers in general are pretty good on Rustic Arcade. I look especially to Larry or to Sprout to being good lane options on this map. The Gene final selection, we've seen the lane Gene in APAC, and it worked about 50% of the time. I'm curious to see how this one goes because Gene is actually a very well-known counter into Carl, but mostly because he can deal with Carl's super in the classic combo of flying hook into the super. We'll see this lane work out, I think, just how DC team wanted it to, but STMN still do have that Charlie on the right lane.
Batucci is getting hammered a little bit here as it is not going to be a mid-stew. And that is a nasty matchup to try and play into. Bobby just a little bit better there. That's a big opener. They might shift Alianis over. Right, it seemed like it might have been the idea for a while, but that speed zone did not last very long at all, and these Spiderlings will always force Batucci's back. There's no efficient way for Stu to clear those. And now with a Meg out of mech, DC team are experiencing a power trough.
Betches trying to push in, actually manages to get that Bell taken down. Zar now getting pulled, and a double kill from Zar! How does that happen? Bobby now punishing once more on the right lane. No kill versus Betches. They got the aggression that he wanted to, and he also has a super to get someone to drop a bunch of gems. In this position, it's entirely possible. No super just yet from Bobby. Zar claims yet another kill. He's going for another, but Worldview pops him out of it. No problem for Zar. He's got so many gadgets to work with at at this point. Countdown active, double hypercharge is popped because why not? 10 seconds remain. Bet2 dashes right into the bell trap. And folks, this one is already in the books. STMN close out this game with a rockstar performance going on to match point.
You said it perfectly there. Zara was such an issue, finding double kill there and, also just at least getting a positive trade, getting the gems dropped here and actually making up for the fact that, we saw Bell picked off by the Stu at one point and STMN were at a player disadvantage for a little bit. Love that raw aggression, and you saw how liberally those flying hooks were being used there. All 3 charges basically burned, in the first half of the round to make sure Zara could be as oppressive as humanly possible.
Okay, different lane switches this time. They're going to have rolled you on the right side. It could be troublesome. Actually, nice moves for Alianas to go in here for the pinch on Bobby. Yes, that's like how you play. You want to go for pinches with your lane.
Oh, Bobby!
How is Bobby able to do this? Some good jukes there. But he was able to take those spiders off of the back of Gene, which I think is good team play. Look how also Sans has to react to Bet2's presence over here. We saw DC team get some great aggression, and they actually popped this Bell. She doesn't have a whole lot of defensive capabilities in close range. Nice pull onto Zar, but Zar still looks to close in that kill with the returning pickaxe.
Yeah, again, Charlie, though, of course, can technically fire through those walls by sending off the yo-yo before she moves behind the wall. That's a very easy little piece of tech to pull off, and it makes her very, very powerful. Here's the hypercharge, Bobby, at least getting the spiders off the back of that. Sans here dominating mid. Really no pressure at all on the Bell here because the side ladders from STMN are going absolutely ape.
Okay, Alianas is trying to create pressure, and he is effective at it as long as the side lanes are consistent. Still, Zar remains alive. Have to see some reconnaissance from Roladu and Alianas to take care of him. Fetiches is also taking up some shots. No mark there from Sans, but a slowed Alianas is incredibly vulnerable. Now into the mech, takes a bit of damage from Bobby. Had that made it over, the shot from Bobby that is, a little bit earlier, we could have seen those gems drop to the ground. Big pull onto Zar, 2v3 in favor of DC team. Catastrophically, we see Alianas drop all the gems and a cocoon as well on the right side. It's Roladu versus the world. The raw hypercharge has a super as well. Who do you want to pull? No one, no contact onto Zar.
That could have been huge there. Sans actually able to avoid the magic hands coming in. They were holding 8 gems. Roladu goes with a hypercharge. Did eat a mark from the Bell though. That's going to be a problem as there are 3 gems on Roladu at the moment. Zar able to beat Alianas out. Only 1 more gem required here, but Tucci's able to collapse onto the right-hand side lane and help out with the fight against Bobby. Now 7 gems on this Stu, and they all get dropped. This is dangerous. Sans can mark the Bell. This is over. I don't know how you're supposed to fight against this. The damage amp on the Bell is so hard to fight against. Bobby here throws the cocoon plus spiderlings, and this is going to be it. The cocoon makes you drop all your gems. There's nothing you can do about it. And then Bobby can wait. They can collapse onto the rest of DC team, pick up all the rest of the gems, and send this team packing. No lower bracket here. They're going straight out of the grand finals with a handprint on their backside. Beautiful stuff from STMN. DC team are eliminated.
Spectacular performance here for Stamina. They really do make it look easy at times. Bobby's Charlie was positively disgusting this last game. He was winning 1v2s on the right lane. Guy was closing in, making full advantage of what Charlie's kit is best at, which is getting in close range and hitting every single shot. And there was at one point, he hit every single shot for like 4 or 5 in a row, had to back away because he was too low on health, decided, you know what, I'm going to go for the kill at long range as he's backing away and still hit it at maximum range for Charlie. Just a masterclass, I think, on many fronts from Stamina. We saw actually very good Stu play from Betiches, but it wasn't quite enough.
No, it was really solid in general. Batucci's was putting a lot of pressure down on Sans, but when Zara is occupying 2 of your brawlers and then beating both of them, you're never going to come back from that. I think, like, in the moment, we also saw, like, a mark connect onto the Meg, you know, like, she's basically done. And something we didn't talk much about, I think you mentioned it one, Treddy, is Sans able to push up here with this map control and the nest eggs get dropped down. If Meg walks into a nest egg, that's basically her mech gone. She cannot dodge the shots that come in from the Bell if she is positioned to capitalize on the nest egg slow, and that's exactly what we saw happen. From that point on, like, you don't even have the ability to come forward and try and take that map control, lest you walk into one of those traps. That's why Bell is so powerful right now. I mean, so the, you know, getting a shield off her star power for every shot connects, that extra durability, plus the slow element, plus a hypercharge that guarantees you mark the most important target on your opposition. She is so powerful, so oppressive, and despite the mechanics of Batu, she's looking very, very good. This team never really had an edge.
Dude, look at these stats from Stamina. We already knew that Czar was absolutely popping off, but nearing 400 DPS as Carl is something insane. Considering that Gene is also here, but he's not exactly where he used to be in terms of like the way to deal with Carl. Didn't see a whole lot of ways to deal with Carl on the side of DC team. I saw not a single good lane into Charlie either. Big issue. The only thing that could really do much against Charlie, I guess, is maybe Meg. She has a lot of health. She's not going to get rushed down as quickly. She's able to deal with the spiders. But even then, she's just a big super battery for Bobby. The Charlie is always going to be good into tanks, and I think it's fair to classify Meg as a tank. She has 7.8k HP.
Absolutely. I'm fine with that. Yeah, Meg is a big problem. But Czar, as voted by you over at event.brawlstars.com, is your MVP for this game, and how could he not? He was flashy, he was exciting, and he was devastating as soon as that car was able to engage in and dominate with that super. And the protected pirouette means that you can do that all day long and even come out on top. Dropping the gems, bringing some back for the rest of your team. Often we've seen Amber used to try and shut that down. Obviously, Gene also can be effective, right? The lamp blowout creates the spacing you need against that super. But there was not an answer to the Kyle. Whether it was just not really respected enough by DC team, or they didn't have the space to sort of pick around it. It was a dominant showing from STMN in general. And so we have a tale of two teams here, with Tribe exiting in their quarterfinal after losing to Juan Carlos team, and STMN with a comfortable quarterfinal win. We'll be back very soon with our first semi-final, folks, so don't go too far. This is your Brawl Stars monthly final for April in the North American region.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Like soda.
My headshot.
Sky likes soda.
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
All right, gang, it is semi-final time. We have whittled our 8 teams in this monthly final for North America down to 4. And we have some interesting results from those quarters, that's right. We're here at the Brawl Stars Championship Monthly Finals, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, rather. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Ready, Set, and Kenny once more. Guys, some pretty crazy results out of the quarterfinals. Obviously an upset in the first game we covered, but one of our teams here has just completed a reverse sweep to make it into the semi-finals. Ready, Set?
They have, in fact, 5-12 managed to do it, which is completely crazy. I wish y'all had seen that match, but you can always do it if you go over to the B stream, where we've just completed things too. Remaining 7 Esports took down West Coast FA 3-0, but 5-12, what a match that was. Real ones, they only dropped 1 game, going all the way to match point in set 3 before getting reverse swept within the set, and the reverse swept overall by 5-12, who now have the opportunity to play a semi-final versus Juan Carlos team.
It doesn't get any easier, though, for 5-12, Kenny, as Juan Carlos team shocked us all with a dominant win over Tribe Gaming with some really tidy drafts. I mean, don't even look at my friends. Oh, God, that is actually terrible, man. Come on. Oh, it's been a tough month to call, though. I think that's safe to say. The 1-5-12 lover here, you know, in Ready, Set, getting that call right. But we thought West Coast would be comfortable. Remaining 7 end up winning out in that series. The only one that we were all sure of, and we ended up being right on, is that STMN are the truth, and they will be advancing into that second semi-final. Kenny, what is going on in North America today? My God.
It's kind of just another month, right? I mean, North America is known for just being something crazy. Our predictions are ruined. The people at home's predictions are probably ruined. I hope everybody cashed in their 2,000 points earlier in the weekend, because right now things have gotten just absolutely off the walls.
Yeah, it is wild, but let's move along here with those crazy results in mind and look forward to another banger of a match. It's Juan Carlos team with a 3-1 victory over Tribe, going up against 5-12. And this Juan Carlos team, I mean, they mean business. We saw Payne on camera. He was not even surprised that they were able to take that win over Tribe. I mean, this team is deadly. They fell out of the quarterfinals last month against the powerhouse of Space Station Gaming, but now it seems like they're here to stay, and they have been racking up some serious results. Second best, going off with the Protestos. APM off the charts here, and Payne, cool, calm, collected, ready to throw down once more. Ready, Set. This one is a tough one to predict for, but I think all of us on the same page after seeing Juan Carlos team beat Tribe. They they could be going all the way, at least to the grand final, we believe.
I think if there's any team to do it, it's got to be Juan Carlos' team to take down Tribe Gaming, especially from the lower bracket qualifying through that stage. 512, on the other hand, I think that they primarily had their sights set on this quarterfinal. They just needed to beat real ones. And of all the teams for them to face, honestly, I'd say they got pretty lucky facing the real ones. Your other options are Tribe, Stamina, this kind of stuff. Facing the real ones, though, was no easy task. They went all the way to match point and then started to bring it back. We talk gem grab as well. This is where 512 had really brought it back all the way to set 5, and it was a total draft diff. I have to commend them for their drafting abilities here.
Diego Gamers in his first monthly final, and so far has been looking fantastic. We've seen Togi on Vatra Gaming, I think a couple of years ago, and Counter was on Raconic Esports North America. So a couple of players here returning now to the limelight, and they really had to fight hard to win that quarterfinal matchup. But looking ahead, from what we saw in the B stream especially, Kenny, is there any potential for what we would consider an upset now with how high we are at Juan Carlos' team? Are this 512 team the real deal?
I mean, we were saying the same thing about an hour ago for Juan Carlos' team over Tribe Gaming. I think it's the same kind of scenario. 512 is a team name, maybe less familiar for the people at home, but the members of the squad have been around for a little bit in the Brawl scene. They've been competing, whether that be monthly final stage or past other third-party tournaments. You know, these guys are legitimate players. Juan Carlos' team should be favorites. I'll say the same thing, roughly what I said for Tribe Gaming. I mean, I think Juan Carlos' team should be the favorites here, but it's been a crazy month already. I mean, why the heck not? What's one more?
Exactly. What's one more? Very, very tough region to predict. This one has been in general. The Juan Carlos team are really, really solid. We talked a bit about their drafts, right? We credited that also to the fact that, you know, Philip is now on his 27,000th Brawl Stars team and has coached them through that draft phase very effectively against a true powerhouse in the form of Tribe Gaming. Tweet there from Ez Livy. All he had to say was tragic. See you guys next month. Pretty easy to be speechless, I think, if you're in their position after the kind of loss that you suffered from this raw power the Juan Carlos team showed against them. 512 definitely deserve to be here. Make no mistake. See Diego Gaming here, ready to throw down. The Juan Carlos team look like a different beast. They look like a top 3, top 2 kind of team. That's why we have them going all the way here. This is definitely going to be, a strong set and an important opportunity for us to take the temperature, more importantly, of 512. Already getting to the top 4 is a huge achievement. But can they go further? Can they do it without a reverse sweep? Those are the things we're talking about, because I think, ready, set, you really want to be starting this series strong. I'm going to hand it over to you and Kenny now as a step aside. Take away this first semi-final.
Let's make it happen. We're getting it started on the Hideout. You guys at home, 84% of you said Juan Carlos team, and you can't really argue with the greatness that they put on display last month and just did versus the total favorites of Tribe Gaming in the first quarterfinal.
Considering these guys just thumped Tribe Gaming. Again, that's not out of disrespect. This is just a team that people at home probably aren't going to be as familiar with. But again, these players have definitely been around already. I mean, we've been in the North America scene for a long time, whether that be the BSC, other third-party tournaments. So definitely some familiarity with these guys, and credit deserved in that aspect.
I will say for 512 in particular, because we haven't gotten to put them in the spotlight just now. I mean, these are some of the nicest guys around. If you have been watching sort of the third-party scene, you know, watching some match arenas and stuff, then Diego Gamer should be a familiar name to you. Counter and Toji, we also saw them if you watch the Queso Cup, but they were on a team called Trio Tijuana just last year. We're moving into the draft, of course, now, seeing that Charlie selection from 512, as well as the RT. The first pick of Max for Juan Carlos team is, I think, really the direction that draft these days needs to be going. The balance changes didn't come in too long ago, but Max being this first pick, I think, is definitely in tune with where the new meta is headed over the course of this next month.
New meta, and also I think what this team is traditionally known for. I think Max sets you up for a few different options, right? You can go the more traditional long-range route, or if they want to get aggressive, they can pair that with a Max as well, and I think do pretty well. It is interesting to kind of see Sandy be at a point in the meta, though, where Sandy's appearing on Bounty. This isn't the first time this weekend that's happened either. This Max-Sandy combination is a long-time one, but especially both of them now having Hypercharge. And personally, if you've messed around with Sandy's, I mean, the Swift Winds is unbelievably strong.
I would say a risk, however, is his lack of range. I think that Sandy can do fairly well around some of these bushes. We did see Sandy work pretty well, actually, in EMEA. Actually, Semantic was playing a Sandy here into a Larry, of all things, on the right lane, and he was still able to get the diff. It just took him a while to kind of figure out how he was going to do it. I see a possibility of a thrower being selected here. It's going to be risky into that Max and Sandy combo. 512 need to be considering how they're going to deal versus a rushdown. I don't know if RT is going to be getting any value. Okay, interesting Crow selection. Yes, you will be able to diminish the healing. Yes, you'll be able to slow things down, but Crow has been not a max counter for a very long time. His slowing gadget has been nerfed to barely be any time at all. Oh, thank you, Diego Gamer. It's nice to see an appearance from the spike, but not in the draft. It's going to be Crow as their defensive option.
Yeah, Crow's got some question marks for me. I mean, again, we're on this side of it for a reason. These guys are the pro players, so I would love to see them prove me wrong. But we did see Crow a little bit in some for SA and things like that, and it didn't super work out well. It's a brawler that hasn't been scrimmed a ton. I don't know. I just want to see what happens. I mean, I'm open to be wrong, but it's definitely a brawler that I was not expecting here.
Let's see how this Byron goes. Byron, in addition to just being a good way to assist your teammates and get some healing on them, is a pretty consistent long range into many lanes. We'll see an exchange on the left side. Juan Carlos picking up the kill on counter, taking quite a bit of damage. More spiders down, but Juan Carlos is able to pierce through all of them. You gotta use the spiders in basically every single scenario if you're playing Charlie, but here Juan Carlos still deals with them so easily. No value from the speed, actually. From second best, Juan Carlos couldn't get out of that position. He's looking to punish Toji when he gets too aggressive. Nice one from Toji, but it doesn't flip the tides of battle just yet, with 5-12 still at a 1-star deficit.
Having no wall break on the other end is also pretty cheeky for Juan Carlos' team. I mean, I think Sandy is well known as one of the best kind of wall peak brawlers you can get, so they don't dare get close to it. I think it's going to really rely on a lead here for 5-12. They're actually going to mix up the positioning a little bit here for Juan Carlos. He's going to sneak into this bush and try and catch somebody off guard, gets the shot, Pain with the follow-through, and now a 3-star swing going Juan Carlos' team way.
Toji's just used his last set of spiders, and we still got a whole minute left in regulation. It's getting dangerous for 5-12. They cannot use these spiders to push in anymore. We saw Toji use 3 of them on Juan Carlos in the 4th to defend versus that push that Juan Carlos initiated using his super. Second best on the left side is still trying to get some kind of value versus counter. He does have the speed. They're going to move it in on the left side. Nice jump in, especially all of that damage from counter, but no kill just yet. Toji on the right side got a nice snipe. Good use of the cocoon. It doesn't get them the advantage, but he's holding that blue star. He has an additional 2 stars over his head. Good kill on Juan Carlos. It shifts the tides of battle. With 20 seconds remain, 5-12 just have to play D.
Good news for Juan Carlos' team is they have the speed to back it up. A phase shift through. Second best getting his hands dirty. Togi, low count, Pain looking for a follow-up as well, and all the bodies piling up here. Juan Carlos' team make a 3-player swing. They're going to take game number 1 here.
5-12 were simply forced to retreat a little bit too early. We saw a good move there from Pain on the right side, or whether it was from Charlie on the right side, but it didn't amount to that much. We saw them get pushed super hard all the way back to their spawn. Good value from Byron in particular, making an exchange on the left that resulted in a, I guess, positive star trade on that left lane, and then Juan Carlos' team were able to run it all back. It is in fact Toji on the Charlie. We'll see what he does this time. Same position as last time, maybe being a little bit less liberal with the use of those spiders, considering how easily they were taken up by Juan Carlos.
Juan Carlos in a perfect spot again. Going to be able to pierce through those spiders, get the Pebble Blast to connect with somebody like Togi. Has great wall peaks and actually trying to mix up a little bit here too. There's just really nothing they can do. I mean, RT can try to stamp his foot down if he presses up against the wall, but then he leaves himself vulnerable. Crow can jump, but I feel like it's going to be really hard for Crow to get a perfect jump for a kill. It's really going to rely on his teammates to get those follow-up shots or the slowdown with that gadget as well if they want any chance of kind of grabbing that spot.
I agree. The only thing I really see it doing here is keeping these guys back on the left side. And the objective is to win. So far, 5-12 are absolutely doing that. They've gotten 1 kill. They don't have the blue star. Second best, in fact, is holding the blue star, and he's also initiating this charge on the right side. Speed in. No value from second best because all of his shots are blocked up by the spiders. A stun Diego Gamer on the right lane still will not fall. They're all backed into this back right corner without a whole lot of ammunition to deal with it. Very aggressive super in from Sandy that's going to keep these guys from healing as they stick in the back left.
I love old Payne's just kind of standing back and letting Juan Carlos go to work, just throwing one little heel down at a time here. But they slowly got to back it up here. They still have 40 seconds to go, so plenty of time, even if it's a forced retreat. But I'm sure Juan Carlos' team definitely wanted something out of that interaction.
No, I'm surprised at how little that actually amounted to for Juan Carlos' team. Having a Sandy Super on the entire enemy team is very valuable, but it doesn't diminish the enemy's ability to see you. Good kill for Payne on the left side means that 512 now have to initiate. 20 seconds left. It's the perfect time to be pushing in according to the timer, but they don't have the abilities that they need. Toji is out of gadgets. Juan Carlos is also sped up and receiving so much health. A big charge on the left side. Diego Gamers looking for any shots possible. On the right side, Counter pops a hypercharge, but he doesn't have enough DPS to make anything substantial happen. Everyone is on high health on the left side. Juan Carlos might fall. There it is. A last-minute take-back from 512, and they tie up this set.
I like this. A little confidence in Diego Gamer coming out on that face cam. Love that. I think that was really good from them as well. I want to call out Counter kind of taking that right-hand flank. Byron was tapping a couple times, but just never quite got the follow-through. And I think having that presence on that right-hand end allowed them to put some pressure, back them into this left-hand corner. And after that, they lined up the necessary shots for a final kill. Sometimes that's really all you need in Bounty.
Juan Carlos' team, they start off this game strongly. Well, not in terms of health, but they do have that blue star. Juan Carlos looks for that stun onto Toji, but it amounts to nothing. 512 end up taking advantage of his position, trapped in that sort of corner on the left lane. Now, once more, taking the early game advantage. Miss super for Toji, but there is some slowing down on the ground. It's impacting Juan Carlos' ability to move around, but only temporarily. Diego Gamer tries to pinch in from the right. Second best, he's doing whatever he can to stay alive. With just 400 HP left and needed that healing desperately from Payne, who didn't appear to have much ammunition left to keep him alive. Nonetheless, a big speed in from second best. Juan Carlos charges in on the left, unfortunately falls. Toji popped the hypercharge in response and then used the super. He's going to be out of that now. It didn't really need to be used, but it was definitely a good defensive measure.
I think an unnecessary super there from Payne as well, just kind of throwing it down to get half the damage done onto Charlie, but had no capability of kind of following through and getting the kill there as well. I think the win condition, they found it. 512 knew early on they had to get that Sandy takedown, at least get that positioning, and now they're backed off a little bit. Juan Carlos, with the retake with that max speed, are able to grab this little area with the only walls available, but they're going to need kills to follow up as well, and I think 512 have done a good job of kind of pacing this match a little bit.
Big pinch on a counter. He was forced to jump to the sky. Toji on the left side needs assistance. Second best in the cocoon, thrown out the Protesto 2 as 512 take yet another kill. Counter taken down by Payne. They can't run away with it just yet. 25 seconds left, and 512 find themselves on defense at only a one-star advantage. The series could go either way as the clock continues to tick down. Toji is public enemy number 1. He doesn't have any spiders to deal with, and Juan Carlos is waiting for the perfect chance to use his super. Counter remains strong over here. Second best gets his super. It's time to push in. On the left, completely solo. Toji will fall. Got to see some kind of comeback with 2 seconds counting down. No kill, and Juan Carlos' team takes set 1.
Great cleanup there at the end from Juan Carlos' team. They started out with a huge disadvantage in that game number 3, but slowly inched their way back up. And I think that's a big reason why Max can be so valuable right now. For those retake kind of scenarios, things were looking bleak. Sandy gets taken down. They don't have control of that left-hand side. Charlie's popping off, cycling a super, and even an early hypercharge there as well. I think that was really impressive stuff, and just staying within the game, taking it one step at a time, and getting the kills necessary at the end, setting themselves up to take the lead as the clock expires.
The end of the game there was pretty tragic for me, because seeing all alone on the left lane, Toji holding all the stars, I mean, he's the most ideal target to take down, and he was getting pinched by the mid in the left lane. It was a little tough to watch, because you already know how this one is going to play out towards the end of the game. Here it happens once again. We'll get a chance to break this one down. Counter on the right side. He's backed away. Gotta see some defense on Toji, but it wasn't quite enough. They didn't have the ammunition to generate a kill at the end. Juan Carlos very much could have gotten pinched there, but you're not going to come back from losing 5 stars and a blue star to the enemy by taking down a 2-star enemy.
Yeah, and seeing Counter on the Crow there, 0 kills, which honestly doesn't super surprise me. I mean, again, I'm always open to being wrong, but I don't really feel like the Crow brought them the value that they would have wanted. I think you made a good call out earlier that Crow isn't necessarily the #1 max counter these days. I don't think he's in a spot in the meta where he's necessarily super powerful. I know he has a hypercharge and things like that, but I just don't think he's a top-tier brawler at this current moment. I think I would have probably looked to go elsewhere, and I think they're probably looking back thinking the same thing.
Despite the lack of kills from Crow, though, I will say, I mean, Crow's just not a brawler that you're going to be getting kills on in this mode.
Right.
If anything, I would expect like RT to be getting more kills. He has a lot more range to operate with. I think we saw some great defensive measures from Toji on that Charlie. Honestly, I don't think the Crow was as bad as the stats say and the people at home may feel. Yeah, he got 0 kills, but it's not really his job. He just defends. And consider also the matchup here. I think power scaling wise, if we're debating like, okay, my team beats your team, like my favorite team beats your team, I think Juan Carlos' team should be beating 512, and that set was very, very close. I think that 512 actually did really well, even if the Crow, like stat-wise, didn't appear to do so.
I think that's very fair. I mean, I wouldn't expect Crow to kind of frag out like that, but I think part of it too is playing the game mode a little bit, and maybe they're a little more confident. Maybe that's a personal brawler pick that they're good with. I just haven't seen the best results from it this weekend, so I don't know if they necessarily set themselves up to kind of frag out like I would have hoped, but nonetheless, still a very close set, and I think they clearly show that they deserve to be here and are strong adversaries for Juan Carlos' team, who are going to pick arguably one of the best brawlers on this map and mode. It's going to be Colette.
Okay, pretty strong option to start things off for Juan Carlos' team. Check this out. Colette with a 62% ban rate. People know that Colette is so good here, but check out the other things that have been banned out. There are no duplicates, it appears. Melody is so good on this map. I mean, every single one of these bans is a brawler that's pretty busted on safe zone, and that's why we see something like Colette sneak through. 8-Bit is going to be pretty bold in the Colette, but I think the mentality here is that, hey, if we don't 8-Bit, then they're going to 8-Bit. Colette's such a good way of dealing with that brawler. We see also the Byron. Byron 8-Bit is like actually low-key a classic combo. You can boost the healing that Byron deals to you, or I guess heals, takes damage off of you. Maybe, okay, you know, you do the math, not me. But you get extra healing if you're inside of the damage boosted radius. So pretty typical combo. It's one that we don't see that often. A response Piper from Juan Carlos' team will keep things pretty good looking at mid. It'll be able to break walls that 8-Bit needs to stay alive and post up on that safe, and also remove any areas that he can throw his super behind.
I like Piper as a brawler, but in the monthly qualifiers, she only had a 36% win rate. It was pretty similar in scrims this week as well, and you're also playing into an 8-Bit, so that's a very tough matchup. Obviously, you can get big damage, has long range. I like Piper as a brawler. I just don't know if I love it in this specific situation. However, Buzz throws a wrench in things. I think it's a very fun one, and definitely can get the damage done if he makes it across the other end.
I see Byron as being really vulnerable to the Buzz here because honestly, like, what does he even do into the Buzz? For that reason, 512 are going to have to consider some option that keeps Buzz away from them. Keep in mind that Buzz is going to be charging his hypercharge, and he gets basically unlimited movement from that. You're going to be charging those grapples really quickly. Fang is a selection from 512. This is pretty creative. I don't have a whole lot to say about it. It will, like, maybe get some good team interactions, probably going to feed the Colette, and probably just going to get knocked back by the Piper, because the only reason you'd run Homemade Recipe here as Piper is to get a kill onto Byron, and Buzz is able to do that just fine.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I feel like because Buzz was selected 512, maybe this was the plan all along. I'd be kind of surprised. I wonder if this was just a specific interaction they want, if they like diving across the map. It's something I haven't seen whatsoever in scrims, really across the board anywhere in the world. So I'm not sure what to expect. I'm excited though. This is a couple of dynamic playmakers on each end, some fun interactions, and of course some classic ones like you mentioned. Byron 8-Bit is a strong combination. The extra heals, the extra damage, a lot to look at here.
Okay, Byron keeping Diego Gamer alive already. Juan Carlos grappling onto the safe. I mean, you just keep the aggression constant. Look how much damage he's done already. Dropping below 30, now 59%. Big super in from Pain. And Juan Carlos' team, they're not a base race comp really, but they might be able to do it. Already 51% dealt to the safe. The 512 are now equipped with some supers, but check out the wall break. There's no real safe place for Diego Gamer to put his super.
One thing I always look out for in comps on this map specifically is how much damage output you have. If one single brawler on Juan Carlos' team get less loose, they're an issue onto the high save. We saw it with Buzz. We saw a dive in from Colette. You have to focus all three of them, which is a big problem. That's not something you can say for somebody like Byron on the other side, who's kind of just forced to play mediary. And now Juan Carlos free to dive in once again. Second best. Pain haven't been focused though, so they're still controlling this mid. And Pain even has a super. It's going to be able to get 10% if they make it. A perfect roundhouse kick stun though. Kind of a cheeky interaction there that I wasn't expecting.
I was expecting this, like, well, okay, not totally expecting it. It was possible. I knew it was possible, but I didn't really expect it to happen. So well done for counter, but it's a really niche possibility. Juan Carlos is mainly going to be going for the safe. Instead, he just goes for the ego play on the right side. Bro's KD farming. They already knew that they were going to win this game. No reaction from Pain here. I mean, they knew they had this one in the bag in terms of that draft. I want to talk about one interaction that stands out to me in particular, which I wasn't sure exactly how it was going to go. 8-bit here, you're probably going to want to run boosted booster so that you can get additional damage on the safe and also so that you get a larger radius. But plugged in is always a possibility that makes it a bit tougher for the Piper. Since 8-bit is always going to have that very slow speed, he's just so easy for second best to take down. We now see him reacting by playing that right lane instead of into Piper, and it seems to be going quite a bit better.
Well, Juan Carlos is going to get taken down as a result, though. Pain gets the distraction, gets the super as well, and 16% immediately erased from that high safe. 512 just haven't gotten any offense going. It's been tons of pressure from Juan Carlos' team, and because of the mobility they have with the Piper jump, with the Colette dash, with Buzz's gadget, super, hypercharge, whatever it is, there's just so much mobility for these guys, and it's so much to keep track of across the map.
Took a tremendous amount of effort to deal with Juan Carlos there on the Buzz. Went on the entire enemy team. Pain just farming some damage too. He sends Toji packing. Counter goes for a big play, but no damage on the safe. Now Diego Gamer gets the first shots down. It's only 6%, second best, not even phased. Didn't even have to use the knockback. He went for the homemade recipe to, as expected, get the kill onto Toji. Pain contributing some big damage on the safe. Now Counter is healed up, and he has the super. Second best anticipating that. Now jumps away. A bit of damage in from Juan Carlos. It drops this safe to even lower health. The Juan Carlos team seemed to be gearing up for a big defense. Nice stun from Counter, but it's still not enough to send Pain packing just yet.
Kind of fun, too. The hypercharge just keeps going. It doesn't matter if you stun him. He's got 2 opportunities at that high safe every time he dives in. They've got Juan Carlos right as well with a hypercharge available, a super alongside it. He can just kind of walk up this map, dash across the walls, do whatever. And because of this, Diego Gamer is kind of forced to play with him. He has to stay put. He can't go for damage because he knows if he gets let loose, he's going to do a ton of damage like we're seeing here. They can't find a pickup or kill. Oh, it got it all the way down to 1,800. Now they're just a couple tags away.
Second best, honestly, yep, there it is. The jump, a kill on Toji. No, expertly lined up from Diego Gamer. Knew exactly where that Piper was going to go. Juan Carlos needs a grapple. 512 have to body block. They already know this one is over. Good super in there from Counter, but the damage simply won't be enough. It's 20 seconds remaining. Second best and Pain refuse to fall back. Playing defense here would be the best and safest move for them. But with 15 on the clock, it's an opportunity for Juan Carlos to go and claim the enemy safe. 512, though, they're not putting up their hat just yet. 10 seconds remain. Nice super in from Pain, and that's set number 2.
A dominant set number 2 as well. Pain all smiles, feeling comfortable as he should. I mean, I think it ended up being a very solid draft and solid plays as well. It was pretty flawless across the board. There really wasn't any adversity to be faced there in set number 2, which is something we haven't really seen from these guys. I mean, they had to battle against Tribe earlier today. They're going against a team that made a reverse sweep, but they made that look easy.
No doubt, the draft was just so dominant from Juan Carlos' team. One thing that stood out to me in the draft, and I remarked on it in the game, and I will do so again, is the Piper into the 8-bit. You break open the walls that 8-bit has. 8-bit also, yeah, dude, you're going to be running boosted booster. It's Heist. Doesn't have the speed that makes this matchup versus Piper actually possible. So you're very slow. You're just going to be getting tagged by Piper the entire time, getting beaten up by the Colette too. The 8-bit was double countered in basically any other case. It's going to be good. This is just a symptom of the meta right now. There's so many brawlers that are win conditions on these maps that we saw. Basically, all of them banned. I mean, look at these bans. We see the Cord, the Colt, the Charlie, just banned on the team that didn't even have first pick. So 512 as well, same deal, just really strong brawlers banned out. Colette gets left open, stuff like this happens. It's funny business, but it works.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Byron 8-bit shell, but the thing just kind of threw me for a loop a little bit. I mean, in fairness, Juan Carlos' team also threw them for a loop, I think, too. I don't think Buzz is super common here. I think once in a while gets the matchup that he wants, or maybe gets some play here. Maybe this is one that Juan Carlos' team were keeping in their back pocket. We know they love to run tanks, but overall, I don't know whether it was the gameplay, the draft, what it was, but just something about 512 there just didn't necessarily keep up for Juan Carlos for me.
Well, stellar performance by Juan Carlos team. Look at all that DPS that second best is churning out. You would expect a brawler like 8-Bit to be doing a lot of DPS on the side of 512, but when you're counted so hard by a Piper, it's really tough to do so. Toji also administering a lot of healing, and that's just damage there, folks, on the bottom side, doing more damage than the 8-Bit even. You can see that Byron is really being stretched thin on his responsibilities here.
It's a tough one to navigate for sure, but Juan Carlos team now only one set away from making a grand finals run here. They're going over to Rustic Arcade, which also definitely has some features, including sharpshooters on this map. We'll see anything from 8-Bit in this region to Piper, a lot of common ones like that, but also we can't forget now, especially now with the recent hypercharges, that Max Gene kind of archetype.
It's time to see some long-range stuff. It's the only gym grab map in rotation right now. It's the one that you expect to have a lot of effort contributed towards mastering the draft, but it is a brand new meta. It came out less than a week ago. Bell for selection from Juan Carlos team. Now, do we see an 8-Bit anywhere? Doesn't look like it. I think that Bell should be fairly good into an 8-Bit, but it's going to be picked up anyways. I remarked on this earlier when we saw Bell in Rustic Arcade. It seems like she's just fairly squishy. I mean, a jump pad in, which, yes, there's a jump pad present on this map. You could jump pad onto that Bell. She just dies pretty easily. She doesn't really have anything to deal with close range. When we talk 8-Bit, he's got good health. He's got good damage. He is able to teleport with the gems all the way back to his turret that is safely stowed behind an unbreakable wall that can't be dealt with by anything. So Juan Carlos team, I think this is just a decision to not pick up the 8-Bit. Gene also can't complain from 512, but that's probably going to be a lane Gene.
It might have to be a lane Gene, right? Unless they throw 8-Bit on that side, but I think they want to rely on the teleport for 8-Bit, try and set him up there, so it wouldn't surprise me either way. I think Gene and 8-Bit's a pretty strong 1-2 punch here. I mean, like the reasons you mentioned, they've now got a couple of solid gym carriers, I would say. They've got the pull if they need a game-changing kind of play, which sometimes, especially on Rustic Arcade or other maps like that, you need a momentum swing if the other team's got a countdown. Lola, I think, is actually a pretty good response into this, too. I feel like Lola, traditionally, is just going to kind of go into these brawlers that can't do a ton of DPS and bolster some of her own. So I think if it's a lane matchup of Lola versus Gene, for example, I think Lola might be able to get it done, especially with the spawner on her side.
This is also a map where the lanes are just incredibly important, where you need good, consistent lanes to be able to do anything at mid. You can get pinched so easily owing to the open landscape that this map has to offer. I'm still curious about where this Gene is going to be run because we have two brawlers that are good at mid. I think that 8-Bit will be better at mid, but it's possible to run him on a lane. He's going to be stowing his turret behind one of those unbreakables. It's not in the middle. It is on either side. So he's basically going to be choosing a lane that he will be able to pinch in one that he's not going to be able to pinch as effectively. The Pam from Juan Carlos team is quite interesting to me. They'll be playing that on lane, I expect. I've not seen Pam on Rustic Arcade just yet. Sprout last pick is miraculous. I'm not sure how this one made it through the ban phase.
Really interesting. I think Sprout actually not a bad shout here. I mean, it's kind of a toughie, right? You play those kind of skinny lanes on the left and the right-hand end because the mid's just so widespread. But I think if you can get the proper cutoffs, and especially now that Sprout has a hypercharge, maybe not the worst shout. I mean, traditionally, throwers go really well into somebody like Lola or Bell who can't make it across the walls. No wall break on their end either. So I think whoever ends up playing this brawler for 512 and they play it well, that could be the X factor that they need to kind of make a comeback here.
Look, I'm no pro player, but my neurons are firing right now. I have not seen a whole lot of Pam, and I've seen the Sprout be such a difference maker. It's a pretty typical NA thing, actually, to ban the Sprout here. You are not really able to see the bans if you watch scrims, but this is just what the pros have said. We'll see if Counter's able to shut down this lane on the right. Second Best is actually getting pretty good dodges versus him. He's instead taking this opportunity to move over and try and pinch out mid. Counter looking to take advantage of this wall. Second Best now being allowed to move all the way to the top has let him pinch Counter, but with whom? There's no mid in sight. Now Pain is blocked off on the right side, and it completely belongs to Counter, lest he unfortunately miss the super connecting all the way on the right. Pain now gets a super down, but it's easy for Counter to deal with.
I'm convinced Second Best has the fastest reflexes on the planet. The fact that he's firing shots, firing pins, and firing sprays left and right, it's actually unbelievable. There he goes again. I mean, he's been moving this spray all day long as well. Pain putting in work top right as well. And despite having so much fun with that pin and spray, they've somehow made this a big swing in terms of momentum in gyms as well. They're close to a 7th.
See if Pain falls to Sprout. One thing that Sprout really struggles with is churning out that DPS, so maybe the turret is a win condition for Pain. Diego Gamer is going to try and pinch on the right side. Nice takedown. We also see the hedge placed by Counter. Easy dismemberment and dismantlement of that turret on the right. You see now the super down from Sprout. Hedge being constructed at mid. Juan Carlos isn't able to do anything. He just kind of waits for it to disappear and Counter. He doesn't have any gadgets left. He's just going to pop the raw hypercharge on the right. Pain juking those shots as well as he can. We see yet another super down. 5-12 are starting to claw this back after what was a pretty dominant start for Juan Carlos' team. I think the biggest difference maker for Juan Carlos' team was that they got that Pam over on the right side. It was quite effective into the Sprout because she's just healing all the damage that Sprout's doing to her.
I mean, Counter's popping off on this right-hand side, placing these walls very carefully, and now this cuts off Pain entirely. He's got to work his way all the way around, and as a result, Counter can kind of push forward here. These are indestructible walls and easy bounce shots off that right-hand wall if they want it. Juan Carlos, though, with a big shot, does narrowly survive as well. Diego Gamer forced to rush and teleport away, narrowly escapes. They can get one gym here and reset, and it's actually going to go to their side, so this should be a reset.
What a remarkable teleport. Diego Gamer knew what the assignment was. He had to go for that gym. Bad time for the hedge to expire from Counter. It lets Juan Carlos now breach the gates of the hedge. Prevents Diego Gamer from grabbing that 11th gym that he needed. Another teleport back, but he's out of cheat cartridges now, and he's marked. It's a catastrophic scenario for any 8-bit player. Toji needs a pull, but everyone's staying out of range. Second best also. Kind of a risky guy to pull. We're going to see the hyper hands out. Pulls the ego, and it's shielded. Perfect for Juan Carlos' team, but still remain tied. Juan Carlos' team gets a countdown, and it's time for 5-12 to bring this one back. Second best, despite the hedge at his back, is able to stay alive. Counter's just keeping things closed in on the right. Taken down by Juan Carlos. This could be the end of days for 5-12.
Counter's been super impressive on that Sprout. That cutoff was huge, but they didn't get to capitalize on it as much as they wanted to. But that's a big pickup for Diego Gamer and Toji. They're going to be able to move up. Pain forced to collect the gems on the ground, but he missed one. He gets taken down as a result. No teleport, so Diego Gamer going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and just walk. And with 3 seconds to go and a nice gene pull to finish things off, 5-12 with a little life in them.
I will say a lot of that is owed to the Sprout gameplay that was generated on the right side. I think that was stellar, what was possible versus the Pam on the right side, and then also blocking off mid at most of the opportune times. There was an unfortunate moment where the hedge expired right before 8-bit needed to move in and grab a gem, but aside from that, placing the hedge where it kept second best in a bad position. We'll see Juan Carlos' team once more start off with a Lola on the Sprout. It looked like Pain actually did get kind of that cycle that he wanted, where he had that healing turret down, and it kept Counter from making any substantial progress on the lane. He wasn't able to get a kill. Yeah, you can get a hedge, but whatever, the guy's going to stay alive. They'll move second best onto this lane now. I still will contribute my opinion that Pam was a way to deal with the Sprout.
Those nest eggs are going to be pesky to deal with as well. Pain going for a gadget to try and finish him off here. They trigger one. Diego Gamer's safe, though, if he just teleports away if ever needed. But wasting those early, I think a very big deal. Juan Carlos dropping him while he can. They still haven't quite connected with this other one. There it is. Got one more, I believe, in his pocket at least. But getting those out of the way for these big pickups. We saw the distance this one went in game number 1. So I think eliminating those earlier and tripping them is actually a big deal.
Okay, Counter now with a hypercharged hedge to block off mid. No one's really trying to contest that. Instead, they're looking to actually double stack the left side. Juan Carlos has his hypercharge. Now he needs a super. He must be only one off, but the speed isn't getting him in range. Instead, it's getting him mid-control. Pain has done so much on this left side. An incredibly aggressive healing turret, but now Diego Gamer has his turret up. It might actually fall to second best. He's trying to close it around the corner. And nice, nice super there from Pain. Yeah, kill the enemy turret with your turret. Contribute your effigy to the enemy side. So far, Juan Carlos' team is looking fantastic. A massive 7-star lead. No takedown of that gym carries. Juan Carlos is safe and sound. Even a blind pull. Maybe he's hiding in that bush, but he went all the way to the back lines.
Nice plays there and a good turnaround. I don't think Sprout was nearly as much of a factor there in game number 2, which is a huge deal. You know, we saw some big time Sprout walls there early, but towards the end game, once they won that lane and kind of had Pam going down that left hand in, putting the pressure on them, they had to kind of back off. They didn't have a choice. They were kind of put into a tough corner. So really impressive stuff from them. I'm still digging this Sprout pick. They're actually going to mix it up a little bit and send this left hand side. Second best Lola Ego was able to kind of shield for him towards those end games. So we kind of saw what the extra spawner could do as well. So they're just going to swap things up a little bit, see if it works out better for them.
The lane matchups have been really curious to me this entire set so far. I've been unclear on which is desirable, but 512 rolling out with a different lane setup than they have in the previous 2 games indicate that there is some preference that they have. So far, Diego Gamer has gotten his turret set up. It's fantastic. Second best is going to try and clip around the left side. Juan Carlos is looking to get a shot onto Diego Gamer, so it's reflected back. But now that he has the plugged-in star power active, he's going to be able to dodge shots much more effectively. Need to see some kind of pinch on a Pain in order to make anything real happen. We'll see Counter also block off mid, keeping Juan Carlos from getting any gems here, and taking advantage of a slowed Toji. Tripping the mine usually makes you a dead man, but with the hedge blocked off, we actually see a Counter save the life of his teammate.
Huge deal as well. They still got one more nest egg they have to get through, but finally they just get a couple gems on the board for themselves. Juan Carlos picking up an 8 now. They played this one pretty perfectly. Haven't given up too much positioning. CTR trying to do something now. Has that wall once again cutting off the mid, firing shots towards the spawn, but Juan Carlos and Pain just sitting comfortable here. There's the pull that they need. They need some kind of momentum swing here, and that's a great start.
Counter's also pushed up this left side, but he needs to heal up health first. Pain's going to press in from the left. We also see the takedown of the gem carrier from 512. Now it's 8-Bit's responsibility, but it's him versus second best and Juan Carlos, who has all 10 gems. A remarkably safe situation for him. But if things get pushed back too quickly, then maybe Toji can get a hyper hand in here. Everyone's super low. Toji needs this pull. Juan Carlos completely defended by the Ego and by second best. Juan Carlos team close it out in a 3-0 sweep to go on to their first grand finals of the year.
Huge deal for this North America leaderboard here. Juan Carlos team making a grand final, something not a lot of people expected. Against Tribe Gaming, they had 92% of the voters at home stacked against them. They got the job done there. They take down a fresh team in 512 who had a reverse sweep in the first round to give them credit where credit's due. But they made this one look easy, only dropping 1 to 2 games here or there, making it all the way to a 3-0 sweep to get to a grand finals. This is a huge deal for this team and this region.
Forgive me for never shutting up about it, but I've tried so many times to understand how everything in this draft interacts, and yes, it's my job, but I cannot really figure it out. The Pam, it worked when it got all the way to the enemy side, and same for the Sprout. They both had their moments. 512 and Juan Carlos team swapped lanes repeatedly to make something advantageous happen. I think everyone really did have their moments. The only thing that I didn't really see succeed was, in fact, the Gene. Didn't really see any huge pulls. We saw some pulls here and there, like onto Pain, and here comes the turret. They're really low on health. Juan Carlos is safe and sound. Just no pulls of the gem carrier.
There's something to be said, I think, maybe for having 2 more mid-brawlers, right? I mean, 8-Bit can certainly do some damage, but I feel like when you don't have more of those traditional lanes, it can get difficult at times, and that just kind of broke my heart a little bit, I won't lie to you. Just a huge sad face coming out from our boy, but he should be very proud of himself. A fantastic month showing from him, making it all the way to the semifinals, and your boy dropped 7 kills there at the end, too. That's a good set.
Yeah, dropped 7. Bomb on the right side, but on the left side, second best, 0 kills, which is, I don't think, really evidence of a poor performance. So this guy did contribute his fair share, and in important moments was dodging a lot of shots with that Sprout hedge at his back. But I have to wonder, what was the responsibility of the Lola here? We did actually see it on 2 occasions block the Gene pull. Once at the very end of the set, and once in that first game that Juan Carlos team won. So there were some pretty big moments for the Lola. This is one, though, that I'm going to go to sleep tonight thinking about.
Well, for now, we're going to have to see who the event.brawlstars.com folks voted for, and it's going to be the man whose team name is himself. Juan Carlos team and Juan Carlos is MVP. It just makes too much sense, Reddy.
I really do think so. I have to wonder, why Juan Carlos was selected as the I don't know, namesake of the team. I think there's really an element of everyone here, though. I especially look to the Protesto for second best representation.
For sure. I mean, he was protestoing the whole way through. Even mixed it up a little bit with an angry face in there. A lot of Zeta Division sprays. I don't know. That man's all over the place. I feel like he's trying to set a world record for 1 game's worth of sprays. It's actually unbelievable.
It's incredible stuff. Make sure, of course, if you want to cast your predictions, you get to event.brawlstars.com. There's still time before we start our next match, which we're going to be moving to shortly after a word from our sponsors.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to our April monthly finals for North America, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. I am Uber. I'm back here in the booth with Ready, Set, and Kenny, and that one was pretty open and shut. I feel like Juan Carlos team definitely looking a cut above the competition today, securing their spot in the grand finals. I think you guys were just talking about it there. Juan Carlos coming out as MVP, pretty confident showing here. But now we head down to the lower bracket, Ready, Set, with two teams that also swept their way through their quarterfinal matches, remaining 7 and STMN.
STMN is a team that I expected to sweep their opponent. Remaining 7, just the opposite. I mean, you've seen our predictions. West Coast FA, they're a very good team. Remaining 7 in the last monthly final, they made it through the quarterfinals relatively easily. And then come the semifinals, they were actually swept by Luminosity. So this is their time to prove that they can make it beyond the semifinals. They're looking pretty good on the leaderboard at the moment, but this is one of those months where some of the best teams are not even competing in a monthly final. So getting your steps in now and getting an advantage now is incredibly vital.
Kenny, let's talk a little bit about Remaining 7. They featured on our B stream during their quarterfinal game, but they were pretty darn strong. They're back for more after last month, and again, you know, it was a semi-final loss to real ones. They, you know, were definitely facing some issues. I think they're sort of saying, I'm not feeling 100% last month, but here they look very, very good. And this team also likes to mix it up in the drafts a little bit. They're going to have to do more than that, though, I think, to, you know, put some pressure here on STMN.
A lot of credit to them. I mean, Remaining 7, 3-0ing West Coast is a very good team to 3-0 against. Obviously, STMN, I feel like, are regarded as a little more hands full in this kind of situation, but nonetheless, a great showing here early on. They're going to need all their strength in this one if they want to take down the Lightning.
Still, though, got to be happy with their quarterfinal opening, already securing themselves a decent amount of circuit points, making it into the top 4 in North America. So even a disappointing result here would still have them in good shape. Remaining 7, though, are up against a hot favorite from that lower side of the bracket. Here's Killer on your screen. When he's not playing, he's obviously working the Rubik's Cube. This guy keeping his mind sharp, ready to throw down here. For STMN, who, while, you know, they've struggled to get their camera placement right, you know, in the player dugout, every other aspect of their game, Ready, Set, has been pretty darn perfect. They looked incredible in that quarterfinal.
And this is also one of those moments where the map pool is smaller than it would usually be this month. There are repeats in the maps that these guys are going to play, so you don't want to reveal your hand early on. I don't think they really did. There was nothing unusual, nothing that looked like super creative from Stamina. Saw them playing their comfort brawlers and saw them playing also just stuff that's like all around good in the meta, but nothing out of this world. To be able to do that kind of stuff, play comfort, play, you know, stuff that isn't too revealing, but at the same time 3-0 sweep your enemy, I think is a great display of what these guys are bringing today.
It's one thing to ban out the powerful brawlers in any current metagame, and it's a whole nother thing to have the space, the room to ban out the comfort brawlers from your opponent. And so many of the brawlers that STMN thrive on are just not looked that heavily at in pick and ban. They can get so many of them through. Like Piper is not being banned on every map, and we even saw Bobby have to play up against the Nani on Bell's Rock in their quarterfinal, and they were able to rotate him out of that matchup pretty comfortably because they had a Meg that could sort of walk into that lane and start to bully just a little bit more. Like Nani wasn't really able to do too much here. So STMN not only take brawlers that they're powerful on individually, but they also rescue each other from those weaker lane matchups. This team really is big on setting each other up for success instead of taking the limelight. And that's why they've been so good. That's why they are currently a world #2 team that obviously going up against Zeta Division in that grand final in Jönköping last year. Really representing this region well. And now we've brought both NA East and West back together. The competition gets that much heavier come these monthly finals. Kenny, we still expect STMN to be a huge part of it here. Remaining 7, how on earth do they target this team if they can't ban the strong brawlers and STMN's comfort picks at the same time?
That's part of the fun, isn't it? I'm going to leave that to them, man. That is a tough job that I definitely wouldn't want. But I think, to your point, that's what makes good teams drafting against so tough. If you're somebody like Remaining 7, who are, I think, a very strong team, they're definitely the underdogs here. You kind of try to draw that fine line of picking brawlers that are good in the meta, picking good brawlers in the enemy team, and also just something that fits the current mold of what's happening right there in front of your face. It's a lot to juggle and something that makes being a pro player so tough.
We're going to say goodbye to Ready, Set for now and jump into Rust Rustic Arcade. Like already mentioned, we are seeing a few maps get repeated here. The pool is a little bit smaller, and we've already seen what STMN are capable of on this map. Zar went absolutely bonkers playing the Carl in their quarterfinal game, getting double kills, rushing forward, just using that flying hook off cooldown, making sure that the pressure was never relieved on their opponents. But again, how can you feel good about banning Carl? There are probably only a few situations, a few maps where that's viable. It might have to be here for remaining 7. Let's see.
Let's see if they find it worthy of banning. I think it's a tough one to ban considering that, especially if you don't have that first overall pick, Melody and Angelo are must bans. But for their side, they're lucky. They don't have the second pick, so they can kind of make their choice of bans. Bell going to be selected as the first overall. And on the other end, STMN locking in Max, who's one of the most common brawlers here at this point, especially kind of one of those brawlers that you're not really going to traditionally see banned. So a lot of the time slides through as an early pick.
We just saw Rustic Arcade in that Juan Carlos team series. And I honestly think Nest Egg is one of the most busted gadgets in the game. Anytime someone tried to step up into mid that had already been covered in those Nest Eggs, if they hit one, they're dead. They cannot survive. The bell explodes, she triple taps you, and you get blown to smithereens because you cannot dodge those shots. You can basically auto-fire and guarantee a hit on someone who is that slowed up by those gadgets. So STMN don't want to give up that mid control at all. They really want to make sure they can push up and deny those Nest Eggs being planted around the gem well.
Kind of some surprise bans probably in there for the folks at home too. I mean, we've seen Sam pop off a little bit here today, but in scrims, I've actually seen Sam on this map in particular several times. So maybe this is something that R7 have intel about, making a little more selective of bans since they can afford to as the first pick overall on their side. Colonel Ruff's also somebody that might surprise some people at home, not showing up a ton in casual play, but actually very valuable at a professional level. Lola, somebody that's becoming more and more common here. And here's that Carl that they definitely didn't want to let slide into Zar's hands.
Okay, that's been picked up for remaining 7 here, but they already have a very strong side laner in that Ruffs. Someone who won't want to be pressured down by Carl, though, so that's not going to be a matchup where he feels amazing in, and the sandbags do very little to Carl's sort of auto-fire damage. That in mind here, but we've seen Ruffs go absolutely bonkers and you know, in APAC be very, very strong. The Buzz to round things out here. That Hypercharge letting Buzz really get across the map with refreshes on that super if you're hitting sort of a wall or some terrain. Means that whoever has that, might be even Sands on that pick, they'll be able to cross the map and get to grips with the opponents. They've got a hard engaged side laner, even though Carl got taken away from them.
Yeah, fun interaction here. I mean, there's crazy plays you can make with Buzz, especially to somebody like Carl, where if he's tail spinning or flying hooking, you can disrupt that with a stun. I think whoever ends up playing this, very possibly Bobby, could be a really fun one. I mean, this is kind of that X factor that we saw last time around. We saw Sprout picked on this map. Now we get to see somebody like Buzz. Big playmaking capabilities. The stun could be very valuable to get a countdown to swing your way. I think there's a lot of potential with this pick.
There goes Bobby straight away. Gadget there used just to make sure he can close the gap instantly. Luffy is removed. That is what we're going to see a lot from these side laners on this left-hand side. That hard engage, that full dive to try and disrupt the safe mid on either side. Luffy, though, has an ego at work here, so Zar needs to respect the damage output of that Lola. As we see a lot of grouping from R7 in mid there. They're trying to get the Carl out of the Buzz matchup.
Bobby just hovering this indestructible wall, will get taken down by Killer there. So now all 3 blue members can rise up, finally give themselves a gym, but the speed going to change things instantly, and Bobby with the stun can get up close and personal even faster. There's the dive, the double connection as well, a pop-off. Killer shuts it down, but with only 272 HP remaining, an easy follow-through shot for Sands to give STMN a clear advantage.
The stun aspect, I think, of that super is so frightening, and Bobby was able to build up another one. Just walked up with the max speed and ran headlong into remaining 7. Remember, the max Hypercharge will be building up everybody else's, and that includes Buzz's. And now Bobby's able to move up once more. Flying hook from Killer's going to force Sands off that side lane here. Zar going to try and follow up on this engage from Bobby, who did get marked. Going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but Killer's in dangerous territory as Sands can finish the job.
And he's just going to instantly power up his boy here too. Bobby now even more powerful, has a super as well. Release the gadget, going to pop that hyper.
Here we go.
As well. Dash down the sideline, one connection, finds his first victim. Killer trying to take care of this as well. Luffy finally follows through. Moving forward, flying, hooking, just trying to get a connection to either of these brawlers who have some extra speed to dodge things out. Bobby once again in the mix and just making things look easy. STMN crushing game number 1.
Yeah, the Buzz is unbelievably oppressive. Even if STMN didn't have access to the Carl, Bobby this line decides to play the dive side laner and is devastating. Able to throw that Hypercharge down and cover the map. even without the hypercharge, you can make use of the max speed to get a hard engage. And of course, make use of the gadget to get a super. Even without a stun, it's more important that he has that gap close available to him. That was brutal.
You have to change things up for Sir here if you're R7. Phase shift away from Zar. Another capability for them of just kind of diving in and out, right? If they have the gems, they can safely kind of avoid shots there, though. Probably didn't have his phase shift recharge fast enough, and Zeus hits a nasty snipe. So R7, big turnaround here. 4-0 gem count their way. Bobby without a super for now, looking to charge it up. And Zar on the aggressive here. Extra spawner from Lola should help with that.
Yeah, importantly, the nest eggs also already deployed. 2 of them over the gem well. That's going to be dangerous. Zar can't afford to step into those. Killer goes deep, gets punished for it, but Bobby has been marked. That's unlikely. That's going to put him off this idea of just diving whenever possible, but it is going to make it easier to stave the buzz off, especially with that Lola damage coming in hard. Luffy able to survive that dive from Bobby. Can only close the gap and then get blown up.
Even though Bobby goes down, that was a huge distraction in the sense that they were able to trip those nest eggs more carefully, didn't get punished for it. There's the last phase shift going through for Zar as well, so no more free dodges for him. And Bobby right back in front of their faces once again. Killer just anticipating him to go out. Zeus doing his best to hit the shots. But S-Team with full position now. R7 need to be careful here. They don't want to drop off all their gems. Zeus is an easy victim for Bobby if he gets a one-on-one scenario, but it's not going to be that easy. A trade will do for now. It builds a little bit of time for S-Team to grab some gems of their own.
Here it is, though, the flying hook. Carl is dangerous right now, and Zar can't really do a thing about it. Gems dropped. Carl more than happy to take one away as Bobby looks to try and follow it up. The gems have been spilled for STMN. That's a big problem. They're all on Bobby as well, which is the last thing that they want to see. But right now, STMN can only go aggressive. Killer's doing a great job at trying to disrupt them straight away by jumping in with a protected pirouette. Bobby finds the Lola, but it's Zeus tucked away in the corner, ever so comfortable and safe with 10 gems.
Yeah, just off the mark there from that wall, too. Couldn't quite extend with that hypercharge to give himself another super. So they're able to just sit comfortably on that left-hand corner. Really strong showing there from R7. I mean, all things considered, game number 1 was dominant for STMN, I would say. And then game number 2, a reversal. I mean, they definitely had some cuts and bruises along the way from STMN, especially Buzz just getting up in their faces. But they never let it overwhelm them. I felt like they were able to handle and compartmentalize just more easily.
Bobby once again picks the wrong lane. Luffy waiting there for him. And even with the gadget super, Bobby's not able to find the elimination. This is dangerous. Bobby's going to be forced entirely away from this fight here. Ego already up for Luffy. Freeze frame use, so a bit of extra protection for the Lola there. And she's starting to bully that left side.
Now they're just going to hang in the mid here for a second. A little calm before Bobby just dives in once again. He's just not afraid to get his hands dirty, Uber. Just consistently trying to be aggressive. And I think that's just what good buzzes do, man. They're in your face. They're wasting shots. He hasn't gotten as many kill conversions I think he would want, but here goes another gadget as well. And Killer just simply can't do a thing. Tripping one of those nest eggs, I think, going to help them along the way, too. But still plenty set up here for R7.
Dark can use a phase shifter, even if under the effects of nest egg, to dodge a shot from Zeus. That might be important here later in the round, as Stamina have no choice but to try and clear this stuff out. Zar eats another one, so the coast is clear in that regard. Sands have to throw the sandbags down, but they don't do a damn thing against Carl, and it will be 2 players from STM eliminated. At least Zar was able to take enough map control to even up the gem score, Kenny.
Every single one of these games has been so different. 2 dominant games beforehand, I would say, for the most part, and this one's just even Steven. 7-6 now as Killer looks to get a momentum swing for his own team. Sand's going to be left all alone here. An easy isolation there and a pickup for them, but Bobby looking to do the exact same thing. A trade for both sides, a 2-on-2 scenario while they wait for reinforcements to come in, and Zar's instantly going to drop the speed here. Looking like Sands is trying to get a little more aggressive and a little revenge as well with that.
Bobby's in trouble. Very dangerous here, seeing the Lola walk up, and Bobby doesn't go for the hypercharge, knows that now is not the time. Nicely done, Zar able to phase shift away from that hypercharge mark from the bell. Bobby back in the fight though, hypercharge get him across the map. He's going coast to coast, ends up deciding on Killer here, but not even able to finish the job as Luffy blows Bobby up. The damage from that Lola is just ridiculous. And now remaining 7 have that 11 gems. They have a lead of 3. Zar's been forced to drop the gems now, getting caught out in mid. This Lola is so oppressive, and Sands is trying to dodge these shots from Zeus, but it's going to be too hard to close the gap. Bobby with a super up, taking far too much damage, and that was really classic stuff from remaining 7. They navigated that map perfectly. They got the Carl, but I really feel like the Lola was a big problem for STMN.
It was. I think having that extra spawner and just the sheer amount of DPS is a reason why Lola's been picked up so much here and is also incredibly successful, at least in the scrims that we've been able to watch this week. I've been loving what they're doing here. I mean, R7 are a strong team. STMN, though, are fierce opponents, man. I know we didn't see them last month, but this is the same team as last year. They got second place in the World Finals. I have big expectations for STMN, but we got to keep in mind, too, while we didn't see R7 in the postseason, they were right there for an LCQ spot and contending with teams of now SSG and Tribe Gaming at the time.
Yeah, they are seriously a threat. They are a genuine contender. Also, interesting, the draft sort of played out, left Bobby not playing the safe mid, actually playing that dive brawler as opposed to Zar, who we saw earlier on, who was playing the max. Not sure if that really makes a huge difference here because I think R7 were very, very good at executing their game plan. I think if you get the Bell and the Carl, you're already in very good shape. You just, you know, sort of round out your composition with a really high damage, nasty little mid-range brawler. It could be Amber, it could be Lola, anything of the sort here. And that's frustrating for STMN. They, you know, weren't able to get Bobby in a position to succeed. And you know, when your Buzz hits that hypercharge, it ends up having to settle on trying to kill the Carl. You're not in great shape. Luffy here was incredible all game, and that's reflected here with these stats.
Killer casually doing a Rubik's Cube while also dropping 9 kills. I mean, if he finishes his Rubik's Cube by the end of the match, too, even more credit to him, I think. Just getting the job done, man. For whatever reason, we see a lot of the times in scrims that Lola and Carl get paired together here. So clearly that's a winning combination that keeps working for them. Like you mentioned, Bell just a staple in the competitive meta right now. The nest egg's so frustrating to go against. And I think that's just an extra kind of mental hurdle you have to go through if you're on the side of STMN. One thing's safe for sure, though. The Buzz did pop off 9 kills for them. Clearly, it was a brawler of value, even though they didn't win the set.
Yeah, again, and you know, Bobby unfortunately has to do more than just go 1-for-1 on that brawler, though. That's the issue. You have to do so much work there as the hard engaged side laner. We're going to move over to Heist, though, here. A little bit of a different flavor for our second set in this series. It will be Safe Zone. We'll be jumping into the draft in just a moment. We've seen great drafts in general from STMN, but really liked what R7 were able to bring. On that level, they're able to stand shoulder to shoulder with STMN.
Seen Safe Zone several times today and this weekend. Colt, Colette, 2 brawlers that instantly stand out. And somehow, some way, Angelo has slid through the cracks, finally escaping the ban stage and gets to show up here.
Nani here going to be coming up in response to a very serviceable long-range brawler, great sharpshooter to pick up. And Colette obviously is a very safe pressurer of the safe. Time to collect, giving you plenty of free damage and puts you back in a relatively safe location. So that's always going to be a very solid pick to bring in here. Getting the Angelo was good. Rounding it out with a Charlie here. A lot of power brawlers finding their way into the draft here for STMN, of course. With Chuck banned by both sides, that does leave a little bit more of a gap through that ban phase to get these super strong brawlers rolling.
STMN have just drafted generally good brawlers in the meta right now. I think it's hard to argue against Angelo considering how much he's been banned and especially a professional gameplay. I mean, just if you're a sharpshooter, if you're hitting your shots, the damage that he can charge up by holding on is crazy. He did receive that poison damage reduction, but I still think it makes him a very, very good brawler. They're pairing this with Charlie and Carl. Carl's going to be able to dive across with the flying hook, get that extra high safe damage. So I think they've got multiple options here to frag out if they need to get damage on that high safe. I think they have to rely on a little bit more control here than, say, a Nani or Colette, who can kind of punish by getting that high safe 1 to 2 times. But nonetheless, I do think this is a pretty strong combo for STMN.
The remaining 7 don't have all in yet when it comes to the safe or even any of the individual brawlers. Now they have it. Picked up Sam here. Very, very powerful. A real threat to someone like Angelo, who has to take a while to charge up each of those shots, and now that poison damage super sort of being reduced a little bit means that, you know, once Sam does close on you, you don't have as many tools to sort of win out in that engagement. You obviously have the gadget that lets you get away. That's going to be important to be able to disengage. And I think hitting cocoons on this Sam are going to be a key part of the game plan for STMN.
Yeah, Sands on the Charlie is going to have to really focus down on this killer brawler if that's the respective people who end up playing them. I think it does pretty well into the Carl matchup. I think you make a great point as well. Angelo does deal a ton of damage, but it takes time to charge up that shot. So they can kind of punish them for it if they're up close. And Killer's just going to go straight down the middle of the map, not waste any time whatsoever, and try and get the faces of the enemies. But right now he's taking a lot of heat and not going to get any real damage for it.
That's very good poke damage. You need to keep Sam honest at long range before he can close on you. Bobby, though, will be a problem. Able to move, of course, as he charges up these shots. Luffy just trying to play sort of horizontally there, I think, as Zar fancies himself against Killer. That is asking a lot of Carl. Loses out in that battle against the Sam. Not sure if we'll see that from him again. Cocoon there on Sam, though, that's what we're looking for. Pick off on Luffy in the meantime would be perfect, and Sands is able to provide.
Perfect timing on that Cocoon as well. The second he threw his super, they cocooned him, so he couldn't pick it up easily by the time he got out of it. Sands able to dive in, get some damage, and set up Bobby and Zar for positioning. A great get-out-of-jail free card there with that gadget from Bobby, who's now set up with a super. And keep in mind, too, he can gravitate over that water.
Okay, nice peep use there by Zeus. The knockback element actually forcing Zara away from the safe, but Sands can step up and get some good free damage. Hypercharge available. That's going to be the Cocoon, and the Spiderlings also adding to the overall DPS. Zeus would have to clear those. They're going to throw themselves at the Nani here as Sands goes to town on the safe. Bobby and Zara able to deal with Killer again in the middle of the map. This is going to give STMN a considerable lead.
Huge plays there, and Charlie kind of doing what Carl's known for, right? That pickaxe kind of throw, but instead Sands just bounces directly off that high safe, so they're able to pop off with some quick fire with that hypercharge especially. Bobby is a long-range brawler. We know what he can do with that. Historically known as a fantastic Piper player, is connecting a lot of shots. Great anticipation there as Zar sweeps down this left-hand side and is now trying to get extra damage of his own.
Okay, point-blank peep there to deal with Zar. He's going to go low and not be able to pressure the safe right now. Little RTS action from Zeus. I like that. Killer was hoping to go to work on STMN safe and is healthy enough to draw Bobby back into position to try and deal with this Sam, who's healing awfully fast. Zar has to use the tailspin to deal with the interloper, but STMN still have a healthy 40-odd% lead.
Luffy low HP though, ooh, and does go down. Zar with a nice pickaxe swing there. Now looking to get more up close and personal with Killer here. Does get a major pickup as Zeus has to play a good blend of defense and offense here, electing to teleport through, and Sands hits the gas pedal here. Luffy trying to dive forward. No real connection. A few snipes going down, but Bobby there to play defense. Zar to clean up the rest, and Sands speeding us along here to end game number 1.
Yeah, that was really nice. Again, on Heist, there's always that one brawler that needs to be answered as like a legitimate threat. A lot of the times it's Chuck. He can be a little bit challenging to handle. But when it's a Sam, he has some really defined weaknesses. He's got to walk at you. A run, in some cases, I suppose, if he's picking up his gauntlet. But you have windows to poke him down, punish him, get him nice and low. And STMN handled Killer really well.
Once again, he's just going to be taking off down the middle of the map. I don't really think they have a choice. You made a great call out last time, too. They handled Killer before he put a bunch of pressure on him. If they can just get to him before he gets to them, it really helps out in that case. Everybody's kind of focusing up on him now. Yeah, and it's still not going to work out for him, though. Once again, we're just going to see STMN take mid-control.
That's a free safe damage here. Bobby just going to line up some of these shots here. So while Killer is away, that's a free 10% done. Sand stepping up here. Zeus going to use the Warp Blast. Going to head over to the safe. It's going to be a bit of a race, but we have a tailspin for STMN. And of course, up close, Charlie's DPS is incredibly high. The Spiderlings also getting involved. STMN well ahead in that damage trade here. The Nani does get out alive, but R7 can't match this DPS.
And now they just kind of got to hold control, and I'm not sure that's really what their composition is meant to do, especially with somebody like Killer, who's just made to be aggro, and all of the brawlers falling down here. Luffy going down as the last one on his team. Killer, Zeus respawning, but I don't know if it's going to be enough here. Only 15% left. The poison damage trickling in as well. Killer getting a flank. Sands now moving in. Their body blocking as much as possible, but the incoming pursuit from STMN might already be enough.
And Bobby's doing it all right now. He virtually won a 1 versus 2 there, and for a time was even ignoring Zeus in favor of that safe damage. This will be the last push. This will be remaining 7 falling here on Heist as STMN manage all of the threats that remaining 7 can pose and then add some damage of their own. Beautiful stuff. The car looked very, very good, and as we know, Zar 4 being deadly on that brawler.
Charlie can't be underestimated for high safe damage there too. That's something I learned real quick, especially with the spawners on their side as well. It's easy to forget how much work she can do. You know, we saw somebody like Carl in there who's traditionally known for that role, but especially when both of them were on there, I mean, we saw that high safe get eradicated really early on game number 2.
Yeah, it didn't take long, and even, that game 2, both teams opted into a base race, but all that R7 had was a single Nani, which obviously doesn't have an incredible fire rate, is not really designed to be, all in the safe in general. Wants that consistent chip damage over the course of the game, but there was no safe sightline because Angelo was constantly dominating mid. Even if Bobby took some damage, that could be healed up really easily with the super. You can dodge some of these shots coming in. Zeus tried to, use those peeps effectively, sometimes being forced at close range to throw them at Zar, which is not what you want when you could otherwise be working on that key objective, which is the safe. And the Colette wasn't a factor. There were no really tanky brawlers that could be pressured by, Colette's inherent percent health damage. And yeah, there were a couple situations where he could super the safe, but Luffy at 187 DPS, not able to have nearly enough of an impact.
Yeah, 2 kills in there as well. I mean, we didn't really see Colette run onto that high save too many times either, to your point. And just on the other end, I mean, a masterclass from STMN, 8, 11, and 5 respectively, DPS across the board. You could feel it just when watching the set. I mean, stats aren't everything, but it didn't really ever feel like there was a time where STMN weren't with a lead in one of those 2 games.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. STMN looked much more comfortable here than they did on that first map. I think they let the draft get the better of them, but that happens. Like, those kind of games get sprinkled in here and there, especially against tough competition like Remaining 7, who has always been on the periphery, if not well and truly in the mix as, like a top 4, top 5 team in this region. I think that's really safe to say. They've been threatening for a long time to take that leap into the very top tier of Brawl Stars in North America. This is another great opportunity to test their readiness for that. Because STMN, I mean, they're not invulnerable here. They dropped that first set. So as we go to New Horizons, it's all about a strong draft here. We've seen teams pick some cheesier comps, ones that are designed to, just come alive in the last few seconds here. But obviously the sharpshooters will be hotly contested here. I like the kit ban from STMN. They know that R7 love to use Kit and Miko.
Yeah, you brought up some cheesier strategies too, so I think that's a big reason why we're going to see somebody like Kit enter that ban stage. But some brawlers we have to look out for are ones like the Max Gene kinds of combos as well. Buster gets in the mix here a lot too, but as a result, since there's so much to juggle, particularly in this map and mode, brawlers like Melody are going to slide through, and Melody can be a very threatening here.
Absolutely. Her shield gadget is unreal. She's virtually invulnerable when she's able to close the gap. It feels like it's basically like a Gus super level shield for the Melody. It's over 2,000 HP effectively. So in a pinch, that's amazing. And you're not using it, of course, unless you have 3 music notes going. So you just run up on them and do a ton of damage. I also think Mr. P, a pick that we're seeing a ton in South America today, which found some success, is really powerful when you've got these sort of long walls. You can break up the sight lines and still damage people from behind them. And the spawner also is going to put some pressure on STMN if they're working with a lot of single-shot brawlers.
Yeah, because of the ban stage as well, we just have so many interesting opportunities here that I feel like most of the time we wouldn't get, especially for STMN, who have the selection of Gene for themselves. They get that kind of 4 or 5 turns, so they ban Tick, Kit, and Colonel Russ as a result. Some more traditional sharpshooters and brawlers that we'd see here, like Nani escape, Melody even escaping the ban phase. Again, it's just a really big deal considering how much she has banned this weekend. Mr. P's seen some success as well, like you said, and it's a great Gene counter in general, or just single shot brawlers. I mean, ones like Nani, Piper, Bells of the world can get overwhelmed a little bit at times by those porters.
That blank brawler there for STMN is cold, by the way. So STMN have some, really good wall break potential, but so now do Remaining 7, bringing Pearl in again. On Knockout, it's been a popular pick, but for Tribe, it did not work out at all for them in that last set of their first series against Juan Carlos team, as Livy brought that brawler in, and they weren't able to show the true strength of Pearl, often being denied opportunities to get big value off that super and to get consistent damage done.
Interesting to see Pearl here once again, too. It's somebody that's kind of fallen out of love a little bit, like you said, and can't help but have flashbacks of earlier today where it didn't necessarily work out the best. I mean, I think a competitive set of Brawl and things like that, but kind of interesting to kind of see it here as well. So another team putting their faith in it. Colt, a fun one as well. I think going to be looking for that wall break for sure. Trying to open this up for the poke damage for Gene, the Nani long range as well, and it's less hiding places for things like the Porter or Pearl who needs to charge up her shot.
You also make Mr. P just demonstrably weaker by taking these walls out. Now, that sort of short range of Mr. P can be exacerbated because you do have time to anticipate the briefcase dropping and opening, and that's going to be Killer going down straight away. With the map being opened up, STMN get to play to their strengths and deny those away from Remaining 7.
Connection to Nani Peep as well. Luffy going to fall to 2,000 while Zeus just has to do his best here. Getting supers would be huge for them here just to have something going into this round number 2 because STMN are presumed favorites now. If you put yourself in a 3v2 situation where everybody is healthy and well and you've got positioning as that fog closes in, it's pretty tough to lose.
STMN want to save these supers though. They really just want to blow that second round out of the water. Luffy coming up to challenge, but not nearly enough music notes to justify the use of the gadget. Not enough damage up close. Very one-sided showing there as STMN put a strong foot forward. Remaining 7 struggling. Zar doesn't even feel the need to break open the other side of the wall. Happy enough with the map as it is.
Oh, and a double connection there. Little bonus points for that. That's impressive as well. Oh, and a pull going down there too. STMN just firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, this is dangerous. I mean, full map control achieved from the double connection of the Peep. Here come the Vengeful Spirits for extra poke damage. Luffy's really got nowhere to go. Able to get to the right, having to use a supercharge in order to do that. Here comes the Peep to blow the wall open. Now remaining 7 have nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. That portal spawn is going to be removed. And now STMN have all the tools they need to close the round out. Luffy trying to reposition, couple shots there. We do have our notes online. Gadget now being used as they try and go in. Azar wants the raw stats there from the hypercharge to get away. They can't punish Luffy. Now a 2v2. Here comes Bobby though, somehow dodging the magic hands. Luffy able to stay alive, only just. And STMN give up a player and can't answer.
Now with this fog closing in too, things get interesting. They need to hit some shots though. Return to Cinder being popped preemptively. A dive in from Luffy. He gets the pickup as well. Sans shuts it down though. He's forced away, and Zeus with the following briefcases connect. Somehow, some way, R7's still in this game.
And that's what Melody can do for you. She is terrifying. It's not only finding the first pick that matters, it's about being able to get away, heal back up, and go in for a second assassination. She's terrifying. And now she has some walls to hide behind as well. Now all of the map has been cleared up. We saw an early Peep go down into the back line to pressure Zeus, but they don't seem too bothered by it. They're going to be able to move up into the middle of the map slowly. Super up here, being flashed now by Zar, fires it off, forces Killer off that angle. But STMN need to secure these eliminations.
I think they're going to be really focusing on Luffy here too. They don't want any pop-off potential like they found out in round number 2. Melody, just such a strong brawler in professional players' hands. Bulletstorm doing some work as well, going to force Luffy away, but still has multiple dashes to go. Some musical notes now fading out as well. We'll need to make some taps there if they want to reinstate those. Everybody just trying to get themselves set up here. They know how important it is to have these supers as the zone closes in.
If he's getting the taps, they're ready to go in here. STMN starting to feel the pressures out with the hypercharge, but just for the raw stats, and here's Luffy once more. Devastating from the Melody. STMN allowed that one to get through the ban phase, and now they are being punished for it soundly.
Wow, I think it just, again, this is another set we've seen today where Melody just seemingly out of nowhere can carry an entire team. And I think in particular, we actually saw this on Knockout earlier today. I believe it's what knocked out Tribe Gaming. It's a really powerful brawler. I can't say it enough. There's a reason why it gets banned so much. You saw the flashy plays you can make. And every time she gets a super, she gets 3 of those dashes guaranteed, especially with musical notes on her side. While her regular attack doesn't do that much damage, it's when she charges in that really causes problems.
Yeah, having that all-in potential with added durability is so powerful here in Knockout, and STMN can't really answer it. This time again, they break the map up a little bit. Bulletstorm will clear that right-hand side. STMN need to pressure this. Even Silverwillow committed just to try and clear this out. They want no chance for the Melody to be able to step up and safely take any of these shots. So this time, much more thorough when it comes to groundskeeping.
Impressed with R7 as well. I mean, these maps opening up definitely puts them at a disadvantage. Colt, Nani, and Gene can all fire great shots. It makes it way easier to dodge those Mr. P briefcases as well. But Luffy still has some sharpshooting capabilities. Killer can get in the mix here too, and Sans is going to fall weak enough to go down there with the trickling damage. A 3v2 advantage here. Zar is holding on to a Bulletstorm, will release, won't do enough damage to really amount to a kill. There's the follow-through that they needed to put themselves in a more advantageous position, but a dash through from Luffy cleans up everything.
That is disgusting. Not a damn thing STMN could have done about that. And unlucky they lose the Nani. Finally, Killer showing us why Pearl can still be very powerful on maps like this one, especially now it's been opened up. Pete goes in, Killer very low. So map control for STMN, but Kenny, they've shown an inability to take advantage of this strong positioning, of forcing remaining 7 back into the corner. And here's a wall that's not broken up. This is going to allow the Porters to make their way and harass STMN.
They got to cling on to whatever they can, and those porters, for what it's worth, can be really valuable, especially towards somebody like Gene, who's not going to be able to destroy them very easily. It's going to require some help, more likely from a Colt or a Nani. They're just going to go ahead and break this up too. They want to delete that as much as possible. I don't think the Nani Peep got any real connection, but a mega Bulletstorm going through onto Killer, who narrowly survives. A porter for extra support, and STMN just herding around each other here, relying on those extra Gene heals as this storm starts to fog in.
Takes a lot of work to get rid of the Porter spawner, but eventually it is gone. STMN now have a truly pitched battle with no terrain left on the field. A magic hand cleans up Killer, and they get the Melody this time. Luffy not ready, not able to build those magic notes up before the fight really begins. And STMN even things up here. They need to get themselves around They need to take this one away, otherwise it's going to be a 2-1 favoring remaining 7.
Here comes another Nani peep as well. Luffy running into the corner. There's a connection. Not enough for a kill, but enough to buy themselves some time and just hold on to some extra positioning. They're going to reveal some of that grass as well, so the more they're disrupting things, the better for STMN.
Now wall break's available. Bobby knows he's going to have a magic hand and he's going to use it. This is the game plan for STMN. Eliminate the Pearl first and then use that player advantage. Exacerbate it. Luffy now having to play in the open really doesn't suit Melody. It's not safe for her to get those easy little taps. The damage isn't great either. She needs to do much more than to just shoot at long range. She has to find a way to go in, but STMN this time are using that map control to their advantage. We criticized the inability to do so in the past. Very nice little return to center there for Sands, and it's going to be an easy shot. Here come STMN. They're going to even up the set here as Luffy has nowhere to go.
Nowhere for Luffy to dash at that point. He kind of had to overstep, right? They're facing a 3-2 deficit in terms of brawler count. The walls were being blown open. No Mr. P porters for assist. And at that point, it was all done and dusted. I mean, it would have taken some insane circumstances for Melody to come out on top there. Really great recovery from STMN. This is now a extremely important game. Remaining 7 have been lurking this entire time. They've been competing with the presumed favorite here in STMN. If they win this game, they have an opportunity to take a 2-1 lead.
Guy once again looks to clear the walls. Has to use a second silver bullet just to make sure that they're all removed. Luffy here with a more aggressive position now, but definitely risks taking these shots from Sands. But they can only do this in short bursts, and only when they've got plenty of health to work with. You can see that Sands can outrange Luffy, step back, avoid that primary fire shot, deny a music note. If they can't get Luffy ready, if they can't get this Melody in position, they're in deep trouble. There's no pressure being generated by her right now without a super and without any notes orbiting her. Here comes a peep. Killer will take that damage now. Silver bullet now. The map is open as it gets in mid.
I mean, remaining 7 are just eating bullets right now. STMN connecting across the board. Killer forced to step up now. They know they're going to get cornered if they just stick around. I think a lot of hope being lost here. Zar firing another super there too. Killer doing his best to charge up a shot, gets the distance as well. Low HP brawlers on the other end, but it's not enough. Zeus looking to throw in the towel here and just move forward.
Jumping into the gas to deny supers, but Bobby already has that magic hand up again. There's also a peep that'll be used now to apply some early pressure most likely. There are portals on the map. Now going to be spawning here as Killer will be forced away once more. This should allow Zar to be more aggressive on this left side, but the spawn is not being dealt with. So a little bit of extra pressure, fantastic. Get rid of the biggest threat. Melody goes down, and that really puts remaining 7's chances of taking this set away into extreme question. Hyper Bullet Storm is good. Zar's able to mow Killer down, and it's just Zeus, and there's not even any gas to run into now, but he knows it is over, and STMN wake up in that 3rd set and take it away.
Bobby was popping off with some of those pulls there. The early kills really allowed STMN to shine. I think eliminating Melody, who is the X factor that we saw there, the big burst of potential, once that was eliminated, there was just no chance, right? I mean, Pearl could try and charge up her shot. Mr. P maybe has some porters on the map, but your traditional frag is no longer there. And I think once Melody was erased, there was just nothing they were going to be able to do.
The Pearl's struggling to find value. Like every single round, there's like a Nani peep thrown down straight away, so she can't really step into mid. This makes it so much easier for the Cult to just, remove the walls, start to, really pinch that left side. Again, we know the Pearl can be powerful, but I don't think the Killer was ever in a situation to, put his best foot forward outside of, a couple of those rounds in the game that R7 did take on this map. The magic hand is so dangerous, and eventually, there's going to be enough of them thrown out by Bobby for them to make a real difference. The Melody is really good. She might be busted, but she struggles against that level of pressure. And with nowhere to hide and a little bit of weakness in her short range, she can be exploited.
I feel like there was just never really a round or enough rounds, at least, where R7 was putting on that early pressure. It just felt like STMN, even though it did go the distance for a lot of round 3s, it felt like once they got those supers, opened up the map enough, and especially if there were maybe porters on the ground or anything, they eliminated those. It was easy pickings. I mean, it's a lot easier, of course, when Bobby's hitting every single pool nearly, but it's just something that I really felt like they were never able to get a grasp of, and I think that's partially due to the composition they have and the composition on the other end they're running into. As a result, we're just going to see the kill category just lean STMN the whole way through.
Yeah, big time. And the damage is the most telling part of this, right? And that obviously equates to more of those supers. It equates to more, peeps to pressure individuals down or blow the map up. It equates to more magic hands to potentially secure picks and allow you to exacerbate a 3 versus 2 advantage, which we just saw time and time again. And yeah, the Melody, not set up for success either. Very, very hard for her to do what she does best, which is to build nodes and charge in. In that sense, it is pretty telegraphed when Melody is going to want to try and throw caution to the winds and close the gap on you. So STMN can play around that and make it so she never actually gets to that point. Goalkeeper's Dream coming up next, though. Brawl Ball for our 4th set. Volatile map, to be sure. I think Stu got to be hotly contested in our picks and bans.
And this is definitely one that's Melody's playground. With the amount of supers that she can throw down, trick shots are available. And I think that's one reason why Stu can do so well here too. Just the ease of being able to charge those super shots and go for those open goals is really nice. Max going to be the first overall selection here as we look at the ban stage. I think some very targeted ones for remaining 7 for the most part. You see the Gale there and you see the Nita as well. Nita could indicate along with Gale of what they want to run. It could be a more aggressive composition that traditionally has a tank along with that Max. So curious to see how they adjust here after seeing a Poco B combo on the other end prepping for him.
Protective tunes we've seen come in very handy on multiple occasions to cleanse off some of those debuffs or sort of disruptive effects, especially, on maps where teams are trying to play Otis, for example. Being able to sort of shut down that mute button has shown to be very powerful. The B is just great. I mean, Honey Molasses is, a very handy gadget to have on closer maps, but out here, Rattled Hive to find some damage and potentially confirm kills from extreme long-range situations makes her an absolute must-pick, or at least a go-to sharpshooter where others might be turned away from. Piper's been open here. It's definitely an option, but be a little bit more safe, a little bit more serviceable on a map like this. So remaining 7, think about, okay, well, we can't play Melody here. Ems, powerful, to be sure. But again, doesn't want to deal with sharpshooters out in the open.
I feel like they maybe had to make an adjustment. I think Max locking as the first overall pick makes a lot of sense just because there's so many different directions you can go. In this case, they're going to pair with an IMS to make sure that they don't get any Poco tank kind of combinations. Also, B being removed with the long range and typical tank counter ability is something that they have to kind of keep in mind, right? If they make a tank selection there instead of somebody like a Charlie, STMN has the 6th pick and they've already prepped for something a little more aggressive. So I think they just have to divert from that and go with a different option. Griff is kind of a good blend of everything here. And to be honest with you, a brawler I really haven't seen on this map.
I feel like we've seen Zara play a ton of Griff in the past, though. Really strong brawler. I mean, the damage output is filthy. I put him in a similar category as Lola in that regard, as a sort of mid to long range damage that is truly devastating. And pick a card also on open maps, is very strong because walls do block those cards generally. You sort of get away from that super in that case. And you can blow up some of the map if you want to. Maybe you're trying to make it harder for Zeus to sort of play out in the open or at least play safely. So you can break up some of those side walls here and also set up more shots for your B. Here we go, Rattled Hive straight off the rip though. Sands obviously looking to get plenty of that healing. Here's the damage. It is brutal. This open map really sets up Bobby to flatten them.
Well, they tried to make a big play with a little phase shift there, but not going to be able to do anything. I mean, STMN with a team wipe, Zeus respawning, but they have complete map control, and they can actually break these walls down if they really want with something like a piggy bank. A super available for Griff, going to make the connection, and another one instantly falling there too, as Bobby just works to work the angle here. Easy goal as well. I mean, STMN just clearing everything in their path.
Yeah, B is disgusting here. The zone control afforded by that, payback, or rather. Zara just throwing that super in. Makes it extremely hard for remaining 7 to play outside of their goals, and that's basically, a death sentence on this map. You need to be able to come forward and defend to some degree. Here's Zara once more. Looks like the Rattled Hive though found its mark. Zeus in trouble. Killer just looks awful on this map on the Ems. There is just no way that you can make her look good, I think, against this comp. It's a walk in, and it's a first game picked up for STMN.
Yeah, I just don't love that 4-5 turn for this R7 team so far. I feel like STMN have a good blend of Poco and B just to kind of prep for anything. I feel like this is a really tough one to kind of have the 6th pick on, or excuse me, the 4-5 turn here, because STMN with the 6th have a lot of different directions they can go. They're locked into a tough spot with that IMS pick, and I just feel like the IMS isn't going to be able to keep up with the range or any kind of DPS here enough to contend.
Dara is bullying this Charlie extremely hard. Luffy also can't play out in the open for too much longer. Here comes Sands. Throws that heal over time down. Okay, Cocoon going to be catching the Griff here. Zeus walks back to safety though, taking the player out of the game. Important for that moment. Looks like that the star power is also that allows the Cocoon to deal damage to the digested player. Bobby though found Killer. That open map. Zeus is in trouble. This one might be over already. Luffy trying to fold away from Zara, who's getting healed up so much by this Poco. Don't just need to pair it with tanks. And Zeus is able to catch that super shot off the respawn.
Just a minute of time too. An opportunity here though. This is one, a map in particular with great ability to have a counter. But this time around, STMN cleaning up the top right-hand side. A takedown onto Killer. And immediately they just respond. They're unwavering right now and just, once again, putting themselves in a position to score a goal.
They also just disrespect the M's, right? They just move up against her. They've got enough healing to deal with the tick damage, and up close, you know, she is very, very weak without friend zoner available. Killer able to get away, though. Those shots from Bobby not quite connecting. Another cocoon thrown down, which means Zara is weakened when he comes out, but it's a crescendo immediately to top the Griff back up to full health, and that allows Zara to destroy Zeus. Caustic Charisma, a problem for the B here, but the ball is headed to the other side of the map where Sands will deliver it to Zara. Very open area here. Zara able to dodge these M shots with ease.
That's the specific situation where Killer can really shine, just putting the enemy in a corner and working that angle. A beautiful tag from Bobby, though. That's going to be a major save for them now, too. They don't have the positioning to work with anymore. It's going to be a contention for this mid as Bobby lands another snipe. Killer and Zeus now forced to play full defense. A huge pushback, a super available. Bobby with a wide open net. The slowdown there, and it's just enough for Luffy to slide through. R7 are going to hang on for another one.
Nicely done, though, for Luffy, coming off the respawn once more, but this doesn't get any easier when we get into overtime. The map only gets opened up more for this B to continue hitting those shots and confirming kills with that Iron Hive. Friendzoner on Sands, had to self-heal there. Zara caught in a cocoon, so this is a little bit awkward right now for STMN, but Bobby will be in position to defend. And there's the last vestiges of that Griff super to take Zeus down. No goal there, that's going to be defended, and now the map's about to open right up.
This is playing perfectly for somebody like a B, one of the best overtime brawlers in the game on the other end. They just don't have a ton of options. A hypercharge being popped in terms of desperation, not even utilizing things like the super there. STMN not moving an inch. Killer just can't keep up with the range here. Zeus with a hypercharge, a max speed as well. They need to ride this momentum into a goal. The longer this goes, the tougher it gets. No connection. The spawners being immediately eliminated by Sands as well. Bobby landing an easy tag there as well, just trying to connect a super, but nonetheless, R7 putting the pressure on him.
Bobby has to hit these shots, though. The pressure is definitely being felt by STMN, but they dealt with Killer. Here they come. 27 seconds left in the round now. Luffy, the last one standing. Good damage from them, make no mistake. But STMN are in position to press up. It's unclear if they'll be actually able to finish the game here. They need to get rid of the max, and Zara is unable to connect many of those shots. Good connection, though, on that Iron Hive. Killer very, very low as Zara steps up. Super thrown out to make the space, and here comes Bobby looking for a shot. Not going to connect. Luffy down, though, and Bobby can finish the job. In the last remaining seconds, STMN wrap up Brawl Ball and the series.
Ooh, they all feeling some kind of way. Sands had to make an appearance on the camera. Haven't seen much from the big man. Staying hydrated, maybe. Not sure. It's empty. Is that what he's... Yeah. Oh, well, he's feeling a little bit.
There's electronics on the table, Sands.
Little extra hydration, brother.
Yeah, that's how they do it out there in Bakersfield. No cares given whatsoever. STMN feeling good. Bit of a closer game here for them, but, you know, getting the B, I think, going up against the M, some really favorable matchups across the board. And with STMN able to take Griff as their last pick, it was pick 6 in the draft. They have a very powerful setup. Even if they might have telegraphed a potential tank pick, they go with something mid-range and high power. The Griff was oppressive, to say the least.
Yeah, just the composition for remaining 7 didn't do it for me. I think it's a tough position to be with, given they didn't have that 6th pick. Some maps, it's just going to happen, right? You're a little more favorable if you can have the final selection as a counter pick available. But STMN just kind of go with the well-rounded comp. The M's can't keep up with the range. The B kind of a sneaky pick here that's shown up a decent amount in practices and across the board in other regions. But I think we really got to see why it can be so good here. The slowdown from the super, the easy ways to get that rattled hive connections if you need some long distance. I mean, this is a map that traditionally favors offense, and that wasn't necessarily the most aggressive comp, I would say.
That's it. I mean, Bobby, again, you put that guy on a sharpshooter, you know, he's gonna do some damage. Once again, set up to succeed here. 10 final blows. Zara also with 10 of them. And Sands very important for allowing Zara to disrespect the M's and walk up through those clouds if there's enough healing available from that Da Capo star power. Very, very strong composition, like we said. Extremely well-rounded. And there's a lot of power on the R7 roster, right? Zeus, I think, has a hypercharged cocoon that they end up missing there in overtime. That's an opportunity they could definitely have turned into a goal. Luffy, definitely very threatening for a lot of the map, especially that extra speed to juke out some of those B shots. But over a longer game, you can just see the more robust composition from STMN start to take hold. And those incremental advantages that ultimately culminate in a set win.
Bobby and Zara's individuals had enough kills to outlast the entire other team combined. And the three fellas on the screen once again, MVP being crowned. I believe that was Bobby that ended up getting it from y'all at event.brawlstars.com, and well earned. I mean, that was a huge sniping capabilities there across the board, multiple maps where he was popping off, whether it was Angelo, B. I mean, Bobby's the man when it comes to those kinds of brawlers.
Yeah, absolutely. This is what we're saying, right? You can't ban out not only the very strong brawlers in general, like the strong meta brawlers, and also someone like, you know, Bobby's brawler pool. There's always going to be something that slips through, whether the Bell is banned or what. You can play B. Piper's always an option for him. We did see them start off, you know, with Bobby, you know, playing the Buzz, and them struggling a little bit on Rustic Arcade, but a great showing for SDMN, securing themselves a grand final showing after missing out last month entirely. They're here for all the circuit points. We'll be back on the other side of this with our grand final. In the meantime, I want to direct your attention to a documentary that was just released. It's called Grudge Match, and it features SK Gaming's incredible run through last year's Brawl Stars circuit. Well worth checking that out. We've got a teaser for you in this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Sorry, Paula. Maybe we can try again if we get more comments.
It's happening!
What the? Yeah, so I was thinking at least chicken, and then chicken, and then...
I want barbarian. Barbarian.
Sure, that works. Oh, hey, look at this. The buttons are here. We should maybe...
Take it easy.
No?
Let's take it easy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where were we? Chicken, chicken.
Barbarian.
Barbarian.
Come on, Ilka, you can do it! Yes, do it, press it! No, not that one! Yes! Oh, Squad Busters is going global!
Unbelievable scenes here. SK falling like cards.
Don't be scared to try something. We have nothing to lose.
I'm not going to back down from what I said.
It felt like a punch in the face.
It's SK Gaming running away with it. What do you have to say now? This is the peak of Brawl Stars Esports, I'll be honest.
The Brawl Stars Championship. In 2023, one team entered the season with massive expectations.
This team is in complete chaos.
And a bitter rival standing in their way.
They both had huge points to prove.
At the end of the season, only one team can lift the World Finals trophy. But are there other ways to measure greatness?
Not suffering Noisky, right? Like what they say.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship, powered by Samsung Galaxy, is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Safe bet.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars monthly finals here in North America, where we're now getting down to the last match of the day. By the way, Kenny, we saw that Squad Busters trailer. It looks like a lot of fun. I've played it personally. Seen Ark play a little bit, but by what I've seen from him, seems like the most viable strategy is running away and cowering like a little baby. But maybe you've had a different experience.
I'm a little, you know, I'm a little more of an aggressive guy. I like getting my chickens early and then just powering my feet up, running around, and then in game, I'm ready to tackle some people. I'm a huge fan of a lot of the characters, obviously. You know, we love Brawl Stars, but there's plenty of other Supercell Universe characters that you're going to end up loving. It's a very unique game, kind of more of that solo and kind of experience of just chaos, battling a bunch of different people to see who comes out on top.
It's a lot of fun. You can pre-register on the App Store or the Google Play Store. There's also an in-game reward for all the people pre-registering, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Make sure you do your share for your fellow Brawl Stars players, but we got to keep our eyes on the main focus here. We've had two teams that have blasted all the way through this epic bracket, now going all the way to the grand final. It's Juan Carlos' team versus STMN, an unlikely contender, I would say, in the grand final. I think a lot of us expected Tribe Gaming to be making it through that upper bracket, and maybe even another surprise with 5-12 making it through that quarter final, but it is in the end resulted in Juan Carlos' team going up against STMN in this grand final.
I think most people would have expected STMN to make it this far, but the fact that Juan Carlos' team have only dropped a set the entire day to get here is something a little more shocking. I mean, it's a really good team, don't get me wrong, but the fact that Tribe Gaming were on that side and then they blew past the semifinal opponent, they just made it look easy. I think it was a little more challenging, obviously, with Tribe Gaming. They're a very accomplished team, but nonetheless, I've been really impressed with the squad.
Well, let's talk Juan Carlos, our upper bracket team here in the grand final. It gets started with Juan Carlos, Pain in second best, who I believe I heard Uber refer to affectionately as the NA State Tampo. Now, this guy's been dropping the Protestos and the Zeta Spins, all spins, pins, sprays. I'm combining words, but you know what? You got to adapt as a caster as well as the players. They're dealing with some balance changes that recently came in, and they seem to be doing so swimmingly.
That's a great point. I mean, a lot of credit to all the teams competing today in the sense that we've had a little bit of a map shift. We've had some brawler changes. We got 6 new hypercharges on the way too. I mean, we've got Sandy and Max, Brock, all these people that they're going to have to juggle here along with just our traditional balance changes. It's a lot to juggle. So the fact that this team has done it so masterfully today, especially against, again, a team like Tribe Gaming who swept through this bracket last month, is really impressive.
I love these drafts from Juan Carlos' team as well. I was certainly impressed by what they had to offer, considering also that, look, I make a point of this a lot in terms of what the preparation looks like for some of these teams. You get Pain on the cams today, and he looked cool as a cucumber in our previous couple of matches, even versus Tribe. Yes, there was celebration, but he wasn't necessarily jumping out of his chair or anything like that, like we saw in South America earlier today. Maybe it was more of an expected outcome. If you're a competitor, then you can certainly see yourself and envision yourself beating some of these opponents. Thanks for the love, and right back at you, Pain. Good luck in your upcoming match, because STMN is a team that awaits them across the way.
And it's a tough adversary as well, but they got through Tribe Gaming, so what's stopping them from getting against the world runner-up in Bobby, Czar, and Sands? Look, this is a team that didn't make it last month, but the predictions from event.brawlstars.com clearly show that people are not underestimating these fellas. They got through DC team, they made it through a strong team in remaining 7, and I'm expecting them to be favorites across the board as well at home for the people in this matchup as well.
I feel like STMN have had a more favorable bracket than Juan Carlos' team today. They did get through that very first quarterfinals match facing DC team, while across the way, Juan Carlos' team had to grapple with the likes of Tribe Gaming. Though when it came to the semifinals, STMN did have to deal with remaining 7, a very challenging roster, but they only allowed remaining 7 to take a single set off of them.
Which goes to show how good these guys are too. I mean, a lot of respect to remaining 7. They were contesting NA East all year long. Last year, they've been right on the cusp of being top dogs, but nonetheless, still STMN and the tribes of the world have been, for the most part, running away with it. And STMN, not afraid to have a little fun too. A little spillage of water on the desk. We'll see how that impacts their performance here in our final match, but I think all will be good for these guys. And again, I think in fairness, they deserve to be favorites here, even though they didn't make it last month.
Oh, we gotta adjust the camera once again, it seems. Thanks a lot, buddy. I will say, Pain's camera has been stationary all day long, so it seems like he's got that figured. I mean, one thing that you gotta keep off your mind, keep your head in the game, and make sure that your brain is focused on getting that draft started.
It's a big deal. I mean, just a real professional here. And I feel like one thing about Pain in particular, every time we're looking at these player cams, I feel like he's got a smile on his face. He's always having a good time. I think it's important to make sure you let loose a little bit, have some fun, and just enjoy the moment. That's something I feel like both these teams are always good at. STMN never afraid to show some excitement and get jazzed up for some big-time plays, too.
Pain is actually someone who issued one of my favorite quotes of all time in Brawl Esports. Last year in the Snapdragon Pro Series, he and the other members of Wash team made it to the San Diego LAN. And this is when he said, no one makes it here in 1 year. We've given everything to get here. And the most important thing is to start. And that's like seriously inspirational. I think this guy has really come into the big, like greater Brawl Stars scene only as Vatra Gaming a couple of years ago. Meanwhile, STMN have a lot more tenure in the scene, so a bit more green, definitely a fresher face around the block, but still making some good moves.
That's a great mental game to have, and it's something they're going to need if they want to take down the Titans in STMN that they are. I mean, they've already done so with Tribe Gaming today, so what's one more for the fellas here? They're going to start things off with Safe Zone. People at home, all right, I will say this is one of the closer ones we've had today, Ready. 67 or 2/3 of the audience at home are riding with STMN, but some people are feeling a little frisky. They're going to go with the underdogs in Juan Carlos team.
This is maybe a little bold, but I think you got to be a little silly, maybe a little goofy to be betting against STMN when Safe Zone is in the map pool. This is like the STMN map. I remember seeing the map pool first from Bobby on Twitter when he tweeted out, "We used to pray for times like this," clearly in reference to Safe Zone being the only heist map in rotation for this monthly finals. And this is the second, actually third time that they had the possibility of playing it today. They've had it in every single map, or actually no, this is their second time having it in the map pool today. But still, 2 is one more than you would usually see a map in rotation for any other monthly final. We'll be getting started with a Colette pick from Juan Carlos team. Now, how do you react to this? Doesn't look like 8-Bit's been banned on either side. I think an 8-Bit pick could be secured here. Bell 8-Bit may be the move for Stamina.
Bell, a very safe selection. Nani could be a pick here as well if they want to kind of just have some safe long-range capabilities that can deal damage and also do well into Colette in particular. No Chuck, and of course, Melody and Angelo being removed here as well is just some staples on this map. I don't mind this. I mean, Nani going to be a very common pick on this map, a very successful one at that. They can now have just 2 brawlers that do really solid into the range of somebody like Colette, who's going to be a little underclassed in that sense.
You know what slipped my mind, actually, is that Piper has not been banned out here. So maybe that's why Stamina have opted to go for this composition, not go for that 8-Bit just yet. I want to also point out that Charlie has been banned by Juan Carlos' team. Watching that match earlier where Stamina picked Charlie here on Safe Zone was a bit puzzling to me. Charlie's not historically a very great brawler on this map. Sam is entering this so early. I mean, that's the second best brawler right there. He's going to be playing it here on the selection screen, and also he's undoubtedly going to be playing it in the game. I don't see this really switching over to anyone else, but this is an early time to be picking Sam. STMN have picked 2 brawlers that actually aren't really good into Sam. They don't churn out a ton of damage in close range, so Stamina are going to have to be wise about their final pick to counter the Sam, maybe not using it as like the power pick that pops off uncontested.
They're going to go with a Max as their final selection here, too. So they're going to pair the speed and the utility of Max alongside Sam. And they can make this Sam pick a little bit more easily due to what STMN picked. The order of operations here, I think, is important. Colette going first off the board. Bell, Nani, safe selection to kind of counter that out. And because they go with the Sam, they're able to get more aggressive, and they have the Colette on their side, so they have to worry about as many counters. But picking Griff, a great shout. I think that's a good blend of range, damage, and also brawlers that can deal well with Sam in particular.
It's unconventional for sure, but it's also something that's not going to get rushed down by the Max or the Sam like Brock would, and yet it still has the same free wall break. Note that Colt has been banned by Juan Carlos' team, so that's more wall break that has been out of the mix. I think Nanny would be able to break those 2x2 walls at mid just fine, but you need to be able to get these walls broken early instead of waiting for Nanny to get a super, because you will get rushed down super hard. I think this is a creative way to do it. You don't really ever see the Griff here. In fact, in the qualifiers, he only has a 50% win rate, but I trust STMN to make it happen. Zara's going to be getting the kill on second best early on, already stymieing this early push from Juan Carlos' team, where they get 6%.
It's just a great selection into them as well. Despite that 50%, I think this is about as good of a matchup as they could have asked for with the remaining brawlers on the board, especially things like Charlie banned out, teleport in from Sand. Second best able to survive enough to at least grab one. Bobby rushing this down, though, dropping a nest egg for extra control of this map here, too. They isolate Zara on this top left-hand side. He's just trying to juggle Juan Carlos and Payne, who's now dropping some speed for second best to move up the map.
And he trips the mine on the right side. Good connection for Juan Carlos as well. Sans is going to try and teleport forward. Does I take it back? He cut me off so quickly. The full shot as well to shut down the mid brawler, but he has to fall back once more. STMN find themselves in a majorly defensive position. Sam's job is essentially to run it down the entire game. It doesn't matter if he's feeding supers or anything. We'll be feeding the hypercharge to Bobby, who's already popped at Pain, dodging so many of those shots, but Bobby still locks in the kill. Juan Carlos also being relatively evasive and second best on the back right. He cannot be uncontested. It's going to be Zara's responsibility to defend him.
Zara in a one-on-one matchup against second best, so if Bobby and Sans can get positive in terms of damage, they're going to be in a pretty good spot to teleport through, and Juan Carlos going to be stuffed down with a Nani there, trying to get the backswing, can't quite connect. Sans survives, and with 481, now it's he who can do the damage with a damage gear as well. That's going to add up quickly.
Wonder why this wall around the back right isn't being broken. Maybe Zara sees it as a good way to actually pinch Sam. If he can keep Sam from doing damage to the safe, then it allows Bobby and Sans to win their respective long-range matchups. Sure, they don't have a ton of safe damage, and yes, they also have the risk of getting run down by the max, but this is just trust in teamwork. I don't think it's misplaced trust. Stamina have managed to stop any damage coming in on their safe. We do see the kill on Pain. That's going to enable a nice push in from STMN. Possibly their last of the game. They shut down Juan Carlos as he goes in for a super. 20 seconds left. Second best has to make a move.
Beautiful chess match being played by S-Team in there. They're relying on these long-range brawlers that have a huge advantage in Colette, and they're shutting down Colette, who's an answer to getting high save damage, but a little surge coming in from Juan Carlos' team. A super eliminating him. Second best trying to connect with Bobby. 5 seconds on the clock. They have enough time. They get the shot through. Colette fires an extra one for good measure as well. And Juan Carlos' team putting one on the board in the final moments.
Well done for Juan Carlos' team. What a patient game played by second best there in the back right. He knew that he was not going to be doing anything into the Griff if he decided to push him solo without any assistance. We saw Griff knowing the exact same, hey, if I literally just sit here, then it's going to be completely fine. I'm still a little puzzled on why he didn't break open that wall on the right side. I guess maybe he didn't want to deal with second best bobbying and weaving his way in, because there are only a couple of corridors that second best could have used to push on the point. May have just been more advantageous for Zar to fire down those corridors instead of giving any room for second best to dodge.
Could be a sign of respect as well, or just maybe not wanting to get grabbed by something like a gadget and Sam Super combining to kind of pull him in. So I think all things considered, I think it's just good plays by second best. I think it made sense from STMN, and despite them losing that game, I did respect the logic as well.
So far, so much better for Stamina than game number one. We've already locked in 30% on the enemy safe. And here's the wall break too. Early kill on Zar as well. Juan Carlos' team looked for an opportunity to get on the safe, and that they shall receive. Juan Carlos emerges with actually quite a bit of damage taken off of him. Good shots in from STMN. We'll see Bobby secure the kill, and another one onto Pain. Hypercharge. They approach the enemy safe. More damage on top of that safe. That's all it is. Down to 50%. That was 20% in one teeny tiny push from Stamina just moments ago. And once more, Sam locked in the back right. He knows that this is exactly where he needs to be, and it's up to his two teammates to win their respective matchups.
And now Zar can let loose a little bit here too. Bobby going down is going to be a toughie though. It's one less brawler they have on their side, so second best can let loose a little bit. They work down the lane, but they can't quite make connections onto that high safe for much longer. Still a huge lead here for STMN, but Pain trying to give his team a little surge here to get back in the fight.
Not only was that a super, but it was a hypercharge super as well. How close is Juan Carlos is what I want to know. Good tap by Sans. Second best looking for life as he does manage to stay alive in the back right. But still, Zar respawning to defend him. We saw actually second best juked a super from Zar that was almost guaranteed to kill him. Managed to get some super nice damage on that safe in the process. Sans and Bobby left alone on the safe. That's the kill shot. Sans taking the damage. The teleport behind you. Nothing personal, kid. It's game 3 coming.
Tough one there. I feel like STMN recovered quite well in game number 2. Sam's just kind of locked out at the top. I feel like, again, I kind of see the vision for not opening that up. It's just, if you can keep him back there and go even, it's totally fine. The only time where we saw it kind of get out of hand a little bit, we saw Bobby go down middle of the game, and at that point, Griff's got 2 brawlers, one coming from the mid, and Juan Carlos, or excuse me, second best, Juan Carlos' team coming up from the top right. So that made things a little trickier, but I think I'm kind of with keeping that wall up.
Okay, interesting approach. approach here from Sam as he moves to the right side. That Griff is immediately going to be breaking the wall at the beginning of the game. So usually Sam would be smacking his knuckle busters up against that wall to stay alive. This time he simply can't. He's not even going for the back right this time. They know that him being locked in that back right corner is not a winning strategy. It didn't work in the last game after all. So now they're pivoting strategies, now trying to work more as a team. Sam has some good team play that he can go for if he uses his super and then stuns an enemy, pulling them back. It allows Juan Carlos possibly to get a super and also work on charging his hypercharge. You see Bobby though equipped with the hypercharge and the super. The mark on the Pain, another connection, one more, and it'll be taken down. But Pain uses his super sort of to push in, but is immediately shut down and has to use it to retreat anyway. Juan Carlos, though, now has his hypercharge and his super combined. There'll be a ton of damage on the save.
Zaru had the freedom to move up and destroy that little 4-prong barrel set right there as well. So that's huge for STMN. It just makes it harder for second best. Less places to throw his super. A teleport through for Sands. He's going to slip past the defense here. Keep things a little more even. But every time he connects a full-blown shot, 4,400-ish damage. That's a big deal as Bobby is just forced to play defense now.
Saw Colette get a couple shots on Bobby as well. 2 more, and we'll see another Colette super come in. 45 remain on Stamina Safe. The second best tries to push in on the right. It takes an entire Griff super to shut him down, and Juan Carlos ends up getting marked. That's actually really dangerous for Juan Carlos. I think he might be the ideal target to mark here, since he's going to be giving the most safe damage at a comfortable range. Second best still trying to move in on the safe, bobbing, weaving, and juking to the best of his ability, but cannot make any contact. We're down to 30 seconds remaining in the game, and Stamina finally have a sizable push on the safe.
And they need second best to make contact. The scoreboard is close, and they need to find their way into the other end, and this is one way to do it here. Pain with the hypercharge, throwing down some blast onto that safe, but Max isn't going to equate to much. It's only going to allow them for 11% here with a non-EP teleport.
Teleport in, it's getting dicey. Visual on both safes at the same time. Juan Carlos team rushing it down to 2K left on the safe, now down to 1.7. A big hypercharge defense on the home front. 2 seconds left for Stamina to respond, but 16 damage is simply too much to ask. We see set 1 go to the way of Juan Carlos team.
Underdogs once again showing what they've got. This is a career kind of performance from these guys. It's been a long time since they have won some monthly finals. Like you mentioned earlier, we've seen some strong stuff in the past from these guys, whether that be through Vatra, second best, been around for a long time. And the team this year has just kind of come together for a great blend of strengths. And even though second best, I don't feel like got the most value out of that map, 2 teammates in the other end had his back. We talked about trust with STMN in certain spots. Same can be said from Juan Carlos team. The mechanics are there, the strategy pretty well thought through. I think all around it's just working out for both sides pretty well, but just a little bit better for Juan Carlos team.
Inside of the wall break, we saw Sam do fairly well, and in some cases it just locked down the Griff on the home territory, or in this case, from our perspective, the enemy territory for STMN. One thing that we saw was that Griff never actually really made a push on the enemy side. He was a career defender, and we saw much of the same actually happen for the remainder of STMN. We saw some moments where they connected with the safe, and actually they were, of course, factoring Griff out of the equation, the only ones dealing substantial damage to the Juan Carlos team safe, but it simply was not enough to get them the win overall. That final push in, we saw a couple of hypercharges earned by Colette in that one. How that happened, I have to wonder what changed for Juan Carlos, as those first couple of games, it was remarkably challenging for him to get those hypers.
Well, I imagine this is going to be a crazy one in the stat line. Oh my, 16, 14, and 14. You got to think second best threw down a few kills. And like we said, Nani and Bell, fantastic matchup into Colette, especially when those wall breaks go down. But if you just looked at the numbers ready, I would have thought STM would have won. I mean, that's just some crazy, crazy stuff.
427 DPS, but that's also the sign of a player that is being forced off the objective. You want your damage to connect with that enemy safe, and I see a lot of Bobby's damage going onto Juan Carlos, Pain, and second best. Instead of the objective, I see Pain also getting a lot of kills here and some pretty sizable DPS. You do the math, but that works out to essentially a lot of max speeds. And in many cases, that's a win condition. That's what keeps that Nanny and the Bell back. Even if Sam is going in on offense and dying, STMN have to move backwards, and every single step back, I mean, that doubles their effort to get towards the enemy safe.
Numbers are nice, but at the end of the day, It's how you play the game mode, and kills aren't what count, but it definitely kept STMN afloat in that one. They were just kind of hovering in that mid, trying to push past every time. It was just second best sprinting at him, a Colette dive in, Max with some speed to press forward, so making some contact got easier and easier as they pressed closer and closer, but as a result, they closed in on that high safe as well. So for Juan Carlos team, a great showing. I think STMN are definitely still in this one, given how close that set was in general. Dueling Beetles, though, a very punishing at map ready. If you lose control, if they get past that indestructible wall and put you in your spawn, it can be really hard to reverse it.
It's a pretty draft-dependent map. There are many strategies that work out here, and it's hard to mechanics your way out of a bad draft, especially at this level of play for sure, but map-wise as well. This is where we start to see some throwers become really, really viable. Maybe some thrower 1v1. I always think about what Sprout can do here. Sometimes Barley can also be a viable ban if you're expecting the other throwers to be banned out. He's just kind of lower in the thrower food chain, if you will, engage with me on that line of thinking. I look to Larry, I look to Jesse as being something good here. Pam is a real power pick here. Angelo first selection from Stamina that was deliberately left open from Juan Carlos' team, which indicates that they know that they can play into it.
A bold call as well. I mean, Angelo is a phenomenal brawler in the game right now, and presuming it's Bobby once again playing this brawler, a great person to pilot it as well. They're going to go with the speed of Max, which traditionally we do see played into the single sharpshooters, the Pipers, the Bells of the world, and it can definitely work out. I think Max is a very strong brawler right now, too. I'm just curious to see what they pair this with. They don't have Poco available, which I think Stamina see right through. It's actually been a pretty popular choice for this team, and also this map in particular in practices, and they're going to grab B on the other end. It's actually surprisingly been a more popular brawler this week in particular for practices.
I'm surprised. I don't see anything that really synergizes with a Max just yet, but what I think is a mentality here is B into Max. This is actually an interaction that we used to talk a lot about last year before Max fell off in the meta, and so did B, actually. They were simply outclassed by things in many cases. I think that this can be a little bit challenging with the lanes being kind of closed in. Feel like B most often is going to be a lane on this map. Max, you can play on either lane or mid. Since Juan Carlos' team had that last pick, though, I think they're concealing what they're going to be pairing up with the Max, possibly baiting out some anti-tank stuff that they'll counter with control, stuff that outranges it. B is one of those, sure, but I think B is more here to take that option away from STMN.
Griff to open things up here too, so kind of just playing into that longer range comp that they're looking for. Curious to see who they kind of pair this with as the clock winds down for STMN here. Traditionally, we'd see something like that B Griff go together, but instead, an Angelo will certainly work. I mean, that guy can certainly hit some long range and high damage dealing shots. So I feel like there's a lot on the board here, but they're just going to go with something safe, something good, and something that's been good for months. It's going to be Charlie.
Well done. That'll be good for shutting down aggressive stuff that gets in close range. Could entirely be a bait to get them to run this kind of stuff. Something like Amber might be an option here, but they have to be concerned about how that Angelo is going to pan out. Angelo is absolutely monstrous. I'm getting some word from the stat monkey right now, and he's telling me that Angelo has a 70% or 75% win rate. No, I'm actually not joking. Oh my gosh, look at me. I should be running the drafts.
I thought you were going to talk about the Sandy that he was predicting. It's actually going to be Amber, though, which I think kind of plays into a similar role. I think it's going to be able to pierce through the shots of those spiders if they elect to go for that. Has the long range to zone off that left or right-hand lane. Griff can blow open the map, but somebody like Amber can kind of play into that long distance still and just pepper away with the flamethrower.
I think in many cases, Amber is here to make sure that you don't get run down. I don't necessarily see anyone from STMN doing that, with the exception of Charlie. She's also just good into Charlie by virtue of being able to burn down the spiders. Wow, look at all of those bushes completely vanish. It's going to conceal Bobby pretty safely in here. Bobby, nice snipe through the wall. A lot of times you will see Angelo go for the jump, but in moments like these, you will switch to the piercing through the wall shot, as you don't really get much value from jumping away from an enemy that's not aggressive.
And it's also nice for a little bit of surprise attack here. I mean, he is running out of grass, so not going to be able to pick up as many of those due to Amber's flamethrower, but nonetheless, I think still a great way to deal with that. STMN finally clawing their way for some kind of control here. They need it desperately. They're down over 30 or almost 20% at this point. A very tough beat for them as Payne gets immediately eliminated from the cocoon, and Juan Carlos might be left all alone here in a moment.
I see it taken back by STMN so far, but they're on really low health. Bobby also deliberately staying on low health, possibly to take advantage of some of that damage gear. Nice snipe on the Pain as well. And STMN seem to have gotten the control back. They'll be eclipsing Juan Carlos' team's percentage in just a moment here. Now advancing beyond the 40% threshold. You see Juan Carlos taking a lot of damage thanks to that super from Zar. Sands now looking for the hypercharge action. Good kill on second best. And they're just waiting for an enemy to hatch out of this cocoon. Down goes Pain, and Juan Carlos is the only to remain.
STMN are just disgusting. I mean, Angelo's hitting these long-range shots. He's playing with confidence with that damage gear. They get the major cocoon and hypercharge. Sands once again surviving. Finally, Juan Carlos gets a takedown, and they needed this one badly. STMN have really started to run away with it.
This is super back and forth. Bobby is going to be the one constant on STMN. He's the one person that is not going to be running at enemies, but he might be locked in this nook on the left side. Second best and Juan Carlos are gearing up for a big push in. Sands has his cocoon ready, waiting for a nice moment to jump in. If Pain gets pretty low thanks to Zar, then that would be ideal. But second best and Juan Carlos, their health is gradually dwindling, and there's the hypercharge as well. It doesn't look like Juan Carlos got a super off of that. They'll break Pain out of the cocoon, but Zar is waiting. Spawn camping, if you will. 40 seconds remain, but it doesn't look like STMN are going to need that much time to finish this one out as they climb beyond the point of no return.
That was a huge moment there to get that kill. Gave him a little momentum to ride into that hot zone and get some valuable percentage points. But this could be the final stand for both these teams, and Juan Carlos takes advantage. Sands puts him in a cocoon, though, so he's not going to be able to get any charge here. Bobby with perfect precision and timing, looking to duel, grabs another one. Second best forced away, and ice in his veins. STMN grab the game.
That's only one game of set number 2. It felt like a century, but we're only one step to STMN possibly closing this set. It was serious opposition from Juan Carlos' team. In many cases, it looked like they were actually running the show. The Amber, right off the beginning of the match, got her super and broke open those bushes. The one thing that I did see remain constant was Bobby's uptime. He was not falling, he was staying back, just lining up those snipes. We see second best with his speed, able to juke out some of those shots, but as far as sharpshooters, they're not even putting Juan Carlos on the same lane. He's versus Sands at the moment. He might look for an opportunity to switch onto that lane versus Bobby, but he is pretty squishy. Could get one tap by the Angelo, especially now that he has his damage gear active.
It's another phenomenal start for Juan Carlos' team, too. Similarly to game number 1, they started with about 35% in the bank, and STMN nowhere in sight right now. Pain oppressive on this right-hand in. Second best, just maneuvering around the mid a little bit, dropping the speed whenever necessary. And Juan Carlos with a nice lane matchup against somebody like Zar. If Juan Carlos is tapping, Zar's going to have a harder time there. And oh my goodness, just everything connecting right now for Juan Carlos. They grab another pickup.
Here comes the Rattled Hive, kill onto Bobby. He can't hide behind the wall when the bees are here to play. Zar now falls, 0% claim for STMN. They gotta get something. This would be terrible for team morale. Bobby looks to close in. Sands also trying to force himself on this point. They are gonna get the chance, and in fact, might even get a semblance of control on the point. 1%, it seems, is all that they will claim as Juan Carlos respond to a Game 1 win for Stamina with a complete shutout.
I mean, at least they got on the board, though, Reddy. 100-1. That's crazy. Especially considering the distance game number 1 with Juan Carlos' team shake it off and show up for game number 2, and they shut it down.
That is pretty surprising. How do STMN get this initial control? I think much of it relies on Angelo getting some valuable interactions here. Sands now throwing down these hatchlings once again, or spider hatchlings, if you will. Pain also now contending with a lack of range on the right side, a lack of cover as well. Bobby is taking full advantage, almost a move on a second best, a curious phase shifter around the unbreakable too. Yeah, it's you see it from time to time, but it never gets less jarring.
It was pretty cool. I was thinking the exact same thing. Not too often you see something like that, but second best, it's a flashy player, a lot of pins. I mean, of all people, it wouldn't surprise me that he was the one to pull that off.
Well, Sands on the right side finds himself into Juan Carlos in this matchup. Low on health, Juan Carlos gets the kill. Didn't provide him any outs. It was a complete checkmate with a combo of the Rattled Hive and the peek around the wall. But Bobby has his name and his number. STMN look to grab back control at this point. Could be challenging with the hypercharge popped on the left side. Second best is on dangerously low HP. Juan Carlos looks to regain control. No contact with the use of the super. STMN are gradually climbing towards Juan Carlos' team's capture so far, and Sands finds himself in a very comfortable position in the enemy bushes, camping on top of this cocoon and claiming a kill of pain.
Wow, it's a huge swing here. A piggy bank being disposed of in the middle of the grass there too, so no room to hide for Juan Carlos' team. No sneaky shots from B, no Amber getting aggressive. Can be much tougher as Zara looks for an angle, a beautiful connection there with the cocoon. They're gonna try and help a teammate out, but it's not gonna be enough. A shutdown from STMN and continue just pummeling of Juan Carlos' team.
Folks, we already know how this one's going to go. 90% and counting for STMN. Sands on the aggressive once again. Claims a kill of Juan Carlos. Falls to the burn, but it doesn't even matter. The first set pickup for STMN, but a very close one. Almost fell in favor of Juan Carlos' team for the second time in a row.
Couldn't have any more of 3 different games. We had a marathon game 1, a speed run game 2, and in game 3, STMN said, we'll give you a little bit, but after that, it was just smooth sailing. I mean, it's so crazy how these pro players are playing these same exact brawlers 3 straight games, and there are so many different results.
It's one of the beautiful things about this format is that, you know, of course, draft is interesting in itself, but the way that you can find to play 3 games completely differently, the emergent strategy, and I think it also puts some emphasis on how important the beginning of the game is. We saw a strong start from Juan Carlos' team in game number 2, and it carried them throughout the entire game. But something changed for Stamina in game number 3. I personally saw Sands making some way flashier plays. I think also something that we saw was immediate wall break for Griff. That might have been a little bit concerning. How much value are we going to be giving to Juan Carlos if we break open the wall? Well, seems like they were able to dodge him pretty well, and they placed Bobby on that lane to deal with him.
I think in general, we just got to learn that we can't give Bobby the Angelo. We saw it in game number 1. He wasn't going down. It's the most pesky mosquito I've ever seen. There are stories as old as time as this man on the Piper. I don't know why there'd be any other reason to believe he wouldn't be fantastic on a speedy Angelo. Awesome stuff here. High DPS, 12 kills for himself. Sands, though, popping off as well. That's a great comment to kind of go with here, too. I mean, Charlie, a great brawler, but Sands piloting it really well. I didn't feel like, despite, you see the stats of Zara only having 3 kills, I definitely didn't feel like he held them back. If anything, I think it was a very necessary pick with that piggy bank to kind of let the others shine at times.
This is quite interesting. I love seeing Bobby play this Angelo in particular. We saw Sands saying, give me the Sandy, and maybe this is our time to say Bobby says, give me the Angie, or something like that. I feel like I'm stretching the logic here, but I still want to find out where Zara fits into all of this. I think that the Griff was a creative way to get that wall break to avail some control to Bobby. I think they leaned a lot on what Bobby and Sands were capable of doing. And Zara's a real mechanical player. He's a flashy player as well, so him being willing to, kind of take the backseat, play more of a support role, because I don't think Griff is like the pop-off brawler in this comp. I think is owing to the type of synergy and the type of teamwork that these guys have to offer.
I agree. I think he played his role well. I mean, again, opening up the map very strategically and even disrupting the grass a little bit on the other end, I think was a huge contributor for him. Spain looking down at the tablet screen, trying to lock back in. Calm, cool, and composed. We've never really seen this guy lose his mind or freak out on the other end as well. You saw STMN in that player cam kind of shrug off the shoulders. Bobby just relaxing, getting in the groove of things. They're all settled down here, and we all know how important set number 3 is.
It's time for Bell's Rock for a bit of knockout. This is a contentious map. People have some pretty harsh opinions on this one. I know SSG, despite them not being here today, have some huge opinions on Bell's Rock. They have 0 good experiences with it, but this is Stamina. I still think that this is going to be an interesting one. We watched them play this earlier today, so whether they were concealing something then, is that going to be taken advantage of by Juan Carlos' team? Of course, their semifinal was played before STMN's semifinal, so maybe they had some time to get in the lab and concoct something to deal with the STMN picks here previously.
With all that information, they don't end up with pick number 1 on the Juan Carlos side, so the bans are pretty straightforward. You go with Melody, you go with Angelo, just anytime, anywhere. And as a result, Kit gets left open for them. Tick RT Rico on the other end. I love Meg in general on this, but Kit has some real cheeky strategies you can pull off here.
It got a buff too. You do more damage with the super and you do more damage with the main attack. The only thing of Kit that actually got nerfed is something that was quite frustrating to deal with. I would call it a noob killer strategy, is that free invis that you can get from using the gadget. Got nerfed from 5 seconds down to 3 seconds. So it's a pretty major nerf. That's like a 40% nerf right there. Only thing is though, that's mainly going to be used to charge up the super that makes Kit good at this level of play. We're looking at 2 healers, 2 support brawlers on Juan Carlos' team, and Byron also is able to flex outside of that support role. You could say the same for Kit, you know, get some assassin action going on in here. I don't really see it being used that much in terms of I don't foresee it being used like that. But Byron is definitely more of a flexible pick. I think pretty good into enemy snipers as well, like fairly consistent. That doesn't really suck too much. We'll see Piper from Stamina, good comfortable pick for them. Good consistent brawler as well. Could switch to the knockback if they need. Larry is also an early pick because they know they're going to be up against a thrower when that Kit gets on someone. Kit, Miko, man, how do you let an enemy get this? They must be fearless because they knew that this was coming.
Yeah, I think at that point, I love the fact that they pick Kit early, kind of revealing their hand a little bit, right? Instead of going for the aggressive brawler like Miko or name whatever tank that they could have possibly gone with here too. A lot of times you'll see a Buster and things like that. They go for Byron. They're just trying to power up this combo, and then they have a flex spot at the end for whoever they get. Miko, obviously the dream scenario for them in this case. I think Miko on the back of somebody like Kit is crazy, especially when Miko drops that super. Things get really spicy.
I want to say, honestly, like, for the Larry, say goodbye to ever being able to touch that Miko. I want to credit STMN with knowing that they would be facing a Miko because it's open and Kit is in play too. But, like, what is their vision here? It leaves Czar incredibly vulnerable. Once Juan Carlos gets the super, then Pain's just going to be jumping around and Juan Carlos is going to be auto-aiming his heart out.
First, I believe Miko of the entire weekend, according to our stats man behind the scenes, and Juan Carlos going to be picking up a kill to even things out here as well. Sans Bobby going to have to deal with that. A nice jump away. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect to leave Kit all on his own, and now he doesn't have a chance.
What a disaster! Juan Carlos' team, we see the Miko jump in. It was his last shot. He didn't have time to jump away, it seemed, and got hit by all of those heart bombs from Bobby. That is a travesty in motion. Bobby tries to get the kill, but he's helpless in close range against the Kit and Miko. They're healing so much. Sans, even with all of his health, cannot contend with his combination. An easy kill onto Czar, most likely. And we'll see these guys just farm up their super for the next round. Meg, outside of the mech, is incredibly weak. It's a chance for Juan Carlos to get his super and be ready to, right off the starting blocks, get on Pain's back.
And as a result, Seconds Best can focus all his attention on sprays and pins, trying to rack that scorecard up for himself. Easy round there for Juan Carlos' team. And once again, ready, they walk in with 3 supers to start off round number 3.
Okay, looks like Miko goes in. Do we see Juan Carlos try and jump on him after he lands? It's going to take a lot of coordination. He's thinking about it. Pain needs some help. Here it comes. No gadget as well. Good takedowns, however, as Sans has popped out of the mech. Bobby's looking very vulnerable. And Juan Carlos' team are just showing us how it's done with the Kit and Miko. I will reiterate, how does this get through the draft?
I can't help but chuckle. Like, this is insane. How are you supposed to just rationally deal with this strategy? Byron there to heal, Miko to jump, Kit to ride Miko's back. So that's 2 brawlers during that jump. You're not getting tagged by. It's just difficult to deal with, despite a perfect jump from Piper and Bobby there to get that kill. That was the best thing they can do. Once they have 2 to 3 supers on the side of Juan Carlos' team, it's unstoppable.
This must have gone differently in scrims or in their head because this just ain't it. STMN, the Kit and Miko is already a very known strategy. You saw in the stat screen as we were going through draft just what a ridiculous win rate Miko has here. It's the 2nd highest win rate on this map. And while STMN might not be like the stat monkeys, they sure know damn well how this combination usually goes.
And the heal's coming in from Byron, the heal's coming in from Kit. It's an indestructible monkey ready. There's just nothing you can do about it. They still got a super in the back pocket too. Larry there to distract a little bit, but they switch spots. Could be disastrous for Czar. They get an even trade. Second best there to heal up though, but now they have an incoming mech they got to deal with.
Well, Juan Carlos is doing more damage than they did in the previous patch. It's enough to kick Meg outside of the mech. It's going to be tough for her to get it back. I think Bobby actually has some real potential to turn around this game for STMN. Sands now without a shield is looking quite vulnerable. I think we could see a pretty serious combo with Juan Carlos jumping onto Sands and then second best looking to take advantage. Now this poison is closing in. Juan Carlos is looking for something. They could just throw the round, but they decide not to. Jump on a Bobby. Lots of damage taken. Juan Carlos gets a kill. Sands gets in the mech. No. Stunned. In the final few seconds, Sands looks for the kill, but there's simply too much health to get through. And there's another super for Juan Carlos for the beginning of round 2.
That was an heroic effort from Meg, but once again, too overwhelming. Kit there to isolate Brawler. Second best lands the follow-through shots easy enough, and now Juan Carlos with a slowdown. The extra shots going in as well. Second best piercing through enemies. The poison trickling him down, but not quite enough for a kill yet. At least a fighting chance here for STMN.
Juan Carlos loses his super now. He's going to have to wait for it to come back. STMN know that if they group up and simply wait out the Kit Miko strat, then they get some time before Juan Carlos gets it back. Now it does auto-charge, folks, but it's going to take a while. Miko's also going to be a little bit helpless until that time arrives. They're just changing positions, waiting for this moment. They're back. Now they look to jump onto Bobby. The slow as well. Sands has a swipe, but it misses! Complete whip as Pain and Juan Carlos were airborne and completely invulnerable. Juan Carlos looks for the kill on Meg. Will it come true? He's getting the heals from second best, and here is he out of frame, now making contact from Pain. We'll see Juan Carlos and Pain now closing in from top and bottom, out of the mech, and the final shot comes in from Juan Carlos' team to administer the killing blow in this set number 3.
The only thing that could have made that combination more filthy is if you could go out of frame with Kit and still drop the, yarn balls. Like, that's just an impossible thing to deal with. Really difficult situation. I think in fairness, like you said, though, they did leave it open. There's a lot to juggle in these drafts and with the ban stage and the pick stage. Again, the win rates for qualifiers weren't necessarily through the route for Kit in particular, but we know how good Miko can be on this map. So I think once they see that, it's probably a little bit of a, hey, we got to recognize that this could be a problem, and maybe it wasn't as big of a problem in practices. Maybe this is just something hidden that Juan Carlos team kept their cards close to them, but nonetheless, it was a phenomenal strategy that paid off.
I think Stamina found out sort of the meta strategy, sort of what can you do when you're in game as a team rather than what can you do in the pick phase to deal with this Kit Miko strategy. And they located it. We saw them in game number 2 in that last round. They huddled up in the back right of the map around some of these walls, and they knew, yes, that's how we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to wait this one out, and that they did, but it simply didn't work. It was not effective. Once that Kit got the super back, they didn't have the tools in the toolbox to take advantage of him while he was vulnerable. We saw in particular, like Meg, she just doesn't do damage, man. All she does is stay alive and create space for your team. It's not really something that's going to get you anywhere versus a Kid and Miko, because they're not forced behind those walls. They want to be behind those walls so they can get the supers and then make the Kid Miko stuff happen.
I mean, Juan Carlos and Pain packed a punch of an entire zoo. They just dropped all the animals on him, brother. They just sent Kit flying, Miko jumping. Like, what are you supposed to do? 9 kills for Kit. What's supposed to be a support brawler already? That's just insane. I'm still just... It's unbelievable that that was able to happen. The fact that it can happen maybe more than anything. And that buff to Kit certainly paying off there. I do love that the cardboard box was nerfed a little bit. The invisibility, very powerful in Brawl Stars. But seeing Kit be this strong is something that I'm definitely going to take note as we move forward into future weeks.
The thing is also that, like, okay, Kit received a slight nerf to the cardboard box. Okay, buddy, that's not even the gadgets that's used with this strat. You use cheeseburger, like, here, kitty, you can have cheeseburger, and he's feeding the monkey all day long. This is huge for Juan Carlos' team. Once again, I'm not sure how that made it through the draft. Obviously, Stamina, I mean, they figured it out. I want to believe that they thought that they could counter it by playing something normal. But it simply didn't work. We'll move into Rustic Arcade. This is the 3rd time that STMN in particular have had this map in the rotation. For Juan Carlos' team also, this is the only gem grab map. They have seen it by now. So the strategies have been concealed. Despite them facing some really tough opponents, they made it all the way to the grand finals, ideally without revealing their entire hand just yet. So I would say expect some craziness here, and once more, credit to them for making it through those earlier sets without revealing their most viable strats.
Yeah, a lot of credit, and I think in fairness, we're not going to see anything nearly as possible and crazy here, which to me signals that STMN have just as much of a fighting chance as anybody on a map like Rustic Arcade. This one traditionally plays more long range. We know what these guys can do. I mean, that's a combination that catches anybody off guard, and I think a very powerful one that could have beaten just about anybody in this region in the world, to be honest with you. So I think STMN have a real opportunity here to bounce back. Players equipped more doing so, and Max to power them up as well. So we see Amber go on the Juan Carlos team side, Max on the other end. Pairing Max and Amber can be very threatening for reasons in the past that we've seen for brawlers like Max Sims, Max Sandy. The amount of control that you can gain instantly is huge. So having a walking flamethrower is something that I think is a good call on STNN's end to eliminate. Pairing it with a Leon, though, that's pretty fun. We haven't seen that really.
I think in a lot of times, like, Leon's a good brawler when he's not counter. I mean, isn't any brawler super good when there's not a single counter to them? And lots of times, Leon is ever present in the draft. He will be banned out, or he'll just be countered so that he can't be picked. He's always hovering over the draft, kind of like Chuck in a heist. If he's not in the ban phase, he's influencing every single one of those picks. I think Leon is a stellar pick into the Amber. An Amber pick so early on is actually quite risky. This is one that you usually see a little bit later on. It's absolutely a lane brawler, but I think also picking your mid as a 4-5 does allow you to not be countered as hard by the enemy. You pick your mid brawl, your mid being countered is really disastrous here. And I think we also see some pretty viable mid options that are still open. Something like an 8-bit could be totally viable. We see STMN, they have that open. Max could be their mid here, but I think also they have the opportunity to last pick it. Juan Carlos team still got to select a mid brawler, because for the other two, I just don't see them being the strongest options on Rustic Arcade.
Interested to see what direction they go. By DPS, some good range. We know Lola can be solid here, so something safe. But I'm pretty excited about this STMN comp, to be honest with you. Max and Leon is something that we're seeing for the first time today. I think pairing Max with an aggressive or tanky brawler traditionally can work out really well just to get into the faces of enemies. So I think it makes a lot of sense to me that maybe the other end on Juan Carlos team, to equip themselves, they go with something like a Charlie with that cocoon to shut things down. The ultimate hypercharge stopper, if you will. And then Lola has an extra spawner with a shield as well if you elect to use that gadget. So I think those are ways to try and address that situation. But nonetheless, man, I think this STMN combo is potentially pretty fun.
These are all like the same brawlers and pieces. Oh, here comes the Sam. We already know how this one goes on Rustic Arcade, folks. This is going to be taking quite a bit of damage from that Charlie and the Amber and the Lola, basically the entire enemy team. But STMN seem to believe in it. I think that Charlie is going to be quite effective into the Sam. The main thing about Sam, I don't think he'll be really affected by the spiders. He can deal with them very effectively. I think that Amber is good against anything that just runs at you, because you can simply hold down auto aim and hit every single shot. You have a ton of ammo to work with. But second best has Cocoon. Here we see Bobby immediately going for that gadget, and yeah, this is the interaction that I envision. That is where Sam is going to be good into Lola. In fact, Bobby, I mean, these hands are rated E for everyone. He's going to go for the entire tour of the enemy team. Payne only barely remains alive. Sands looks for the kill, and he gets it.
That is absolutely insane. I mean, I've seen Bobby play this brawler this week for some scrims. We know how good of a player he can be on the tanks, but that early interaction went all of their way, even a few extra punches in there too. But finally, Juan Carlos team with a little room to breathe for the first time this game.
STMN still maintaining the control in a bit of a curious way. They're maintaining control by playing a hyper-aggressive and not by holding their ground that they already have. They don't mind cycling out the kills here. We'll see second best to go in with the hypercharge. Has that super available, but he ended up not using it, so no spiders down on the ground, but they will get Bobby. This is an easy kill for all of Juan Carlos' team. Bobby tried his best. He got shut down. In the meantime, Juan Carlos' team will be able to push up to the side of STMN to give their best shot at taking down Czar, but they're simply not going to reach him. They're guarded by this wall of very aggressive brawlers that simply don't mind dying. Juan Carlos' team get pushed back every single time these players go aggressive, and by the time that they have gotten back to the effective line of scrimmage in the middle of this gem grab map, STMN are already equipped with that brawler respawning.
You can tell these guys are veterans because they were already playing the mind games with Leon. Second best was aware of this, taking some random yo-yo shots along the way to try and make the connection. Not too much value out of that Leon super, all things considered, so I think that's a great escape there for Juan Carlos team as Sands right back in action, dropping the hypercharge here too. Multiple now down on the field, the second best being forced away. What's one more hypercharge for him to try and get some kills here? But Bobby bludgeoning his way through every enemy, has a launch pad if he elects to use it. Instead, just does it the old-fashioned way, running on 2 feet back to his spawn.
Sans can play aggro. He doesn't have anything to risk here. Bobby is second in command. Zar, as long as he's safe, then this looks good for them. Every member of Juan Carlos' team closes in on Zar in the back left, but they simply cannot get through. The teammates tanking for the gem carrier. It's game one. It goes to Stamina.
Fantastic work from Stamina. We saw in the draft phase that we were going to get some great entertainment value out of this set, and Bobby certainly delivered that with the Sam. We got some sneaky plays as well for Zar, who can pop off with the Leon invisibility, and then Max is there to just set up the teammates. Plenty of potential here for Juan Carlos' team. I think played a pretty good game overall, but just the huge firepower from STMN, especially Bobby in that early game, I think kind of set the standard for how that game was going to go.
Oh no, it's like I'm watching or listening to a record that's on repeat. Bobby gets the exact same interaction versus Charlie on the right lane. It's stuck in a loop. Bobby's going to do it again. Down goes second best. Bye-bye. Bobby now with the super once again, healing up a launch pad all the way back to mid where Juan Carlos awaits his arrival, and dead on arrival too. Juan Carlos' team take back the control of mid. This is way better than we saw in the last game. Clearly they've gotten a different start. I didn't see that for second best in particular, but that's simply the more alluring part of the map to watch. They were winning on the other lanes, and now Pain looks for the kill on Max, tries to run away with the gems.
Juan Carlos' team doing such a good job at multitasking. The cocoon going off, they know they have time to get another kill. Meanwhile, Pain focusing up top to get the expanded play, and by the time that cocoon wears off, they've got two brawlers ready to aim down sights, but STMN are just gonna hit him with all they've got. Hypercharge on the ground, invisibility for Sans. There's one pickup. Juan Carlos with low HP. Bobby electing what to do here. Not gonna pick up these gems, gonna leave them to be split between second best and Pain, but all the control in the world for STMN now.
Very prudent call there from STMN. That sort of treasure trove of gems waiting for you on the exact opposite side of the fields is so alluring. But Juan Carlos' team would have respawned in time to take full advantage. We see the hypercharge pop by second best in response to the push in from Stamina, and it's good enough to keep them back, but he drops all of the gems. Bobby looks for the kill, instead goes down himself. There's a super in from Pain, the zoning super too, as Zar was safe and sound, but he had to move away to do so. A gem grabbed by Juan Carlos is less than ideal for Juan Carlos' team. It means that either Juan Carlos or Pain falling in these final moments would be enough to get the interrupt for STMN. Nothing so far. 1 second left. Bobby tries to close in, but it's no good. We see a match point incoming for Juan Carlos' team.
Beautiful plays there from Juan Carlos' team, who, believe it or not, are now on match point. What a crazy underdog story we've got today against a team that is desperate to claim points in STMN. They see the writing on the wall. No Tribe Gaming, early exit for them. LG, SSG, down for the count to even make it to this tournament. So STMN, if they win this month, could get some major points. But Juan Carlos' team doing everything they can to halt their progress.
Bobby managed to get that set of Knucklebusters on the other side of the Indestructibles somehow. I guess by throwing it at that wall where it would have been irretrievable over the water. Nonetheless, STMN, we saw Zar actually go down immediately, rushing in to grab those first few gems, which are so valuable. You can get 3 gems right off the beginning of the game if you're simply there before the enemy team. Juan Carlos' team, though, had gotten 3 gems of their own. We see these spiders being used very quickly by second best. On the left side, Bobby's a dead man as every member combines forces like Power Rangers to take him down. Stamina still searching for any semblance of control at mid, and yet they come up empty-handed.
Map control for Juan Carlos' team. Speed being dispersed for STMN. Bobby needs to have that pop-off play like we saw early on in games number 1 and 2. But all the brawlers standing tall right now. A flank going down, immediately halted by a cocoon. 3 spiders ensuing around Zar as well, who's forced a phase shift away. And now a 7th gem and a takedown being added for the blue side.
Juan Carlos' team just 2 gems away from running this back safe and sound with the gem countdown to win a monthly final. But Stamina still persists at mid. Bobby throwing these Knucklebusters at the wall, getting cocooned by second best, completely shut down by the enemy team. Now it's time for Juan Carlos' team to move in. They need a couple more gems. It's only Zar to contest One more gem for Juan Carlos team to start this countdown. STMN have the hypercharge on max, but they don't have the super. Zar needs to get some shots in here. He's dangerously low. This gem looks prime for Juan Carlos team to pluck up, but they simply cannot safely. Bobby moves in. Big gadget, but no one to take advantage. Zar's gonna have to make the hero play. 2 hypercharges popped at once. It's Sands, the only one trying to get the kill on second best. The countdown interruption. He runs for the hills to the right side. Juan Carlos does not get close enough to the Knucklebusters for Bobby to pull in, instead pulling the ego. It's 2 members of STMN to get this interruption. Either Pain or Juan Carlos have to fall.
And Zar very weak here with 8 on the count. They need to close down. They get 1. Juan Carlos team trying to hold on for dear life. They get a second, looking for a third. It's a team wipe, but a reset.
One more chance for STMN to bring this back. It's only Pain to take down. 15 seconds remain. A miss super for Pain. No, Zara, he strafes right into it. It's a 2v3. Bobby looks for anything. Big pull, Sands, all of his shots are blocked in Juan Carlos team. Take the monthly final. They are your winners in North America for the month of April.
An underdog story for month number 2. Pain repping the jersey, and deservingly so. He hasn't won one since 2022. Second best since 2021. It's been a long time coming for these fellas, and finally they're no longer at the cusp of competing. They're the champions.
In este tempo, in second best, pulling through, and Juan Carlos in Pain getting that glory that they have fought so hard to achieve. What a story. What a hard bracket for them as well. Not only did they have to defeat Tribe Gaming, but they had to go through the likes of STMN as well to make it to this point, replaying some maps, having to conceal their strategies, immense gameplay prowess being put on display here. And like you said, these players getting their first monthly final win in an entire year, or in another case, in the case of second best, in 2 years since he played on IX Gaming and his career was cut short that year.
It's crazy to think about. I mean, these guys have been around for a long time, having a lot of success, some of them even making it to the world stage, but this is a huge victory for them to start off month number 2. I mean, we talked about how STMN really needed to capitalize this month, and getting second place is pretty darn good. But Juan Carlos team in that kind of mid-tier mix as well of points. They had an early exit last month in the quarterfinals, and this month they show up, and all the people out there looking for an El Clasico, a possible Tribe STMN standoff like we're used to seeing in the past, not going to get it. They're just going to take them both down themselves.
NA only gets even crazier. A month where the top teams, 2 top teams in fact, did not qualify, following a month 1 where the top team from North America in terms of their World Finals performance did not qualify. Now going into this one, Stamina, they find themselves in yet another cruel second place following the World Finals, and now in their home region, presented with the opportunity to get a huge advantage, a massive leg up on their fellow World Finals grade teams. They fall short to Juan Carlos team, but not undeservedly so. Insane gameplay from Juan Carlos team today, and I think a remarkable draft. I'm not sure whether to call it a mistake on the end of STMN or a success on the side of Juan Carlos team that Kit Miko was drafted on Bell's Rock.
Double digits for the entire team on Juan Carlos team. Of course, headlined by the man on the camera, it was Pain. 15 kills as an Amber, and as a result, the people at home see it as well. The hard work paying off, and Pain going to be your MVP of our grand finals here, voted on by the people at event.brawlstars.com. I would have loved any of the 3 of them, but it makes my heart a little happy that the guy on camera does get it.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, he looks so happy as well. And did you see there towards the end as well? It looks like whatever Patchy did, I think he was referencing the whole like mewing thing, you know, shh, guys, check out what it's done to my jawline, has also been repeated by Tribe Gaming in the finals of last month after they won the grand finals. We saw, I believe, Sands do it after they won their match versus the remaining 7. And now Juan Carlos team, we see Pain do it on the cam. So maybe this is the year's meme. Okay, maybe it dies in the coming months, but it's cool to see it being repeated by every team that has gotten some wins in here.
Look, if nothing else, we've got some good jawlines here in NA. Good for everybody in the pro scene. It's been a heck of a day, though, already. I mean, a lot of competition, and Juan Carlos team had to get through some of the best to get here, only dropping 2 sets along the way.
Incredible stuff. honestly. I think we saw a great run for both teams. We saw some other things that were quite unexpected. Obviously, Juan Carlos team got a great run in the upper bracket. A total upset versus Tribe Gaming. Yet another upset versus S-Team. I don't think quite an upset versus 512, but 512 did end the day securing sort of an upset of their own versus real ones. At least for two of us at the casting desk, it was an unexpected outcome. We saw a good win for remaining 7 Esports as well, as they made it through the quarterfinals, but not quite past the semifinals. It has shaken up how our regional leaderboard looks, so I'm excited to see how that one pans out.
Oh man, 2 points separating Tribe Gaming and Juan Carlos team. I believe that's literally one upper bracket win separating those two teams right now, who are, of course, both winning the previous 2 months. Juan Carlos team just making that. And then Tribe Gaming winning it last month's unscathed. The remaining 7, though, at 132. West Coast in the mix with some consistency here. Real Ones and STMN finally on that leaderboard as well. A big note, though, Luminosity and Space Station Gaming, a couple of the semifinal and finalist teams respectively here in that final month that we had, are all the way down to 7th and 8th. That really goes to show how devastating missing a month can be.
This is ridiculous. This is far from the outcome that basically anyone expected going into this year. The favorites, sure, but also the ones that have been proven to win time and time again and have done amazingly well against the best players that we had in all of these other regions throughout the world at the World Finals. It's pretty surprising, but it only makes it that much more interesting. We have a short season this year, shorter than last year. We only have 5 months, which means that there's not that much time for these top teams, or so we may think, to claw their way back.
Yeah, and if you think about it too, the seeding in this case, you know, you got 1 through 8 that typically line up against each other in those monthly qualifiers. We see STMN, SSG, and Luminosity presumed some of the favorites, I would say, for those top 4 spots in this region, all in that 6 through 8 stage. So even some of the top earned seeds so far going to have their hands full when it comes to the monthly qualifiers.
Well, that does it for us, folks. That is all of the Brawl Stars coverage that we have for you this month. Of course, we did have to save the best for last, but we also start with some pretty good stuff next month. Make sure you tune back in on May 25th at 3 p.m. JT to watch the APAC monthly finals. We'll be waiting for you there, but until then, keep brawling.
Juan Carlos,
it's go time.
Standing, it gets stopped short. Zulon needs this ball, throws the suplex, shoulders, dumps it in the back of the net, and Tribe Gaming will get a buzzer beater. Forced to rush to the mid, teleport away. 1 goes down, 2 goes down, and a lone Zulon falls as well. Juan Carlos team 1 round away from proving 92% of Brawl Nation wrong.
Look, Carl is dangerous right now, and Zar can't really do a thing about it. Gems dropped. Carl more than happy to take 1 away as Bobby looks to try and follow it up.
Yuval also dropping 9 kills. I mean, if he finishes his Rubik's Cube by the end of the match.
The space, and here comes Bobby looking for a shot. Not going to connect. Luffy down, though, and Bobby can finish the job in the last remaining seconds. STMN wrap up Brawl Ball and the series.
Ooh, with that a nice jump away. Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect to leave Kit all on his own, and now he doesn't have a chance. STMN are just disgusting. Juan Carlos team trying to hold on for dear life. They get a second, looking for a third. It's a team wipe, but a reset.
Juan Carlos team take the monthly final. They are your winners in North America for the month of April.